what we decided with the view years ago was the first 3 to 5 stories was what the historic district would look at, considering that this is the uptown district. To that end, there are historic properties on the lot. They are shown on the first couple slides. There's an old auto shop on the corner. You can see the view back here behind. And then another historic building that's been a couple of different things over recent years. And I believe most recently it was a restaurant, but it's been vacant for a number of years. And then there's an old building with a Michelin sign at the back. And there are just some more angles. This is showing the vacant lot back towards the view and the uptown skyline, and then some more detailed shots of the existing buildings. And of course, it will be a 2-part process with demolition request and then new construction. And you can see the lot is literally in the shadow of the view. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the developer. And Brittany, if you would just identify who you are and who you're with, and run through the concept real quick. The slide numbers are shown to the left, and I'm happy to move forward or back as needed.
Great, thank you so much. And I think actually Colin Brown, if he's available as a panelist, is going to run the majority of this presentation. So if we can give access to Colin Brown and then Cameron Connor as well.
Sure, yep.
That's great.
All right, Colin, you're up.
Great, thank you for the introduction. We had some slides, but I think you've got that covered. So my name is Colin Brown. I'm an attorney with Alexander Ricks. Brittany and I are working with the Daniel Corporation development team and their design team, Dwell Design Studio. You'll hear from both of them momentarily. As Chrissy mentioned, this is it's a significant opportunity in Fourth Ward on Graham Street, spanning between 6th and 7th Street. We have had some preliminary outreach meetings with some community stakeholders. We had a very high level meeting with Friends of Fourth Ward to talk about the site, get feedback from them. What's come to our attention very early on is that the building mid-block that Christy pointed out, and I think at some point, not in the too distant past, had been a bakery, is an item that the neighborhood feels is significant. I imagine some of you will also. And so one of the earliest challenges, I think, for Cameron and his team was to see if that building can be preserved and potentially incorporated into a project. As you all probably know, we're certainly, HEC is a very important stakeholder in the process. We're juggling a lot of others. We'll be going through a rezoning process here, working with the planning department staff, and we have all the economic realities that are development in Uptown with land prices and trying to meet a lot of the other city goals about transit supportiveness and density in this area and walkability. So those challenges we are trying to work through, but optimistic with this team and your guidance, we can move forward. So I'll pause here and turn it over to Cameron and his team to talk a little bit about design. I know we're short on time today, but we would love as much feedback as we can get from you all before we get into serious design. Cameron? Let's hope we have Cameron.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, thanks everybody for the time today. My name is Cameron Connor. I work for Daniel Corporation. I lead our development team. I'll give you a really brief overview of who we are as a company, and I know we're short on time to begin with, and you guys are probably running even more behind now, so I'll try to keep this brief. Daniel Corporation has been around for 60 years. We're technically in our 59th year. We're headquartered in Birmingham, Alabama. We have an office in Atlanta, Georgia as well. And over that 60 years, we've developed all across the Southeast, and we've really developed all across food groups as well. So we've, hospitality, hotel, office buildings. But in the last 15 years or so, we've predominantly been focused on residential projects, and that spans the gamut of full rent multifamily to senior living to single family housing developments as well. One thing that I always try to note that we feel like is a little unique about us and that is really ingrained in our DNA, and hopefully that comes through in the discussion on this project and future discussions. In the landscape of multifamily and apartment developers, there are plenty of groups that are more high volume developers that are turning out 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 units a year, 15 to 20 projects a year. We sort of pride ourselves on being kind of the antithesis of that. Our goal every year is to take on 1, 2, maybe 3 new projects. And so we're really selective in where we do that and how we go about that. And we think that that translates to just a higher concern of design and quality, and a lot more eyeballs in the company focused on design and quality, and really working with the communities and neighborhoods that we're in to deliver a product that everybody's proud of. So I think that's just sort of the most important thing to know about us, and a quick overview of us. So I think we'll just launch right into talking about the project. Again, this is going to be a complex one that's going to have a lot of moving pieces, and we're going to be coming back to you guys in the future. And so we'll try to cover as much here today without being too granular, but just sort of starting at a high level. This is a residential for rent product. We're going to be about 7 and 8 stories here. And I say 7 and 8 because we've got some topography on the site that falls from one end to the other. So on one end of the site, we'll be at about 7 stories, and on the other, we'll be at 8 stories. Our parking will be internal to the building. And so what you see now is the half level on the left side of the screen is the half level of a basement parking. And then we'll have 2 levels of parking above that. All of that will be wrapped by residential and amenity and commercial spaces. And so the parking won't be visible from Graham, and it'll be minimally visible from 6th and 7th outside of ingress egress points. So as you sort of work your way up the building, we've got units and commercial retail amenity space on the ground floor. And then as you get above the parking, the building is almost all residential. We do have a couple of courtyards, one courtyard internal to the building, and then a courtyard that's sort of over Graham Street. That's 2 stories above Graham, so that's not really visible from Graham Street. But it sort of serves the purpose of breaking the facade up on North Graham and adding some dimension and interest to that building, instead of having sort of a flat front all the way across Graham. Sort of programming highlights here, high level, we're 280-ish units right now, and we're still working through a lot of this. This is very early. We don't want to get too far into design before we come to groups like yourself and get input and feedback. And so a lot of this is still in the works, but right now we're right around 280 units total. From a parking standpoint, we're well above 1 parking space per unit. I think we're right around 1.2, 1.3 per unit. Our unit mix here will be a heavier mix of studios 1s and 2s, or studios and 1s, with about a third of the building being 2 bedrooms. We do not plan right now on having any 3 bedrooms. And so that parking scenario feels appropriate to us. And so as we've been thinking about the site, and when we first started looking at this site and just starting to think about massing and scaling and density, it felt to us like this block, with what's across the street from us and what we back up to, this block was really the massing and scale transitional block to the higher massing and more intense density of true uptown. And so we tried to keep this, and we're trying to continue to keep this in that view of appropriateness. And so as you can see, we sort of fit in and almost mirror what is directly across the street from us in what we back up to. Yeah, Brittany, I don't know if you're driving, but if you want to kind of jump to the rendered views. So there you can see our courtyard as the building steps back. And a couple things to note, just sort of design intent as we're launching this process, and the things that we're thinking about and the things that are important to us. We love that building in the middle. When we first saw the site, there was about 5 or 6 of us from our team standing across the street, just sort of staring at the site and talking about what we might do. And the immediate consensus, before we even talked to the neighborhood, before we even talked to anybody, was that building in the middle of the site felt really unique, and it felt like a microcosm of sort of the design aesthetic of Fourth Ward with the red brick and the white brick accents. And so one thing we've tried to do, and we're going to continue to try to do, is extrapolate the design inspiration of that building in the first few levels of our building all the way around, so the sort of the podium level or the street level. And so that's number one. And so the red brick and the white brick access, we want to kind of continue that all the way around. We have to balance that with not feeling like it's unauthentic and it's, you know, sort of contrived. And so you don't want to exactly replicate that building. We still feel like that building needs to sort of pop and stand out and feel like it's been there for a while. But we do want to sort of derive a lot of our design inspiration off of that building. You know, another thing that was important to us and that felt appropriate to us was, as you look at this block, if you look to the east, as you move more towards the typical neighborhood of Fourth Ward, we wanted to keep that into the building. So if you're looking at the screen here to the left of the existing building, we wanted the street level experience of that end of the building to feel very residential. And so what we envision on this end of the building is really a 2- and 3-story classic kind of brownstone walk up with a stoop right off of the sidewalk to sort of act as the continuation of single family and residential experience of the neighborhood. And then as you move down the block of Graham and you get past that existing building, we want that end of the building to be more the active use end of the building, whether it's some of our amenity spaces being on that ground level, office space, retail space. We haven't figured out the specifics of all of that yet, but just at a high level, we felt like this was more appropriate to be the more commercial-minded end of the block. And then, you know, just as you sort of move up the building, wanted to continue that theme of the red brick up, but then break the facade up a little bit with a mix of more modern, different materials as you move up the building. But we'll still have long runs of that red brick on both ends of the building. And so I think generally that's sort of where we are. I mean, as I said, this is a living, breathing document, and we really look forward to the discussion with you guys. And this is your neighborhood, and you guys are going to be walking past and driving past this building every day. And so your feedback and input is really important to us. And so we didn't want to get too far down the road before we have that. So this is intended to be a starting point. And I think with that, unless anybody on our team has anything to add, I think we should move into the discussion portion, and we look forward to that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Colin and Brittany. I'll just start by saying that it's wonderful to see an application like this come before the board eventually, because Fourth Ward is so unique. And just to reiterate what Christy said early on, because it is so unique in that there are larger buildings, skyscrapers located right there within the district, we do judge the first 3 to 5 floors. And so having said that, I love the focal point of your building, taking its cues from the other historic buildings in the area, working all along that, you know, that corridor that you have going. Adding to the pedestrian interest on the street is also something I know that our board loves. So thank you for that. And continuing that whole red brick, white theme throughout, I personally find appealing, and I think that it works well within the district. So that's where I want to start. I will just do a little round robin to see if we have any other commissioners who have thoughts on the matter. Jim Hayden, let's start with you. This is your hood.
Yeah, I am very excited that you have are trying to figure a way to keep the we'll call it the bakery building, since that's its last life. Keep that in tune and as part of the project. And I guess my question is it the whole building that's going to stay, or are we talking about a facade preservation? Or do you have a thought as to just exactly how that's going to happen? Because it's not just the front facade that's interesting. The whole building is pretty interesting. So I'd be curious to know how you're going to do that. And I think the rest of the concept that you've talked about all seems reasonable and appropriate. I am a little bit concerned about the overall height. As I look and count stories in these renderings, I'm seeing more than 7 or 8 stories, but maybe I'm seeing something that isn't there. So, but all in all, I think you're probably headed in the right direction.
So Colin,
Yeah,
do you want to
appreciate that.
answer the question about the bakery?
Yeah, and I'll throw that to Cameron from the development team, who's spent a good bit of time already trying to figure this building out. Cameron.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. And, you know, unfortunately, the building itself spans sort of front to back the entire lot. And so keeping the entirety of the building is a real challenge. And so I don't know the exact depth, and I don't think we've worked that out quite yet, but I like to think that it's more than just a facade presentation. And we're going to try to keep sort of the front third of that building. And I was standing on the site a couple of weeks ago, and if you're kind of looking at this building from the side, there's almost a natural break point where it's still the same building, but it's like the design aesthetic of the building kind of changes to just more of a bland two-story, and it's really the other side that I'm thinking of, but it kind of changes to more of an uninteresting bland two-story building, sort of on the back half of the site. And so our thought has been to sort of keep as much of the interesting portion of that site that we can without it just being, we're just keeping the facade. And so I like to think that it's more than just a facade preservation, and we're maintaining about a third of that building.
Okay, thank you so much, Cameron. Commissioner Barth.
I agree with a lot of what Jim has said. I'm curious how you all would be treating, let's see, what street is that? The facade that faces the north side of Fourth Ward, so along 7th Street, I believe. Is that part of your property? Would it be a similar transition around that corner? It seems that you guys are focusing primarily on the corner of 6th. No, not 6th. Yeah, 6th and Graham.
I don't know how far we've got architecturally on that. I will say we are working with planning, design and development team and CDOT, and we also have to kind of modernize these streetscapes. So that's some of the conversation we're still having with the neighborhood and design staff is, where are we at on curb lines? Are we adding street parking? So that's one variable. And then I'll let Cameron talk about the architecture if he's got to that.
Yeah, the architectural intent would be that what you see on, that front-facing elevation on that end towards. Did you ask, Chris? Did you ask about 6th or 7th?
7th Street.
7th Street. Okay, I thought so. So as you sort of continue around that corner, the intent would be that those brownstone fill type units go all the way around that corner and go all the way back until you get to an entrance to the parking deck, which would be sort of towards the back of the property line. Now, again, we got, working within the constraints of what the eventual setbacks are going to be, and on-street parking might dictate and change some of that, but that's at least our intent and direction for now.
Okay. Yeah, the only reason I bring it up is so if you're familiar with Fourth Ward, which I'm sure you guys have become, most of the residential communities toward the north and, towards that 7th Street facade. So, I just ask that y'all be cautious in how you treat that elevation. I think there's some outdated buildings in that direction too. So, I think it's just worth analysis and scale reducing techniques and pedestrian scale. I think would be good to look at there, which it sounds like you guys are already doing some of that, so that's good.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth. Okay, so guys, we need to move on to the next workshop item. I hope that that's a good enough start for you all to continue on with your project.
And as always, if the commission has any input that they didn't feel they got to share today, reach out to staff and staff will pass that along to Brittany and Colin and team. Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much, everybody.
Thanks. Next is David Furman. David, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome.
Okay, cool. Well, this is
All right.
the total opposite end of the spectrum from what you just looked at.
It is.
You guys run some fairly diverse projects from that giant thing to what I'm talking about. So do I just roll?
Yeah, just roll. I added some photos for you
Oh,
from
good.
Street View. Yeah.
My
And
photos
some
were
maps.
terrible, so thank you. So yeah, I don't know, 5 years ago or so, I was in there with this house that we acquired, and we did a lot of work and came before the commission and wanted to make it a 2-story house, and that did not go well. So we renovated it and did not add anything to it, but put a tenant in there, and the tenant's been a great tenant. They are plastic surgeons, and it's amazing, during the world of Zoom, plastic surgery has boomed. So everybody sees himself on that screen up close every day. So anyway, so they want to add on, and before I went too far, I wanted to get some preliminary input from you guys as to just what was possible. It's a 1-story house on one side. It flips to a 2-story house on the other side. But yeah, let's just look at that plan just for a second. Go back to the first level plan. I know you guys don't care about the plans, but this just shows what is the extent of we're adding and what is existing. And the only thing we're thinking about doing on the front, and again, we're not going to do any of this stuff if it's not cool. So on the front, there's a side porch there where that yellow office is that we would contemplate filling in to grab that for them. And then the rest is just added onto the back. So go to the photographs again. Well, yeah, okay, so these are my dirt ball sketches here. So the front elevation would not change at all, except for the notion of filling in that dab on the side. You can see on that top photograph to the right of that gable, that is where the porch wraps around. And we would maintain the front porch, but we would fill in that dab on the side. And then the thinking was, well, my first round of sketches I sent to Christy, where it says new and existing, the addition was, it flipped to a 2-story, and we were just adding a 2-story building on the back of the 1-story house. And when we talked about that, and she indicated to me that she didn't think that was going to work. So, okay, I'm trying to figure out what might work. So this idea is taking the left side of the building, which is visible, as you can tell from the photographs, you can actually get there to take a picture, and extending it in its 1-story vocabulary. It has a gable, and there's some space in that gable we can capture in the attic space, as has been done on the existing, but then flip to the other side. The other side, you can see in the, well, maybe you can see in the crummy photograph, it is 2 stories. In other words, that 1-story roof goes up and it's almost flat at the top. That was probably an addition that happened before there was a historic district, but it is 2 stories on that side. There's a gable in the front, there's the 2 stories. And so what I was proposing is just extending that exact same massing through the addition, creating another gable, and then dropping it back down to the 1-story on the back. So if you go to the rear elevation, you can see the existing, how that roof works and the 2-story element works. And then what I would propose is just sort of filling that in and extending it out about 30 feet and grabbing that square footage. There's a ramp, and we have to maintain the ramp. So on their floor plan, we were putting the ramp on the side, which takes that whole rear entry off of the rear and puts it on the side, because the ramp that's the only place we can actually put the ramp. But anyway, that was my thinking, and I was hoping I could get some quick feedback to see whether that was something that looked like it might be able to be refined, and as a concept. These are some super grungy drawings here, but as a concept, is that something that might work? or not. So what are your thoughts?
All right. Well, thank you so much, David. I'll kick it off again and just say that, I'm a fan of maintaining the pedestrian interest, and I understand that the porch on the front will remain open. However, it's going to take a little convincing, at least of one commissioner, to close in the side porch. I do believe that the project looks great and is moving in a wonderful direction. It looks like you're kind of correcting some things, and so I do like that part of it. Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes, I agree as far as enclosing the porch. Oh, sorry. Wow, what's wrong? Yeah, I agree as far as enclosing the porch. That's going to be a tough sell. Although if it's a side porch, sometimes we have allowed that, but only in cases where it's left with windows to have an open look. So that's my feedback.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. Commissioner Lineberger?
Yeah, I agree. I like the direction. And I just really agree with the comments that have already been made. Christy, could you go back to the pictures you put up originally that you added? Yeah, thank you.
Why don't we get a few other commissioners in here? Commissioner Meard.
Sorry, I couldn't find my unmute. I think I agree with my fellow commissioners about that porch, especially just the way it kind of steps back, looking at the front facade, that really would change kind of what's going on in the depth from the street. But other than that, I mean, I think the kind of replication that he has moving through the site and the gables will continue the language. I like what he's done. I mean, even at a drawing standpoint, just what that entry is. That it appears on the left, and kind of how, at that point we're over 2/3 deep in the building, but just the nodes or the tip of the hat he's given to what's existing, to what he's doing back there.
Thank you, Commissioner Meard. Maybe two more comments. Commissioner Barth.
I don't know that I'd add anything that somebody hasn't said, but I agree about the porch. I mean, that's a pretty integral part to the original house, so I'd be cautious with closing that in.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we're all moving in a similar kind of direction. So David, I hope that was helpful feedback for you as you continue on with this project. Thank you.
Well, that's very helpful. And the side porch is really not that big a deal. It's not that much square footage. And if that's a sticking point, we'll let that go. And what I really wanted was some answers on the massing. If adding that, the massing we're showing on the rear is sort of a direction you think that would be okay, then we'll, spend some time and effort to try and refine it. But that's what I'm hearing is that sounds okay, except the front porch issue. We'll just forget that.
All right. Thank you so much, David. Have a great day.
All right. Thanks for your input. See you.
David, thanks. This is Christy. We can talk afterwards too, if you need to.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. All right. Okay. We're going to get started with our meeting. We're just going to roll right into consent agenda items. I have a feeling they usually go fairly quickly, but
we should call the meeting to order.
But I'm gonna kick it over to you to do all the chairperson
duties.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so the Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the August 11th meeting. I'm Kim Parati, chairperson, and I call this meeting to order at 1:22 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Jim Hayden, Krista Lineberger, and Phil Goodwin, who are present in the meeting room. The rest of the commissioners participating remotely are Chris Barth, Michelle Bonaparte, PJ Henningsen, Jessica Heineman, and that is it. Did I mention you, Krista Lineberger? Okay, thank you. So also present are Cindy Kohanek, Candace Leidy, Jill Sanchez Myers. We'll also have Thomas Powers present a little later on in the afternoon, Linda Keish, and Candy Thomas. I'd like to start off by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There might be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design guidelines. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation, and during discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the HDC of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. And finally, a final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names before they speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? All right, I'll start by saying I need to recuse for the first application. Our first VP is also absent right now, PJ. So we're going to kick it over to our second VP, Commissioner Hyman. Commissioner Hyman, are you there?
I'm here. Thank you.
All right,
Hi,
you're up.
Jessica. I will be your eyes in the room to help you know if anyone wants to speak. Terrence and Heather, are you with us?
Terrence is here. I think Heather was just on. I'm not
Okay.
sure if she's rejoined yet.
Hi, I did. Sorry,
Okay,
my
good.
computer kicked me off.
Oh, okay. Well, were you sworn in?
No, no, ma'am. My computer turned off while it was doing something. I don't know.
Okay, we're gonna have Jessica stand by. We're gonna have Kim re-swear you in. If you are one of the first 4 cases, so Mark and Kim, Gibbs, Sean Green, the Riegers, Ellen, Angie, if y'all are with us, please be sure to raise your right hand and be sworn in at this time. Thank you.
All right, raise your right hand and answer the following question with I do. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
All right, perfect. Now I will step back out.
Thank you. Okay, so the first application is a consent agenda item. It is a rear addition. It ties in below the ridge. It steps back from the right elevation, and there is also a small dormer addition on the right elevation. Their materials are to match existing with stucco and brick, and all the architectural details are also to match existing. Post-construction, the rear yard will be 8.5% impermeable. So it was simply the size of the project and the dormer on the right elevation being, I guess, slightly taller, wider than the existing roof line that has kicked this to the commission. But for those things, this would have been a staff review project, and you can see on the site plan where the addition is going. It's not spanning the entire rear of the house. So it is before you as a consent item, and Second Vice Chair Hinman.
Sure. Is there anyone here to speak for or against this project?
There's not.
Okay. Are there any commissioners who wish to move this agenda? Sorry, I don't have my script. Are there any commissioners that wish to move this off the consent agenda?
One has raised their hands in the meeting room and
All right, then.
or online.
Do we have a motion?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
I move to approve this application as it is not incongruous with the district and meets the guideline for additions, page 7.2, new construction, chapter 7, with the condition that the original triple ganged 404 windows that are being removed on the rear elevation be retained for future use, and with permit-ready drawings submitted to staff for final review.
Thank you. Do we have a second to that?
Second.
I think that's Commissioner Hayden.
It is.
Thank you, Commissioner Hayden. Is there any discussion of the motion on the floor? If not, let's go ahead and take a vote. I am going to start with the participants that I can see on my end, and Christy, I'm going to have you get the votes in the room, okay?
Sure.
Okay, Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Mearn,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman is a yes. Christy, I'll kick it over to you, please.
Okay, Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
and Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
So that is unanimous. Christy, I'll let you say the count since I don't have the room there. And I want to note that Commissioner Parati and Commissioner Henningsen were not present for this vote.
So it would be 8-0.
Thank you. And I will kick it back to the chair.
Okay. Excellent job, Second Vice Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Heineman. Wonderful job.
It's 7. I'm sorry, I forgot we were down a commissioner. Jill's not with us today.
All right, so let's move on to the second consent agenda item. Thank you, Terrence and Heather.
The next application is for just window changes at 201 Park Road. And it's simply due to visibility and the way this lot is configured on the roundabout on Park Road. It makes the back two rooms on the left elevation just highly visible from the public right away. And so that is going to come to the commission for review. You can see on slide 8 what is being changed. And just so there aren't any questions, where this door is at the back is an existing addition that is being reconfigured and bumped in and approved at the staff level. So all we are looking at are the changes to the windows, and this window from the left side moving back into the addition and then extending, adding 2 new windows to the left of an existing double hung. So with that, it's on the consent agenda. I'm going to turn it back to you.
All right, do we have anyone here to speak for or against this application? Christie?
Do not.
And commissioners, anyone, Commissioner Heineman?
I have a question for staff. Christy, are we permitted to keep this on the consent agenda and stipulate that the 2 new windows directly adjacent to the historic window be clear glass and not low E-glass?
Of course, you can make that as part of your motion.
Thank you.
Okay, any other commissioners have an objection to keeping this on the consent agenda list? No? All right, so Commissioner Heineman, you want to make a motion?
Yes, please. I move to approve this application with the stipulation that the 2 new windows directly adjacent to the historic window to remain be clear glass and not low E-glass due to the visibility of these windows from the public right-of-way. I would further say that this project is not incongruous with the district and meets the guidelines for 7.2 and Chapter 6.
Okay. All right, do we have a second for Commissioner Heineman's motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Goodwin. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes. Motion passes 8-0. Thank you, Mark and Kim. Okay, so now we're moving on to the third item on the consent agenda list.
Thank you. Sean and Lance and Deanna, are you with us?
I'm here.
I hear somebody.
Yep, this is Sean Green. I'm here.
Hi, Sean. Okay, that's all that's needed then. And you were sworn in, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Okay, so the next application is at 801 East Worthington Avenue, and it is a corner lot. It is for an accessory structure at the back right corner of the lot. You can see here in the pictures on slide 6 where there's an existing shed that will be removed and the new structure will be placed in generally the same area and comply with, of course, zoning setbacks. You can see the plans. It is for 1.5 story building with an open porch on the front. You can see it on the streetscape at the back of the lot. There's a 10-foot alley between it and the neighboring property. And if this were, again, but for it being a corner lot, this would have been a staff review. So it is here before the commission as a consent agenda item.
Okay. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
No.
Commissioners, anyone object to keeping 801 East Worthington on the consent agenda list?
I have a couple questions, please.
Okay, Phil?
Okay. On the site plan, I'm looking at the impervious area calculation. It looks like this is just an editorial comment. It says that the existing pervious area is 26.1% for the total. I think that's impervious area, just an editorial correction there.
If I may point you to, they've added calculations on the back on slide 10. And
Yeah.
staff is glad to review and verify those. Absolutely.
The other comment that I had is directly to the rear of the existing shed, there's several trees. And I don't see those trees on the survey. So I'm not sure what to do if we can have staff review that with the applicant to see if those trees can be preserved because they're so close to the construction site. I'm not even sure if they can be preserved or not.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent point and a good reminder that if something's in an alleyway, as those trees are in an alley, we don't have any purview over alleys for historic districts, unfortunately. We can surely encourage, replanting or minimizing impacts, but since they are in the alley, it's sort of outside our jurisdiction. And usually, the alleys were built to remain open for the use of the people along them. So those trees probably weren't intentional anyway. So that's kind of where it's just gray area. Any other questions? No? Okay, no, great questions. I will turn back to Kim.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Anyone else have any issues with this remaining on the consent agenda list? Or any questions about the application in general? All right, well, let's get a motion.
Yes, I make a motion to leave this on the consent agenda as it meets the guidelines for accessory buildings, page 8.9 in new construction, chapter 6, with the applicant filing permit-ready construction drawings and specifications for final review.
So it's not just about leaving it on the consent agenda list, right, as approval, Phil? Is that what you're saying? Okay, all right. Who wants to second that?
May I?
Sure.
Phil, did you want to add staff should verify the rear yard open space? Yeah, okay, we can do that.
Okay. All right, do we have a second to Phil's motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's take a vote. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes, motion passes 8-0. Thank you. All right. Now we are up to number 4 on our list, 2000 Charlotte Drive. And I'd like to remind you that we need to make a decision on this one today. Okay? All right.
Okay. Okay, Alan, Angie, are you with us?
Yes.
Hi, welcome. Have you both been sworn in?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Okay. As a continuance, this was continued from back in April. And just to again, to reiterate what Kim said, we do need a decision today because the required decision date of September 6th is prior to our next meeting. So all of the conditions for continuance are outlined in red. And at this point, I'm going to turn it straight over to Alan and Angie to explain the changes and answer any questions the commission might have. Alan, Angie, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then let me know what slide you would like.
Yes. Alan Brooks, 2021 Euclid Avenue.
Angie Lauer, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte, 28208.
What slide would you all like to start on?
Well, I think A4.1, I don't know exactly which slide. Maybe Angie can help with that.
Okay.
It would be the front elevation.
So
Keep going.
Keep going?
Yes, please.
Okay.
It would be slide 10.
Slide 10. Yes, it is. There you go.
Okay. So there was basically there were 3 findings that we were to adjust. And one was the roof form and the configuration of the addition, and then the HVAC system to be added, and the brick samples. So what in the project redesign was to simplify the roof forms and the form. And as you can see from the front, the only visible change from Charlotte Drive would be the pyramidal or the hip roof there that's showing. So no changes other than that in terms of, except that we did change the window trim around the previous elevation to conform to historic standards rather than above, which did not. So if we go to the left side, which would be, I guess, the next slide, you can see that the complete left hip was remained intact, and the addition was pushed back to the thermal wall. So there would be no protrusion over the side, and also at the rear, we were over the thermal wall as well. And the rear elevation, we kept the same form of the hip roof over the porch addition roof that was before, and a pair of windows with a gable at the roof form there. And then you can see the, of course, the chimney extension on the left, which faces the right elevation with a side street of Ideal Way. And there basically would be no changes from what was proposed before. And then there was a sheet added. If we'll go to, let's see, I'm not sure exactly which section. There's the, there was a sheet.
What kind of sheet, Alan? What are you looking for?
That has the HVAC system. Well, it was.
Christy, page 17.
Yep, I think that's what I have up. Is this correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, that shows the site plan and the elevations there, but there was one complete sheet that had details and photographs of the blow up of where exactly the HVAC units were. That one.
Page,
yes.
Slide 9.
Okay.
Yes.
And what this shows is a blow up area with all the vegetation, trees and shrubbery that are existing in place that hid the HVAC unit and the additional one in the corner of the sort of void of the setback of the house. And as you can see from the elevations with the incline and the retaining wall, it maintains its screening effect for the additional one. Now if we could go to the brick samples, which you were at before, that one.
Slide 6.
Yes, thank you. You can see that the color translation did not, is maybe not its best. I don't know what is visible, but it does show that there is a stack of brick that was used in the 2018 approved rear porch addition that were used on the porch. And you can see the slide below where at the bottom where you have the existing and you have the proposed and you have a brick from the sample. So that would be matching the addition that was already built as an approved historic district commission. And then on the upper right slide, you can see where the neighbor's fence that adjoins retaining wall and their brick fence is a match as well, but in a different manner. I don't know if I need to explain it, but there's not a brick that matches exactly the original brick of the house, which had the striated striking and then sort of a mush face. But the new sample or the sample shown on the porch edition matches more closely. And also, you can see there's exposed wood there, and not really cleaning of the tooling, and so we intend to do that on the addition, of course, proposed. So I think that covers everything that was a concern for at the last commission meeting. And Angie, I don't know if you have any comments to add.
Yeah, I do, Alan and Christy, thank you. So the main intent of this resubmission is to reduce the massing on the back left corner of the addition. Prior addition had cantilevered addition, and you lost the original profile of the gable roof. So the intent in this pass is to maintain the original left thermal wall and the addition on the second floor be truly stacked. But I say that 6 inches within the thermal wall of the house, because we don't want to stack the wall. So, so if you look at slide 11, you can clearly see a small addition. But in doing so, we did have to raise the ridge with a hip roof for maintaining height. On the next slide, slide 12, Christy, if you can, the rear addition, the reason for that gable on the back right corner is to have egress windows. So we have minimal plate heights, minimal height disturbance, but just enough to get egress windows in what is a future master bedroom on the second floor. On slide 13, which is the ideal way side, which there are 2 fronts to this house. The dormer that is for the bathroom is actually slid up on the roof and made smaller than the previous submission. But that's it. This has been reduced in plan. So Christy, if you can just go to the floor plans for me, please. I believe it is slide 17. 18. Thank you. So you can clearly see now that from the previous submission, the addition is all on the original footprint of the house and not expanded upon as previously submitted. So roof forms, materials, details, boxing, windows, all to match existing. And Alan touched on the brick. The brick that's on the house is not made anymore. That rug matted striped brick. You can either get color or texture, and you can't get both. So we felt that color was probably important so that it didn't stand out, especially where we're extending the chimney. So that's it. I have nothing else.
All right. Thanks, Angie and Ellen. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak?
No.
Okay, perfect. Commissioners, we had 3 key points, I believe, yep, for which we continued this application. Have they been met? Commissioner Barth, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah, I'm overall, I'm really happy with you, Angie, and Alan, you guys have done, have done here with the roof form. That was my main concern, that with the second floor protrusion over the lower, I think it's well improved. My only concern is on that left elevation. You mentioned that the wall did step back from the thermal wall. How far was that? Did you say 6 inches?
Yes, if you look at slides 11, there is a dimension on the very back wall. You can see it, I believe, is 6 inches in.
Mm-hmm. And the first floor portion of this, you mentioned that, was this a addition that was done previously, or is that part of the original house?
We're talking about the addition that was done is the fireplace in the back room addition.
Gotcha. Okay, but the part directly under your addition on the second floor, that's part of the original house?
Yes, if you look at the original photos, Christy, you can see that that is the original house.
Okay.
So as you see it existing, drawn, is the existing, right there where the meter is, that's all existing.
Gotcha. And so this roof line that we're looking at here, you'd keep that, and then the addition above would be back, I guess, a foot or so, or 18 inches beyond the eave line.
Yeah, so you're stacking studs, like it's stud over stud, except for on the back sets in 6 inches.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes.
And Christy, remind me, I know typically we don't like to put HVAC components that are visible from the front. We have they have an existing one there currently. I mean, is it acceptable to gang those together, or?
Correct. That's why that was a big discussion point, I believe, that PJ brought up back in the spring when we were hearing this. And that's why he requested the extra study on sightlines and visibility and height, since they were co-locating it where an existing unit.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I don't recall the exact discussion, so that's helpful. Other than that, if there are any other commissioners that, guys that may have a better idea on brick matching, I think I'd like to hear their comments.
Commissioners, Commissioner Goodwin has something he wants to say.
Yes, on the brick matching, we have gone to the Brickyard in Charlotte, and we have been able to find matching brick very closely to almost any project that we've done. Just wondering if you might be able to get a little better match on the brick, both in color and texture. And just wanted to know if you have checked with the Brickyard to see if they might have something available.
So if I may respond, Christy, if you can go back to the slide where it shows the brick. So the previous edition has matched color more than texture because of we have had other projects too that have this brick, and it's one or the other. What you see in the upper right-hand corner of slide 6 is a retaining wall that adjoins the house. Alan, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that would be the house that faces on Dilworth Road East.
Right. So that is that's another house. That's not the same house with 2 different brick.
That's at the subterranean original garage to the house, and the retaining wall perpendicular to it, and then the added portion, which would be the fence for the adjoining neighbor.
So this the slide that you see, slide 6, where it shows a single brick, where it says a brick sample from the brick that they have used on their addition, you can see that the color is, Christy, is there any way you can zoom in on that by any chance?
Well, an explanation there is you're looking at the side of the brick that is always in course in bond, so it would never be seen. It's actually the face that this slide really doesn't show, because that's the side that would be joined with the brick. So that was more or less just to show that this is a collection of brick from used before, but not as a match to color or anything.
This is Christy. If I may, we do have a mason on staff, and I think Commissioner Goodwin's suggestion was excellent. And sometimes photos, it looks like maybe flash was used. It's hard to show. It's one of the drawbacks of these hybrid meetings is we can't see the actual physical sample. So maybe you turn that over to staff, and if our mason isn't happy, that element can come back to you.
All right, perfect. That's a great idea. Thank you, Christy. Commissioner Heineman.
Hi, thank you. I have a question about the HVAC location. Christy, on my link from the agenda, it's A3.1, which appears to be my slide number 9.
Correct, it's our slide number 9 too.
Thank you. My question for the applicants is, in trying to reconcile this with our guidelines, which I think this would fall under, front yard HVAC units, but also under sort of the federal guideline of doing no harm or not increasing the nonconformance. Given the ordinance allows us to go halfway across a side setback with an HVAC unit, is it possible for us to, the existing gas pack is so large and so far towards the front of the house, I'm having a hard time with putting another unit in front of it. Is it possible for us to come to the side of it, given the allowance to go halfway into the setback?
Are you asking, Jessica?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Angie. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Well, considering that that's really the only vacant space that would allow for a unit that's like 36 by 36, without damaging any of the larger shrubs on the left-hand side. So if you look at that slide number 9, upper right-hand photo.
Gotcha.
That one, you could see that there's some shrubbery right there that's close to the property line.
Yeah, I gotcha.
There's really, it's tight. It's just tight. Yeah. Thank you, Christy, for sliding that over. Right there, where her cursor is.
Yeah.
There's, I believe those are rhododendrons on the front, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So we're talking about right behind the rhododendrons, and depending on their growth, I think it could shield any unit to the front, but we certainly don't want to take away planting to move a condensing unit.
Okay.
Sorry, this is staff again. Another option we've used is a small fence that ties in not quite at the front corner of the house. It's really short if you want that extra layer of protection. So just some options to think through.
Christy, thank you for saying that. Yeah, of course the struggle is that much as we don't want to remove any plant material is also transient in nature. So thank you for that option.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Barth.
Just 2 more comments. While we're here, is Angie or Alan, perhaps you can help me understand. It looks like that gas pack is closer towards the front of the house and in the picture than it's showing up in your site plan here.
I think that's largely due to the fact that the separation and the height, just the because it was measured, and just that you have the little connection with the ductwork, and so it makes it appear closer to the front.
Maybe that's an optical illusion. So okay, yeah, absolutely. I don't think we'd want to go out past the front of the house, and I guess per your site plan, you're telling us that it won't. So that's good. And then before we turn Brick over to Steph, I just want to clarify. Can you explain where you will be adding new brick, like the scope of your brickwork? Is it only on the chimneys that you're increasing the height to, or do we have some foundation work for any brick veneer walls that are being added?
No, it's just the chimney. There's no foundation, the house, or connection to it, and no brick material on the addition. So it's strictly the chimney.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, commissioners, any other questions before we close for deliberation? Yes, Angie?
Yeah, it's both chimneys. It's the outdoor fireplace and the one on the main house.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Angie, for that clarification.
Yes.
Okay, let's close for deliberation. Commissioners, we continued this application. There were 3 points that needed to be met. We've had some discussion about 2 of the points primarily. Chris Barth, why don't I start with you? Thoughts?
I have a little heartburn over the on the left elevation that we're looking at here with the alignment of the, I guess what we would consider a dormer there. Although, I think they've made some sacrifices in order to, reduce the addition on the second floor towards the back. So, I could live with it, especially since it's not a street facing elevation. I don't know if any other commissioners have an opinion. Other than that, I'm okay with almost all of this except for the possibility to maybe add a more permanent screening feature for the HVAC and staff to approve the brick.
Sure. So that could be worked into a motion. Commissioners, anyone else have heartburn over the addition on the left side elevation? Commissioner Heineman?
Yeah, I'm kind of with Chris on this, but I'm willing to let go of it because the applicant has been so responsive in so many regards to reducing the massing and complexity of this. So while I still find that it's got a little bit of complexity with what I would call sort of a hinge in the roof here, I sort of appreciate the extreme constraints that the applicant's working within and the fact that this is the one corner of this house that's the least visible from anywhere. So I'm willing to be fine with this. I am invested in a more permanent screening solution for the HVAC unit. And I'm fine with staff approving the brick.
Okay. Just looking at where they were and how we asked them to simplify this addition and how they did, I'm completely on board with it. So, and I don't see anyone in the room who's chomping at the bit to say anything. So, maybe we can make a motion and see how it pans out.
I'll make a motion.
All right, Commissioner Barth, thank you.
I'd like to approve this project as designed, as it is not incongruous with the neighborhood, with staff approving the brick selection added to the chimneys prior to installation, as well as staff approving a permanent screening device for the HVAC units loaded on the front of the house.
Okay.
Commissioner Barth, could you add some guideline citations, please?
Yes, I'd like to also cite guideline 7.1 intro, 7.2 number 6, and 7.3, as the applicant has met these requirements.
Perfect. Thanks, Commissioner Barth. Do we have a second of the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Commissioner Heineman.
Sorry, I forgot to pull my hand down. But if you're asking for votes, I'll go ahead and give you a yes.
Okay, well, I was asking for your hand, but I'll start with you. Before we do that, any discussion of the motion? Commissioner Heineman kicks it off with a yes.
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes, motion passes 8-0. Thanks, Alan and Angie.
Okay, our next application, while I pull it up, I think we could source some people in. John and Eric, are you with us?
Yes, we are. Can you hear us?
No, you sound like you are very far away in a cave.
Okay,
Uh-oh.
wait. I'm getting some feedback from the room that they'd like to take a little break before we move on to our larger cases. So why don't we take a 5?
Okay,
All right.
let's do it.
Okay.
Okay, and we are back. John, Eric.
We are here. Does this sound better?
Yes. Yes. It's
So
good.
much.
So much better. Okay, we're gonna.
We had a
start-
microphone that we plugged in, so.
Perfect.
Thank you for that. Why don't you guys raise
No
your
problem.
right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and the information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, this application is for new construction on the corner of East Boulevard. In the staff memo that's on your screen shows why the project was continued from our special meeting held at the end of June. The applicants have provided revised plans. And there are a couple of people who do want to speak on this project, just giving everyone a heads up. But with that, I'm not going to get into it. I'm going to let the applicants explain the project changes and the plan changes. And so Eric and John, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, then let me know what slide you'd like to start with.
All right. My name is John Abish. I live at 501 Olmsted Park Place.
And my name is Eric Lemieux. I live at 1106 Euclid Ave, apartment 408.
And if we could start on slide 5, that would be wonderful. Thank you. All right, well, we'll get started. I'm John Abish. Obviously, I've presented this project the previous time. Eric Lemieux is part of the development team looking to present the project with us today. As we have done quite a bit of revisions, we are going to try to keep it as clear, as concise as possible. We obviously had, 2 weeks to resubmit and redesign it. And we feel like we did a really good job of really taking your comments to heart and trying our best to really redesign it that speaks to the context, but also speaks to a successful residential project. So with that, we'll start on slide 5, and I'll let Eric start from here and talk about some context things.
Yeah, thanks, John. I appreciate everyone's time and the opportunity to present today. My name is Eric Lemieux. I'm representing the development team. We're really looking forward to providing a residential project on this very prominent corner in historic Dilworth. We're also looking forward to making sure that our project appeals to not only the HDC guidelines, but also all the stakeholders in the local historic Dilworth neighborhood, as well as the local businesses along East Boulevard. We primarily wanted to make sure that our project was respectful by transitioning the height that was provided in the taller buildings in South End to make sure that we're respectfully transitioning the height down to the existing structures in Dilworth. Next slide, please.
Slide 6.
Slide 6. Thank you. So we really thought this was a great opportunity to provide a housing option that really supports walkability to not only the local businesses, but also really appropriately supports the Blue Line station. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is a quick context reminder that we're really surrounded by a couple of non-historic buildings and taller buildings that I think we all understand likely would be challenging to approve under the current HDC guidelines. We also thought this would be a great opportunity as a result to provide a project that has very high architectural standards that further activates this corner. And we also thought it would be a great opportunity to provide housing that really supports pedestrian activity along the Euclid and East Boulevard sidewalks. We also took the opportunity to reach out and try to connect with about 11 businesses on the East Boulevard corridor. The general feedback that we received was pretty positive to our architectural design and renderings. They also appreciated that the potential to bring additional residents, in turn of customers, to support their local businesses. There were some concerns raised about parking. They appreciated that a lot of the parking that we were proposing was internal to our site and also typically screened from public view and walking on the sidewalks. Finally, they certainly supported a residential use on this site as opposed to another business type of use. If you don't mind going to, actually, we can stay on this slide. I'm sorry. Yeah, appreciate it. We did, oh, slide 7, please. Thank you. We certainly did acknowledge that we have the opportunity to implement 3 applicable policies. Of course, the Historic District Guidelines, the 2040 Comp Plan, and the East Boulevard Pedscape Plan. We certainly want to be mindful of the Historic District Guidelines while also trying to make sure our project is in line with the goals and objectives of the Ped Overlay Plan and the 2040 Comp Plan from the City of Charlotte's Planning Department. Since the 2040 Comp Plan was recently adopted, we're really excited to provide a project that meets the intent of 10-minute neighborhoods, providing more housing access for all, and then finally, really making sure that we're bringing a project that maintains the historic charm, which we can certainly circle back to the historic guidelines. So now we can please go to slide 16 for John to refer to the 4th floor elevation changes.
All right. So per the Historic District's findings of fact that they, in the letter, I wanted to make sure that we went through each bullet point and really talk about, what your concerns were and how we, adapted to those concerns. So we've eliminated the 4th floor. You don't see it in here anymore. And actually our new project is the roof height is actually lower than the neighboring building next to it. So that was obviously a new design constraint to not have 4-story townhomes anymore, and now going down to 3, so it changes the plan a little bit. But after incorporating the first review of HTC comments, if we look at the Euclid elevation, I think that's kind of, so slide 17, I think that was the big challenge. And as you can see, what we've done, we're actually stepping down towards the residential as you move north on Euclid. So we've stepped down to 2 stories. So if you look at the massing, we've broken it up a lot more versus what it was before. It looked like 2 American 4-square homes. We've broken up the massing more. If you go to slide 18, and actually slide 19 would probably be beneficial. That kind of tells the picture. That's the Euclid elevation. So it's obviously broken up a lot more than it was in the previous presentation. I've taken care of the balcony railing concerns that were at the corner of East and Euclid, where the balcony railings were outside of the columns. I've brought them in to the inside of the columns. I've also added some balconies above the entry points along Euclid with a canopy overhead. I didn't want to add columns because it felt too heavy, so I did a decorative bracket instead, and it starts to lighten up the 2nd and 3rd floor. And I thought that was the right approach here. And as you can see on the far east side of this slide, you'll see the 2-story kind of step down with the porch along the porch roof along that corner. That really brings it back down to that pedestrian single-family feel. If you want to talk about these 2 comments.
And just to follow up to John's point, after digesting our first HTC review comments, which we certainly appreciated, we've really had a great opportunity to work with the property owner who continues to support a residential use on this site, which is in line with what we're hoping to achieve as well. So they've been very appreciative and open to working with us to make sure that we can accommodate and adjust the land value to make sure that we can still make this project work. So we've been very appreciative of that. We've also made some concessions in terms of the scope of our project. We've removed the rooftop terraces. We've lost some square footage. We've also conceded from 3-bedroom units down to 2-bedroom units. But that was a very, we were able to bring a positive out of that by further being able to reduce the average price per unit, which certainly led to more attainable units as part of this project, which I think is a goal that all stakeholders are really looking for this type of project to support the 2040 comp plan. So John, we'll turn it back to you to speak to the foundation levels.
So slide 16, please. And this was based on the comment that the building needs to respect the adjacent heights of foundation level, cornice level, and roof level of the adjacent buildings. So, as we've went down from 4 to 3 stories, obviously we want to maintain those 9-foot ceiling heights. I think everybody enjoys living in a townhouse or a home that has 9-foot ceilings. So this is a slab on grade as well. It's not, a raised first level. So what we've done, and as the natural grade slopes to the corner of East and Euclid, our FFE is a little bit lower than the adjacent building, but we're trying to maintain those strong horizontal lines that play into the rest of the streetscape, not just the neighboring building. And I think we've done a good job of maintaining those steps up to the patios of each unit entry. And also we're providing that step within the front yard as well that we discussed. And we've obviously, as you can see, the 3 buildings to the right of Euclid Avenue, if you see those horizontal lines, we do align with that. It's just that the first floor is a little bit lower, but we're trying to gear this towards a pedestrian level, modern approach as well. And we're also thinking about accessibility as well. Not everybody can walk very well, and some people don't want to walk up, 5 stairs to get into their front door. So we're trying to think about that as well and be mindful of it. Can you go to slide 18, please? That's just a quick reminder on slide 18 that I updated the railings to be inset of the columns. Now this does make that 2-story porch feel a little more vertical than it did before. I think with the railing on the outside, it felt more square. So it changes the proportions a little bit, but I like it. I like kind of where it's going, and I think that was a good move. And now to slide 8, please. That's going to be you.
Thanks, John. So regarding slide 8, this is one of the comments we received in our first review to provide a block site plan that shows some of the context of the adjacent properties, as well as their setbacks from the curb line. Since we're in the ped overlay, our setbacks are measured from the back of curb. So we thought it would be beneficial to provide this.
Eric, we lost you.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you hear us?
Now we can. You were talking about the ped overlay.
I think we were muted and unmuted.
We were just able to hear you, so if you're talking now, we cannot. Still no sound. John, Eric, you there?
Commissioner Barth, will you just say something so we can just make sure it's not us?
Can you hear me?
Yep. Thank you.
Should we unplug it? Let's just unplug it.
Oh no, don't unplug it. Don't unplug it. We can hear you. And now we
Can you
can't.
hear
so
us?
maybe- Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so you are all able to hear us now. Is that correct?
We are. Yes.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. So yes, during our first HDC submittal, we wanted to do our due diligence and research the ped overlay, East Boulevard pedscape plan, which of course actually did include, certainly it's an older plan from 2002, it was adopted by City Council. It also did include community engagement from the DCDA and the HDC at the time. So this part of East Boulevard was acknowledged to be within the historic Dilworth limits. The 18-foot building part of that plan from back of curb on Euclid Ave, which was actually one of the more significant and longer distances from back of curb for the plan, since it was within the HDC limits. We're also dealing with the adjacent property to the Plan West that actually has a roof and gutter overhang that actually encroaches on our property line into the property. And then 1712 Euclid has their primary setback off Euclid Ave. And Euclid Ave in our case is really more of a secondary setback. Our primary setback is off Euclid Boulevard. So that's what went into our first plan submittal. Chris, if you don't mind going to the next slide, please. Thank you. If you don't mind zooming in a little bit too, that would be helpful. That's perfect. Thank you. So as a result, we also understand that there's historic district guidelines that have that might supersede in the current fashion over what that previous PED overlay plan included, as well as also understanding that we received concerns from the DCA on how that pedestrian experience would feel with the building close to the sidewalk if it was constructed directly at 18 feet. So we really wanted to make sure that we were articulating our building more. So our thermal wall ranges between 19.5 feet to 25 feet to the entryways. So the zoning ordinance requirement is 18, but we really wanted to articulate our building to provide more than that. Our stoops and steps go down, do start at 18 feet, but our thermal wall is greater than that. The existing buildings the previous buildings that were on site before they were removed are in red. We were able to attain a survey from the current landowner from those buildings. So the previous building at 331 East Boulevard, the building corner was 20 feet from back of curb for reference. So we're very close to what was proposed originally, and we further incorporated more articulation compared to the previous structure that was there. So I think now we'll go to slides 17 and 19. John, for you to take over.
Yeah, can you go to slide 17? I promise we're almost done.
For purposes of the court reporter, the slide that we were just on was slide 9.
Yeah, let's just go to slide 19. I think slide 19 covers it. So just one of the comments was, restudy of massing, setback, roof line, scale, and height. This has been fully revised from what you've seen before. We're trying to maintain the same design strategy though, with the American Foursquare hints, with the brick at the base, keeping that same design strategy, but just bringing it down to that 3-story and really being mindful of the massing. So like Eric said, where the entry stoops are, that wall all the way up is about 25 feet back from the setback, from back of curb. And other things to point out, there's no single family house on our block, even though we are in R5 zoning. So as we think about where we are in our context, I think this just kind of reinforces the fact that we do feel like this really fits the context and embellishes the context of this corner. Can we go to slide 10 and just talk about tree planting? That was another big comment that was discussed last time, and we wanted to expand on that.
Yes, thanks, John. And Chris, if you don't mind zooming in on that one as well a little bit too, that'd be appreciated. All right, thank you. I think I can work with that. So I believe August of 2020, there was a notice of violation that was issued on the property. So we wanted to take this opportunity to talk through that. We understand that a tree was removed when the previous structure on 331 East Boulevard was removed, and that was not included as part of the scope of the COA. I believe May of this year, there was communication with the property owner referring to a mitigation plan to plant 3 additional trees as a result of removing that one tree when that previous structure was removed. So I wanted to make sure that that we proposed a clear plan to fully reconcile that. So we're proposing 2 large maturing trees within our front setback, which are those 2 green circles in the front setback. And we're really providing spacing that meets urban forestry requirements. We had a full arborist report provided to make sure that we're inspecting all the trees within or on site. We are preserving the existing trees. I think there's 2 maples and 1 walnut tree on East Boulevard, where we're intending to preserve those. I think there's 2 oaks on Euclid. Since we did receive some concerns on parking, we were trying to, we figured we would propose an additional parking space. Upon review by our arborist that mentioned there was a girdling root on the oak tree. But after working with the DCA, and we totally understand the importance of preserving healthy tree canopy. Those are some very large, beautiful trees on Euclid. We are working with the DCA for another opinion from landscape management and the city arborist to see if that tree is in fact healthy. And if it is, regardless, we are willing to concede another parking space just to make sure that we can keep that tree since it is desired by the neighborhood. We are proposing another small maturing tree along the rear alleyway. We would, of course, prefer a large maturing tree, but we're constrained since there's a public alleyway that actually encroaches into our site limits. And we also have overhead Duke Energy transmission lines. So as a result, for clearance requirements, as well as complying with the urban forestry tree requirements, we're proposing a small maturing tree. I think that's all I have for tree mitigation. John, slide 26 for you.
Can you, last slide we want to show is slide 26, Christy. I think this one, if you want to zoom in, this one kind of covers the bases. I think everyone was mainly happy with the East Boulevard elevation the previous time, but it was the Euclid elevation that was really the cause of concern. So just showing this updated rendering, and I think we'll end here, is we want to show that our goal is to activate Euclid Avenue right here as well, with plantings and, activated, entries into each unit. The previous structure that was there obviously didn't have a good street presence. I remember driving by it every day and seeing the trash cans outside. So obviously we're trying to mitigate that and make this a much more embellished approach here. And, as the trash will be behind here, and not even in view of the street at all. So we're proposing to have 5 units really activate Euclid Avenue and 4 units to activate East Boulevard. With more building articulation, and we're looking forward to your comments, and we thank you, and this is it. That's our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, John and Eric. We have people on the phone wishing to speak for and or against this application. Yes,
We do. Ellen Citarella.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Oh, great. Okay.
all right. Do we want to get everyone who's supposed to talk to
Sure.
do this now?
I think she said she has.
I have not.
You have not.
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm sorry. I missed
Okay.
that. My bad. Kemper Boyd, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Hi. Have you been sworn in?
No.
Okay. And we also have one unknown caller on the phone. Candace, will you unmute the unknown caller, please? Caller, if you would just identify yourself and or even tell us if yes or no, you are calling to speak on this project 331 and 325 East Boulevard. Caller?
I guess you might be talking to me.
Maybe.
Hello?
Hi.
Okay. No, I'm actually calling for another project.
Okay, great.
I have to do my presentation. I had to leave my office.
Okay, we
So,
got it.
Yeah.
Thank you so
right.
much. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay, Kemper and Ellen, if you would direct
Raise-
your attention to Kim, please.
If you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and the information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay, all right, thank you. The floor is yours, Ellen.
Ellen, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure. My name is Ellen Citarella, and we live at 322 East Kingston Avenue, which is located behind this site. And I do want to start by saying that we were glad to see the improvements on the front of the building. and the reduction in the height. We do have some concerns at this point, and these are the main concerns that we have relative to the guidelines. Starting with size, the relationship of the project to its site. The building, as we all know, is the former 331 East Boulevard, and it has a side yard along Euclid that is too small, as shown in the application. Christy, yeah, are these my?
Yes, have your
Perfect.
information pulled up. We're on slide 3 of the agenda supplement.
Yeah, excellent. Sorry to interrupt myself. So it has, the side yard actually we feel is too small. That's shown on that slide that you're looking at right now. The building at 325, or what was 325, the former Magic Attic, is almost twice the size of the previous structure. And you can see these, and I guess these came from a previous survey. Once the motor court is in place, and that's the area where the cars will go in and out of the garages, those two lots will have a great deal less permeable than they originally had. So we feel that the size of these two structures on these two parcels does not meet the guidelines. Spacing, the side distance from adjacent buildings as it relates to other buildings. You know, the Miller Apartments, and I always loved the quadruplex there, but that building always felt like it was very close to the sidewalk while walking toward East and Euclid to that intersection, which I do frequently. The proposed building will be even closer to the sidewalk based on that block site plan. Could go to page 9. I'm not sure how the page numbers go. Yeah, I think that's the one.
Yep, this is, you have slides 3 and slides 4 in the supplement. If you want me to switch back to their presentation, I can do that as well.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's good. So I'll just repeat, the building is even closer to the sidewalk based on this diagram. The side yard proposed is smaller than 401 East, which is right across the street. And we've been out there several times with a tape measure, measuring from the back of curb to a retaining wall, and then from the retaining wall to the thermal wall of 401 East. The numbers that we come up with do not match the numbers that they have on their diagrams. So I think that is somewhat perplexing. In addition to that, information that we can't actually verify, it appears that 5 feet of the alley, the rear alley, is labeled as the rear yard. Yeah. So we feel like a couple of the measurements appear to be inaccurate. We remain concerned about the massing of the Euclid Avenue elevation. In addition, I'm not finding a clear depiction of the connection between the front door and the sidewalk along the Euclid side of the building. Maybe it's in the renderings. Also, but I don't see any measurements. Also, it appears from the rear elevations on page 21 of the application that the corner that will be prominent driving south on Euclid toward East Boulevard looks like a blank wall. The last comment I have is regarding the tree removal, and I was glad to hear them say that they are reconsidering that seriously now. Dilworth holds a fundraiser called Share the Shade, which raises money to plant street trees, both in Dilworth and in nearby communities, and communities that have fewer funding resources than we do. Taking out a street tree or even part of a planting strip for parking is contrary to our goal. And last but not least, and I know you always hear me say this, I want to thank you all for your time, because I know that you spend a great deal of time looking at all of these applications on a regular basis. And thank you for the work that you do to save our historic neighborhoods.
Thank you, Ellen. All right, Kemper, will you please state your name, your address, and
my name is Kemper Boyd. I'm at 314 East Kingston Avenue. I'm also, as Ellen is, I'm concerned about the measurement between the sidewalk on Euclid and the building. From the, I think it was drawing 3, it looked like the newer building is actually closer to the sidewalk. So that's a huge concern. I appreciate that they removed the 4th floor. this from the last time we met. A lot of my concern on parking and things like that have nothing to do with this meeting. I understand that, but again, it's the closeness to the building to the sidewalk on Euclid. How close is that? As far as trees go, I appreciate that they're going to be planting trees. The city removed a very, very large tree in front of our house 2 years ago that was dying, and they've yet to replace it. We're still waiting 2 years later for them to replace it. So I don't have a lot of faith that they will do it. So I appreciate that the developer plans to do that. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Kemper. All right, commissioners, questions of the applicant. Commissioner Bonaparte, thank you.
Yes, so to the applicants, getting feedback. The trees that you are proposing to remove, what size are they again? I know that the arborist did an assessment, but it's a lot of pieces of material and I just want to confirm.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. Are you referring to, so just for a minor clarification, I know we had a very tight timeline to resubmit. So we've had a couple of meetings with the DCA since our submittal. So I think tree number 2, which is on that diagram, or actually we can work on this slide too. The oak tree on Euclid, we are certainly willing to accommodate keeping that tree because we value preserving that canopy. Our arborist identified a girdling root. So I think there was some subjectivity about the longevity of that tree. So we were trying to mitigate concerns that were raised from some other stakeholders around within the neighborhood for parking. But we are more than willing to keep that tree. I mean, it's a great looking tree on Euclid Ave. So we're more than willing and happy to revise our plans to keep that existing oak tree on Euclid as a result. The other trees that we're proposing to remove are on I believe the 321 property line, or sorry, 321 East Boulevard property line with 325. There are some invasive species at that property corner, which is highlighted. The canopy is highlighted in red if you zoom in. Oh, I'm sorry, that looks like it's on another slide. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so there's a couple of ligustrums, I believe it's pronounced. So as a result, our arborist was recommending to clear the invasive species. And also upon review of our construction plans, they're proposing to remove the remaining hackleberry and I believe oak trees that vary from 16-inch, or I'm sorry, 6-inch, I apologize. And I can clarify the other trees in 1 second, if you don't mind. Sorry, 1 second.
While they're doing that, do you want to see if there are any other concerns?
Commissioners, any other questions of the applicant before we close? I'd like to make sure we get all of our questions out now so we don't have to reopen. Sure. And you have one on deck. He's looking for some information, so I'll come to you first, Phil. Okay.
Tree size.
Go to that plan.
Yeah, why don't we let Commissioner Goodwin ask his question for the sake of time? We have a pretty full agenda today, so we want to make sure we're making the best of our time. Commissioner Goodwin?
I know that you mentioned the foundation height earlier, but I didn't understand exactly what change was made to the foundation. And also on that setback on the Euclid side, was that changed at all from the last presentation?
So the setback, well, actually, first thing is the slab on grade has not changed. What we did was we tried to raise it a little bit so that the first level was closer to the neighboring property. However, from the natural grade sloping, and this is a slab on grade first floor, it is lower than the porch entry of the neighboring property by about 2 feet. As far as the setback along Euclid, what we didn't change the setback from the closest points, but what we did is, if you look in plan there, the solid walls along 3 stories, especially at the corner as you on the far right of this plan that you're looking at, we're stepping it back in a lot more than we were in the previous application. So we're just having the porch there. So we're dematerializing it to kind of bring it back down to that single family level. Even though there's a 2.5 story office building adjacent.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions? Or did you all find the information you were looking for?
I did. Yeah, I apologize for that. I needed to pull up our arborist report. So the trees that we're proposing to remove are a group of 2 small pistaches, a 20-inch hackberry, and several orgustrums, which are invasive species.
Okay. Commissioner Bonaparte, do you have any follow-up questions on that?
Nope, I can see it. Thank
Okay.
you.
Mm-hmm. All right, commissioners, any other questions of the applicant before we close? Commissioner Barth.
Yeah, the 4 porches on the East Boulevard elevation, how are those entry porches, or are those
Yes.
just okay? So how do you expect the occupants of those units to access those porches?
So, and this plan is deceiving. If you go to the, there's a bunch of slides in here, but the landscape plan at the bottom, there's basically going to be a sidewalk to those entries off of, there we go, that one, slide 29. This was the previous version, but I think the landscape idea still remains. Is if you zoom in, you get a sidewalk from Euclid into that first corner unit, and then you have a center sidewalk with steps up that access the 2 internal units.
And then the one on the
they're not-
left is access from the alley.
Correct.
Okay. And tell me if you can, what's the dimension from the grade to the main eave line on the 3rd story?
Grade to the main eave line. Let's see. Let me look up. I don't have that number with me right now. I should have.
Guess we could kind of add them together.
Yeah, I mean it's basically like 9 foot 1.5.
29, 30 feet.
It's like 30. It's like 32 feet.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else, commissioners? All right. Why don't we close for deliberation? All right. Why don't we start by working our way through the reasons we continued this application? So the block site plan showing the new building and adjacent setbacks on the building and positions of the buildings surrounding it. Setbacks, especially on the Euclid side, were a major thing for us. So, you know, we've seen where it's closer to Euclid than the previous building. And they're saying it's about, what is it, 18 from the curb. Their neighbors are saying that it's, that their numbers don't match. So, I mean, what's the consensus on the setbacks? Let's start there. Jim?
Quite honestly, I don't know who to believe as far as which dimensions are correct. I can't believe that we're being given incorrect, but you never know. And it also depends on what line is being measured to and from. I don't have any issues with the setback myself.
Okay. Anyone, Commissioner Heineman?
As it relates to the setback, I've spent a ton of time at this site this week for this reason. The dimension that is relevant to me is the distance from the back of the sidewalk to the thermal wall. I do think that there was a really helpful exhibit. I'm sorry, I don't know which number slide it is. It might be number 9 that shows that, you know, the thermal wall is essentially holding the line of the thermal wall of the previous historic building. And it's really the porches that are jogging in and out, and those are negative spaces. And so I think in some ways, if that's the case, that's a stronger reading. The building that's across Euclid, I do want to clarify, that is a historic building that was built in 1914. It is an American Foursquare, and it really is our reference point here. That building is pretty close to the back of curb. If I had to guess, it's probably between 5 and 6 feet to the back of curb and has a little site wall there. And in my opinion, as a neighbor of this site who jogs on this street every day and is very aware of the volumetric relationships on this intersection, I think actually holding a similar setback to the back of sidewalk to the historic building at 401, it is what feels appropriate and contextual and consistent with the character of the neighborhood, because on these big intersections along East Boulevard, these larger Foursquare buildings that anchor the corners and come closer to the street feel very protective of the residential lots behind them. So I am comfortable being closer to Euclid than the property behind it, but the measurement that will be relevant to me is the back of sidewalk to the thermal wall.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
I have just one random comment too that I want to add to the record that is not related to that, which is, and Christy may have to correct me on this, I think the violation on the previous homeowner was for the removal of the trees without a COA and the removal of the rolled curb, the site curb without a COA, correct?
I don't want to misspeak. I would need to check, but it did come to the commission for review, and
we only
was
approved the building, not the features, right?
Right. Well, it was just determined that, you know, either the property owner could go in and fix it themselves, or he could
transfer
that to the developer, which is what's happening here.
Yeah, I think that the applicant seems clear about our relationship at the edge of the sidewalk along East Boulevard. So I just want to make sure we go on record about that piece of it. But the applicant seems to understand it just fine. But that's my comment as it relates to the Euclid setback. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Commissioner Barth, you wanted to say something.
I think I just had my hand up, but I will say, you know, I'm kind of agree with what Jessica's saying. You know, I mean, it's their secondary setback, and you know, my main concern is really the eave line and how the third story is treated, and the roof slope of the main roof line seems a little high to me in context to the surrounding buildings. So to me, that's, you know, I think I may want to see a little more study on that.
Okay, that's great. That gets us to our next point, which is really looking at the buildings in context to the ones to the right as well as the left. So will you just, for my own edification, restate what you just said about the eave lines, Commissioner Barth?
Well, especially looking, if you go back to the previous slide, yeah, looking at the overall form of the proposed project in relation to this streetscape, I think is really telling. I mean, the overall form is very boxy. You know, the roof line is very flat. You know, I appreciate that they took off the fourth story and changed the scale between each floor plate. And responded to that a little bit, but I think it was Jessica who even mentioned this last time, in sort of relating these new structures with the datum line that goes across the streets, as you can see on the Zotwell survey here. The proportion of that is just a little bit off, which creates, you know, sort of a, I don't know how to say, you know, it's off-putting the rhythm. So, you know, if that third story can be treated in a different manner, then I think that would help. At the same time, I know they have some ADA things that they need to work through and that sort of thing. So I'm willing to pull back a little bit from that, but you know, I think this is just too far beyond what I would like to see with rhythm and massing.
Okay, that's helpful. The applicant wants to say something, so I will reopen so that they can. The floor is yours.
There we go. Thank you. We just wanted to respond to the previous comment about the sidewalk as well on Euclid. Just to clarify, the current sidewalk is 5 feet wide. What we're proposing to do is make it 6 feet wide, offsetting it inward, not outward, towards the street. And then from the sidewalk, face of sidewalk to the face of thermal envelope, the narrowest point would be 5'6". So that gives you enough room for planters, etc. And as you go towards East Boulevard, the corner, it actually gets wider. So you're gonna have a 6 foot wide sidewalk instead of 5, as well as about 5'6" between the thermal wall. Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, the porch columns come past that, but that's, you know, from a standpoint of just architectural interest.
Yeah, and thanks, John. And just one more quick follow-up point to the Euclid setback conversations. That's the reason why we really tried to focus on building articulation and really trying to activate the sidewalk more than the previous structure that was on the site. We're also constrained. We realize the importance of providing two buildings on the site to provide a consistent feel of what was there before. But we're constrained by a 28-foot dimension for a center driveway for a dual loaded alleyway to meet city standards. So our setback off Euclid, excuse me, is a little constrained since the width of the driveway has to be 28 feet. So by the time we fit in our garages to make sure that we have adequate parking for the site, on top of making sure that we have adequate space for vehicular maneuvering, we're really constrained about how far we can come off from Euclid. So I just wanted to make sure we all understood that point.
All right, thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
Okay, we will reclose. Okay. So we also talked about the tree replanting. Anyone have challenges with what's been proposed? Commissioner Heineman.
I actually have a question for Commissioner Hayden. Jim, can you remind us why hackberries are on our protected tree list? Because I have never understood that.
I am afraid I have the same dilemma you do. I think it's protected because it has the ability to get pretty good size. And that's about it. It's not a tree of significant value.
Will you say that again, Jim? You were kind of muffled.
I do not share the vision that a hackberry is a tree that needs to be protected, but I think, you know, it is due to the fact that it can get fairly sizable and it does grow a little quicker than the oak trees. So it can be a canopy tree bigger and faster than some of the others can. But anything that grows fast tends to be weak wooded and tends to become problematic sooner than later.
Okay. All right, any other points about the tree replanting? Okay, well, we have to stick a pin in that because they're proposing to take down hackberry. So why don't we go then to our next point? They did eliminate the fourth floor, but then we're getting back to a point Commissioner Barth brought up. respecting the rhythm of the foundation levels, the cornice levels, the roof levels, so on and so forth. So Commissioner Hyman.
Sorry, my hand was actually raised to ask if anybody noticed the Bartlett letter about the pecan tree, if anyone had any issue with the pecan tree. It says it's to be, that Bartlett recommends to save it, but it has a lien.
Yeah, I saw that and I was surprised because it has a scary lien.
And I mean, honestly, based on our experience with leaning trees, if we're gonna assess tree replacement, I just would like to go on record that any tree replacement needs to be within the property lines and can't be in the public right of way. And I would rather not insist that a leaning pecan tree stay if we can just handle it in the tree replacement package.
Okay. I'm on board with that. What about you, Jim? Okay.
Yes.
Jim's in agreement with that.
If we're going on to East Boulevard, I'll just echo, what Commissioner Barth said, which I thought he got right. My struggle is that, riding up and down East Boulevard, we do not have a presentation of a 3-story building, within a 360 of this site. And there are buildings that are 3 stories disguised as 2.5 stories within a 360, but I'm struggling with the fact that it's a true 3-story presentation. Can I add really quick though that I did think that the applicant's point about holding the foundation lines of the adjacent buildings with other architectural features was a point that was really well made. And I think if they can pick up that foundation line in a really strong way in the other architectural features, that is a really great way of nodding back to the context.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Anyone else have thoughts about the 3-story versus what is currently there? It kind of reminds me, is it too early to talk about Plaza Midwoods, Van Landingham?
No, that was approved in May. You're well out of the appeal time frame.
Okay.
And yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so it kind of reminds me of that. And that one was approved. So I'm just kind of curious about Jessica, for example, what are your thoughts on that project versus this one? How are they different in your eyes?
I think I would caution the commission on comparisons, given the fact that it's in a completely different historic district, completely different context. The plaza is very residential, whereas East Boulevard is residential, but also more stately residential and a wider boulevard. So just, I would say just.
That's fair.
Maybe keep it to Zotwell and
Rhythms
relationship
and context and all of that. So, which is where I'm going with it, but I think really your point about the context of the areas being vastly different was just.
I mean, Chairperson Ferretti, I would just put a nod to 525 East Boulevard, which is the applicant has used as a precedent. It is very clearly a 3-story building, but it really strongly hangs on to the language of 2.5.
Okay. All right. Let's go back to some of our other points that we wanted to address. Let's see here. We asked that from the Euclid streetscape that they restudy the massing, the setback, the roof lines, the scale, the height, and the connection between the front door and the sidewalk. So what are your thoughts on whether they or not they've achieved that? Commissioner Goodwin, I'll kick it over to you.
I think that we talked about the connection on the East Boulevard side, but what about the Euclid Avenue side?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about now. Anyone have any thoughts on that one? On that side, Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes, I was thrilled to see, first of all, the improvement on just the overall scope and the relationship. I think there was a huge difference in how it reads, adding the corbels instead of the columns. I know that's getting into a big detail, and that's not exactly what you asked.
But no, that's a part of it.
But I would have liked to have seen a restudy of that. It was something that it was in the comments, and we definitely discussed, is that single side light on the entries. I tend to agree with Jessica's comments on the setback as it relates to the building directly across the street and the similarity of that. And overall, I definitely am thrilled to see the reduction in scale. And can I just go ahead and comment? I just want to reiterate that I totally agree with the comments so far regarding the East Boulevard elevation and just that 3-story read. It definitely reads as 3 stories, and the rhythm of that on that streetscape is a concern for me. That's the one thing that jumped out at me reviewing this.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Lineberger. Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, I answered my own question with regard to connectivity on the Euclid side. There appears to be excellent connection there with walkways and steps right to the sidewalk on Euclid, which is an improvement.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm just going to do a round robin to see if there's anything that we haven't covered that might be a point of discussion. Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yeah, the only I feel like we did talk about it on the Euclid side, but just the spacing between this overall project and the adjacent project, I understand that there are limitations with the property line, but if we look at take the context of the surrounding areas across Euclid, the spacing between this project and the project to its left on East Boulevard seems a bit off. And even with this project itself, the spacing that's carried on East Boulevard, it seems like the 2 buildings are spaced for the driveway, just as the other properties on East Boulevard, but it's just the property to the left of it is really close. And so I just think the spacing kind of is off there for me. But other than that, I think everyone else is called out is.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bonaparte. Commissioner Murin.
I've got nothing new to add with. I think we've hit all the topics that I had on my list.
Okay, thank you. Why don't I just put out a call? Anything, commissioners, we have not addressed that needs to be addressed before we move on to a motion, and it sounds like a continuation. Commissioner Heineman.
I actually just want to pick up on what Commissioner Bonaparte just said, and this slide, which is I think slide 16, is that correct, Christy? I think that was a really insightful comment, and I wonder, I know we're closed for deliberation, but these 2 buildings at this time are mirror images of each other. But if the applicant were willing, would this commission be okay with only the front 2 units of the leftmost building sliding closer so that they can maintain their drive and turning radiuses, but so that the spacing along East Boulevard is more consistent?
Well, why don't we open up and ask them the question? So we'll open up. John, Eric, you heard the question.
So Jessica, you were saying, the building on the left side, move it closer to the building on the right.
Yeah, I understand you can't do that because you have a lot of constraints with those garages. And so my question is, we have a very consistent spacing between buildings along East Boulevard, and where we're getting tight is to the left side of your leftmost building, with the neighbor's property. And would you consider shifting just the front 2 units of that building to meet the East
I
Boulevard
think we
space?
can. We got to make sure that it complies with, I think zoning requirements, but also just the, fire ratings. The other problem, neighboring our property line, and typically you want a residential structure 3 feet off the property line at least. So we're constrained there as well. And I think that's kind of part of the domino effect. I think we could shift it to the right a little bit. We just have to look at that.
Yeah, I think if that's an option that is available to you, that might be a really direct way to resolve this issue, which I think is a really insightful issue that Commissioner Bonaparte brought up. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we will reclose. All right, commissioners, any other issues with the application that we want to address before we get to making a motion? I mean, there are many of the same things that we asked for in the beginning need to be restudied. They've come a long way, but it sounds like they need to go a little further. So is there anything that we have not currently addressed that needs to be addressed? Okay. All right. Who feels comfortable making a motion for this one? Again, we're kind of repeating some of the same things we included in the last motion, so you have a great place from which to start. If not, I'm just going to close my eyes and point to okay, Commissioner Lineberger.
Actually, just make a comment.
Please, yeah.
Going back to what you just asked, one thing we have not addressed and really focused on at all is the courtyard elevations and those garage doors.
Yeah.
And also the courtyard material and just what the permeability, I know that it just seems like quite a bit of this site is covered, and I couldn't see where that material was called out. And since it's a continuation, I don't think it's something that we need to reopen and ask at this point. I just think it's something that the applicant should be aware of, that we probably need to, they probably need to look at that before they come back.
Thank you for saying that. I had the most heartburn with the courtyard elevation because once we start with the garages, it looks like one wall, one continuous wall. But yeah, we hadn't gotten to that point, so thanks for bringing it up. I am going to kick it to one of my architects to maybe start with a motion that we can get behind. So we have Chris Murin, we have Krista Lineberger, we have Chris Barth, we have Jessica Heineman, we have Phil Goodwin, our builder.
Kim, I'll take a stab at this if I can sort of have a team effort.
Yes, it will be a team effort. Thank you, Commissioner Heineman.
Okay, so from my perspective, it sounds like we have answered the questions about the Euclid setback, provided we can get an exhibit showing the dimension from the back of the Euclid sidewalk to the face of the thermal wall.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's going to be, I'm going to continue, and that's going to be my first point. Sorry, I'm taking notes at the same time.
Okay.
So for East Boulevard, we're looking for a restudy of the 3-story presentation.
Right, to work on the rhythm of the eave lines and
rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
Can I interrupt you real quick, Jessica?
Please do.
I think that needs to be project wide. I mean, because we experienced this project on Euclid as well as Krista pointed out, we look into this back alleyway. So I'd like to see that across the board. Thanks.
I have made that correction. I appreciate that. A strengthening of the relationship with furnace level
Mm-hmm.
and roof level.
Should we talk about roof forms here?
I'm gonna go with, let me stick with this point on the list.
Okay.
I personally, since I'm the one making the motion, am on board with the idea that this is a slab-on grade building with architectural nods to the foundations in context, but I'd like to see that strengthened.
Okay.
Roof forms.
Yeah, it seems to be pretty shallow, as opposed to.
Well, they're hip roofs that I honestly, I think once we do this restudy of the 3-story presentation, we're gonna have to have that conversation.
Okay.
So in my motion, I'm putting not reviewing roof form at this time.
Okay. I'm looking at the first general point from our last motion. The next one was about tree replanting.
The tree replanting, my only comments, but I would love feedback on this, are within lot lines, not in public right of way. Okay to remove the hackberry. And okay to replace the pecan.
The pecan?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise as shown. The street tree discussion, I'm just gonna defer to the DCA. The street tree is not in our jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm. Looking at the next point, I don't know if you have it pulled up. I'm just gonna help guide you through it. It's the East Boulevard elevation. They have eliminated the 4th floor, but to Chris Barth's point, the next point about really it's respecting, it's a rhythm related point, respecting the heights of foundation level, cornice level, and roof level of adjacent buildings. I think that speaks to rhythm, which you've already addressed. Yeah, because
the way I'm addressing it in the motion is to combine the East Boulevard and Euclid Avenue comments in this motion for a restudy of the 3-story presentation and rhythm project-wide to strengthen the contextual foundation line in the architectural details and to strengthen the relationship of the cornice and roof levels. And I'm trying to capture the next 5 points with that comment.
Yeah, and I think you have. They have done a study of the porch details and balcony railings. So, and do you want to include Commissioner Lineberger's point about the courtyard, or should we say we haven't addressed that yet? I think I agree with her. I think that it makes sense to start having a conversation about that.
How about if I add that to the not reviewing this time, not reviewing the courtyard elevation at this time? I think that's a really good point.
Sure.
I'd like to add a note about Commissioner Bonaparte's comments about spacing on East Boulevard.
That's all from our continuation from last time. Commissioners, is there anything that we're missing that came up in discussion today that we can help Commissioner Heineman include? Did you make mention of the restudy of the single side light? I think that might have been captured in your general comments, but I just want to make sure.
I did not add that. I'm comfortable just strengthening that statement and saying that we're not approving a single side light.
Okay, sounds good. All right, commissioners, anything else? Okay, do we need to restate it? Yes, okay, and I'm sure Jessica is writing feverishly, so we'll give you a moment. Jessica, thank you so much for crafting the motion.
I think I've got it, but I would please interrupt me, anyone, if I've missed anything. I move to continue for the following notes. Provide a dimension from the back of the sidewalk to the thermal wall along Euclid Avenue. The tree replanting is okay as shown with the following comments. Replacement trees should occur within lot lines and not in the public right-of-way. It is okay to remove the hackberry trees. It is okay to replace the pecan tree. Any discussion of street trees are not in the HDC's jurisdiction. That project-wide, we request a restudy of the 3-story presentation and rhythm, a strengthening of the contextual foundation levels within the architectural details, and a strengthening of the cornice and roof levels within this building, project-wide. A restudy of the East Boulevard spacing, especially with regard to the spacing adjacent to 319, 321 East Boulevard. That we are not approving a single sidelight configuration, that we are not reviewing the roof form at this time, and that we are not reviewing the courtyard elevations at this time.
That sounds great. Is there anything that needs to be included?
Guideline citations, please.
Okay, guideline citations.
If you want to do chapter 6, new construction.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
Chrissy.
I mean, you can just cite
Okay.
the entire chapter or
Yeah.
the sections that are relevant.
Do you want to cite the entire chapter? Or I have the guidelines before me. If you want to go point by point, we can do that too, okay?
On my project-wide notes, I am citing chapter 6.
Okay, perfect.
On my site notes, I am citing 6.2 setback and chapter 8.
Okay.
That should
Right.
cover everything.
Yeah. Okay, is there a second for Jessica's? Yes.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion of this motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 8-0. Thank you so much, Jessica and team. All
Thank
right.
you. I have some announcements if I may. And
Sure.
I apologize. There are 2 cases on today's agenda that have deferred, and I should have said this at the beginning and I didn't. It would be number 7, 320 West Kingston, and number 16, 712 Mount Vernon. I've also had a request from Attorney Powers. Attorney Powers is required to be present for agenda item number 6, which would normally be heard next, but he has a conflict until 5:15. So due to how long this kind of ran, we're going to need to push number 6 to about 5:15 when he gets back.
Okay.
So we're just going to skip ahead to, I believe, number 8. And if number 8's not ready, we're going to move on to number 9 and 10.
Okay.
So we have about hour and 45 minutes to hear some cases before Attorney Powers returns.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Christy. So is Darius on the line?
Darius, are you with us?
Yes, Marcia, I'm on the phone, yes.
Great, thank you so much. Darius, have you been sworn in?
No, I haven't.
Okay, Darius, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and the information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you, sir.
This next application is 1539 Merriman Avenue. It was continued from our July meeting for a couple of details and siding materials and garage materials. So the applicant has provided that information and it is shown on, I believe, slide 9. Darius, I'm gonna pass it
Yes.
over to you. State your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Okay, Darius Johnson, 1536 Merriman Avenue. Good afternoon. What we're to do here is review the three components that we had to continue with. One of them is
Hold on just a second, Darius. You're a little, hold on just a second. We're gonna turn up the volume so we can hear you a little more.
No problem.
Okay, try again.
Yes, on slide 9, is that better?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, slide 9, we had to revise the elevations for the front and rear, where we brought in the parts of the roof at the door area on the second floor in about a foot on each side to sort of imitate or to reproduce the detail we had on the original house. As for, that was item number 1. Item number 2 was the material. We verified that the material on the existing house is I think it's Nichi-High siding, cementitious siding, and it is the smooth version of it. So we called that out on the elevations as well. And the final thing that we had noted was the garage door. We went with the original garage door company. So we just designed the door, have it custom made for that particular application to mimic sort of the front door and rear doors around the whole house and be painted in black. Those were the 3 items that we had listed as the items to be continued on our project here.
All right, thanks, Darius. Do we have anyone on the line? Christy?
No.
Okay. Commissioners, questions of Darius? Any questions of Mr. Johnson? Commissioner Heineman?
Hi, yeah, no, I think the application is responsive to the comments from last time. I would like to make the point that in my own research for this project, I pulled the Sanborn maps for this property to try to understand where the rear yard calculations were happening. And I would just like the HDC record to show the rear yard calculations based on the historic rear wall shown on the 1953 Sanborn maps, which appears loosely to be past the second room in the historic house. Roughly where Christy has got her cursor right now.
Okay. Unfortunately, I can't see it at the moment.
Christy can walk you through it.
Okay.
Okay. All right, other questions or comments? All right, let's close for deliberation. So, Mr. Johnson was responsive to her comments. I have to say, just for the record, it looks like this building was just squeezed in there, and I know that there's not a lot of space that they're working with. It's just really difficult it's difficult for me to be okay with it. Commissioner Bonaparte?
It's just really small, I think, but on slide 9, it may be that the first elevation is that's supposed to be right. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make note.
So, and of course, the ability to build will be determined by those rear yard calculations. So if we want to keep this moving.
Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna kick it over to you, Jim. We need your mic on.
At this point, I believe he responded as well as he could to the conditions we placed on him for continuation. And I would move to approve based on it not being incongruent with the neighborhood and that he's complied with the guidelines and standards for new construction.
All right, we have a motion made by Jim. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Barth.
May I request the addition of 8.9 accessory structures guideline and a condition that the rear yard permeability calculations, according to what Commissioner Heineman brought forth.
I'll give you a moment to restate. Jim, in the meantime, Commissioner Heineman.
I was just going to add a friendly amendment, that the approval should be conditional upon the rear yard calculations.
Being what? What needs to be verified?
I think the rear yard calcs need to be verified against the 1953 rear wall line. And if they're compliant with that, if they meet the 50% rule compliant with that 1953 rear yard line, then the approval stands. Does that make sense?
It does. All right.
All right. We'll give Jim a minute so that he can restate the motion.
Okay, I think I've got it.
Okay.
Motion to approve due to compliance with standards 6.0 for new construction, standards 8.9 for accessory structures. We need to verify the impervious surface calculations for the rear yard based upon the 1953 rear building wall, making sure that that's the line that was used for these calculations. And I would assume staff will verify that. Okay. Is that good?
Commissioner Barth, is that good? Still seconding that?
Second.
All right. So motion made by Commissioner Hayden, seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion, further discussion of the motion? All right. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 8-0. Thank you, Darius. All right.
Okay, the next application is 905 Romney Road. Stephen, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Stephen, have you been sworn in?
I have.
Oh, even better. Okay. Let me. Oh. I am pulling it up right now. See, number 9. Okay, this is for tree removal. It's an after the fact application. The applicant is proposing replanting and has submitted supplemental information, which is in the agenda supplement, both attached to the agenda online, and I'm also pulling it up here. It is agenda supplement page number 37. And with that, Stephen, I'm going to turn it over to you to explain the project. If you would just state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then let me know which slides you'd like to look at.
Sure. It's Stephen Carey, 905 Romney Road. And I don't know the number. If we can go back to the slide that has the dots of trees on it. So basically, we did some yard renovations in the back, and we're unaware and unfortunately removed some trees. So we are going to be replanting those trees with approved trees off of the mature shade tree list. Additionally, there was a tree in the front that we, I think, did end up getting approval for because it was affecting, there was a structural engineer report, and we are proposing to additionally replant that in the front of the house.
Okay. Do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak?
We do not.
Commissioners, any questions of Stephen? All right. Why don't we close for deliberation? Jim, you're a tree guy. You're a tree guru. What say you?
I don't understand the sequence of events. Why are we getting a after the fact application twice on the same property? Did it all happen at the same time?
Yeah, so yes, the answer is yes.
If I may, so the tree at the front has already been handled by staff review. So you wouldn't be looking at that. You're just looking at the tree removal in the rear yard. Staff has already handled some other site work as well. It's just the 4 trees in the back that there was any sort of, arborist letter for that staff is unable to review or approve without an arborist condition letter.
Okay, but they're down, correct?
That is correct.
Without a permit, without a certificate of appropriate.
That's correct. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Stephen, but I believe you
Why don't we reopen?
Yeah.
All right.
I believe they moved into the property and weren't necessarily aware that it was either in the district or that it was that this needed review.
That's correct.
Okay, we will reclose. So the damage is done. It's just now a matter of how do we rectify it as best as we can.
Correct. It would seem as if the approach to replacing the trees is reasonable. The photographs and visiting the site indicate, I don't know where in the rear they're going to place it because there isn't a whole lot of place for anything to grow successfully back there. So the idea of consulting a landscape expert, a tree expert to figure out where to properly plant it is the correct one. It's specifically the type of tree should be selected by the same people. So I'm okay with, if that's what they're going to do, that's what we should allow to have happen.
That sounds like a motion, Jim.
Yes, I move to approve the replanting as described in the application.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Goodwin. Motion made by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hindman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 8-0. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Stephen. I would like to note for the record that Commissioner Henningsen has joined the meeting
All right.
at 3:45.
Welcome, PJ.
Unfortunately, he lives really close to the next application, so is recusing, but he is
And
here.
goodbye, PJ. Commissioner Goodwin has something? Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. With a little break,
A
maybe
break?
a 5-minute?
5 minutes, and then we'll crank up with 1533 Wickford.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, we are back and gonna get started with agenda item number 10, 1533 Wickford Place. Ashley, Philip, Sherry, are you with us?
Yes.
Is that Ashley?
Yes.
Ashley, we can hardly hear you.
How about now?
Oh, better. Ashley, have you been sworn in?
No, I have not.
Okay. Is our Philip and Sherry joining you?
Yes, I see Sherry.
Oh, okay. I hear y'all. Okay, first thing we're gonna do is get y'all sworn in.
All right, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do. Do you affirm that the testimony and the information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do.
Yes. All right.
Okay,
Thank you.
this next application is for new construction at 1533 Wickford Place. The existing building is under a demolition stay that was placed by the HDC back in October of 2020. There are unique lot constraints on this lot, and there are also a number of Zotwell surveys to reference. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicants to explain the new construction concept. And if you would just start with stating your name and your addresses for the court reporter, then you can start and let me know where to go on your presentation.
All right. This is Philip Ingram, 1533 Wickford Place, Charlotte, North Carolina. I am the homeowner. And I would like to start, we could start, if you can go to the next slide, please. These are just historic photos of the current home that we will be demoing. Just wanted to give you some perspective. Next slide, please. These are some concrete flumes that are on the site plan. We just wanted to make sure everyone understood what these were when taking a look at the site plan, just for reference. Next slide, please. These are just some homes within the immediate area. These are primarily on or right around Wickford Place. Next slide. And this is the historical site and survey with the current home. A few things I would want to point out, and Ashley may hit these as well. As Chris, you know, this lot has some constraints due to its pie shape. Also, we do have a considerable right-of-way in the front of the home that goes anywhere between 16 and almost 20 feet there. And then we have to consider the 20-foot setbacks as well. So by the time a new home is built on this lot, we're almost 40 feet back from the curve. So just wanted to point that out as we get into the construction itself. A few things about the new home we did want to point out to the committee and the commission is, as far as the setbacks, we are demoing this home, but we are keeping the historic stoop and front wall of this home. And we will be adding on from that point with the new construction. Again, that's due to the current setback limitations we do have, as well as it is really in line with our primary neighbor and the rest of the road. So we will be keeping that front wall and that historic stoop, which also leads to some of the design choices we made with a side porch that you will see, as well as a smaller side porch on the right side that we have too. As far as spacing on the new home, when we get to it, the outside walls of the original home, or as far as their spacing, will primarily remain the same between us and our neighbor to the right. We just wanted to point that out. The height of the new home will be roughly 1.5 stories, approximately 20.8 feet, which is right in line with really the neighborhood. When we consider the new build that was next door, that was recently approved, I think we're not at the same height. We're within an inch or two of that height. So from a height perspective, we should be in line with our neighbors and not necessarily the tallest home and not an offset from the homes around us. The one thing, another thing I want to point out on this lot, we do have, and in the packet, we are requesting to remove a cherry laurel that's currently on the right side of the home. The roots of that tree are currently underneath the home, and as part of that construction, it's labeled oak here, but it's really a cherry laurel. And as part of the demolition, the arborist did note that, with the roots being underneath this home, those are actually anchor roots. The tree actually leans to the right now, and he noted that the demo would essentially destroy those roots. And he noted that the tree, it's not that if the tree would fall, it's just a matter of when, because those roots are really what's holding up the tree now. So we do have that letter in the material. So we wanted to point that out as well. Next slide, Christy, please.
Would you like elevations?
Yes. I guess from here, Ashley, do you want to speak a little to the elevation and details of the home?
Of course. Thank you, Philip. You did an awesome job. So this house is a 1.5-story home to fit in with the historic district here, starting with the height. That's really where we started, knowing that is, can everybody hear me okay? Thank you.
Yes.
Knowing that is a very important point, that is what we started with. We have a rectangular shape to the roof running left to right with our main gable and our main ridge with an opposing front-facing gable. We also have some unique aspects to this design in regards to the front elevation as it relates to that site plan and the positioning on the site. Given that we are working with the current front of the existing foundation, we don't have space to add a typical bungalow front porch. So what I did was we are keeping that historic stoop on the front of the house and then creating the feel of a porch with a deeper overhang that's 3 feet in front of the front door and the window to the double window to the left of the front door, with some brackets there to add some nice detailing. We'll have a soffit beam as a porch would have, holding up that roof. And then we've also added a side porch, which is pretty common when I look around at other lots in Charlotte that have this same configuration on a corner. I have not found one specifically in Wilmore. I have looked to find another corner lot where the house is angled uniquely to the other homes on the street. Every corner lot that I've found in Wilmore, except for this one, the houses are in line with the typical perpendicular street. So what I've done is taken note of other homes around Charlotte with corner lot configurations that have front yard easement constraints to see what they've done. And this is a very common architectural piece that I've noticed around Charlotte with this side porch. Gable roof lines, all of our double hung windows, of course, with our 6/1 grid pattern. Thinking about finishes, we do want to do a siding, a horizontal lap siding that would mimic a true wood siding. We, as you all know, Hardy Board is no longer making theirs, so the contractor has gone on search and we have found a board. I have a sample here. It's called Acre, A-C-R-E. It's made out of rice and it comes in 8-foot or 8-inch and 10-inch heights. And then it also comes in a whole lot of different thicknesses that would meet the requirements. So I have included that information in the uploading on the site prior to this meeting. So that would be not necessarily something that we have to know today, but wanted to show you all this, show you all some thickness, the sample of that. Thank you, Christy. The literature here does seem to be, it's a little bit confusing. It says it comes in panels, but when I talk to and I know that's not something you all like, having tried to do that with Hardy Shake in the past, it does not come in panels. What the product we are looking at comes in singular boards that are either 8 or 10 inches in height. I believe I heard someone else say there's a Nichiha product, so maybe I need to look into that too as an option. Let me see if there's anything else I'd like to say. The foundation of this house, although it is a little bit different in shape, it is not much larger than the existing home. And I don't know if you take rear yards into account as far as percentages when you're looking at new construction versus, let's say, an addition, but I did do a calculation of that. We're going 36% into the rear yard. And we do have a detached garage in the back right corner of the lot that will stay, that we will be updating the finishes to match the existing home. I believe. Am I correct in that, Philip? Are we updating those finishes?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, let me just see here. We'll have 2x4 corner boards, architectural asphalt shingles. The brackets will be built out of wood. And we've already addressed the tree removal. Philip, did I miss anything? You want to add anything?
No, I think you covered everything. Nothing else from me.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect, Ashley and Phil. Do we have anyone on the line, Christy?
No one's on the line?
Okay, commissioners, questions of the applicant?
I'm sorry, I forgot to state my name and address at the beginning. Should I do that?
Please, thanks, Ashley.
Ashley Jimenez, 1349 Downs Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay, perfect. All right, commissioners, questions of the applicant? Yeah, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes, I'm not quite understanding how the building is falling into the setback. Is it because there's a historic stoop that's allowed to be in the setback? But it looks like the whole front wall of the house is in the setback. Can you explain that?
Sure. The existing front of the house is located there. So the existing front of the house is at the same orientation. We're literally keeping that so that that's where we can start our new construction. If you notice here, obviously with a corner lot, there are a lot of constraints. And so we're doing our best to kind of take the historic desires, zoning's require desires and the client's desires and bring them into one piece. So the current home is over the setback, so we are going to maintain that. Did I answer that question?
Yes, I guess I'm just wanting to make, is there precedent for that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions, commissioners? Before we close for deliberation, Commissioner Heineman.
Hi, Christy. Can you go to the front elevation? That's the one you're on there, which appears to be slide 9. Ashley, would you consider using a casement window in the gable end there in lieu of a double hung in order to meet egress, but have a smaller window that's in the rhythm of the gable end?
I don't see a reason why not. Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Also, I just have to give you a shout out for two things. I really love the way your eave wraps around the front on those brackets. I'm a big fan of when craftsman homes have that kind of slipping of the pieces and that little bit of asymmetric balance. It looks nice.
Thank you so much.
Also, thank you for this new material. I'm excited about checking it out. We're all in a bind with Hardie discontinuing their line, so thank you for that. On the left elevation, which I think is the same sheet, Christy. No, the next one, I guess. For the direct vent fireplace, can you just make sure we have some landscape screening so that we can't see that from the public right of way? Because since it's that wedge lot, that'll be highly visible.
Yes. How do you feel? Am I able to ask you questions?
Yeah, you're still open. Go ahead. Go for it.
Okay. Do you feel the same way about the gable window on this elevation? That is a bedroom as well.
Yeah, my preference, just, you know, they outline it in that Get Your House Right book that Christy recommends that, you know, you and I both have copies of in our library, where they just want the upstairs windows to have the same proportion, but a smaller size than the downstairs windows. So if you're willing to go to an egress casement, I think it's just going to feel a lot more comfortable on all three gable ends. Sorry, I'm not looking at the other one there.
Now, on the right side, it's in a stairwell. So actually, and it doesn't have a roof line below it. So Christy, could you go to the slide ahead of this on the right elevation? That one has a lower header height because it's based off of the landing of the stairwell. So I feel like that one feels a bit more in proportion because of its lower header height, but if we need to be consistent, we can do that.
That, or you, and obviously I am not permitted to design this for you. I don't feel like this one feels quite as crunched as the other, but you might just have an easier operation with an awning there from the landing.
You mean a casement?
Or an awning, either one, right? Either one would work great there.
Okay.
But from a user perspective. And then my only other question, Christy, if you can go back to the left elevation. And let me reiterate, this is kind of a sweet little bungalow. I love it. Is where we've got the kind of the wrapping and the brackets at the front where we're in the setback. There's some sort of a hinge going on in the roof there, right? Is it kind of tipping at the engaged gable? I don't know how much it's going to show up in real life, but it would occur naturally, I think, if the whole gable form shifted forward or the front gable shifted backwards. Although I realize you're incredibly tight on dimensions on this house, it's an efficient design. So if there were a way to avoid that hinge, I think that would be awesome. But I get that it's really tight and there may not be, and I don't necessarily know that it would show up if we modeled it in 3D. So the only other comment, honestly, is that the back wall of the dormer, the back dormer, is coplanar with the wall below. So we just need to pull it in a little bit so that it's not coplanar. And I would love some more windows on that back wall because the dormer just feels like it's a little bit too solid at this point.
Okay.
That's it for me.
I'll piggyback on that. I feel the same way about the right elevation, Ashley. It's like you have a lot of blank wall space as opposed to the rhythm that we typically see in our districts with the windows. So I guess it's more of a statement than a question. I'll bring it up in deliberation if you want to address it now.
Sure. So we have, let's see, let me get back to the window here. Yes, so we have a staircase and a bathroom to the left of the side door. And then we have a laundry room to the right. So in the laundry room, easy to add a window all day long. I can make that happen. I will need to take a look at this bathroom and staircase here to see if there's any opportunity for us.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions before we close? Okay, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, Ashley, I have a question about this acre siding. I pulled it up quickly and reviewed it on the internet, and it looks like it's not, I don't know if it's engineered to be lap siding. It appears that it's like butt sided or butted together, or perhaps some kind of a gap. And then also what I saw looked rather thin. I know you said there are several thicknesses available, so you know, if
Yep.
it's a, can you put it on as a lap siding as indicated on the plan?
That is my understanding. I'm gonna go back to the email from the rep here and see if I can get you a bit more information. Okay, the panels come in 3/8, half, 5/8, and 3/4 inch thickness. What thickness do you all require?
On bungalows, it's usually a nominal half or,
Okay. So like a 5/8
even-
or a 3/4 would be.
yeah, even a little thicker than,
Well,
yeah.
yeah, the wood siding would be typically 3/4 of an inch. And the hardy board that's no longer available, that artisan was 5/8 of an inch. So 3/4 is ideal, but it can't be put on in a lap, it can be lapped. Is that correct?
That is my understanding. We will definitely do some more research into this and make sure that that is the case.
Okay.
Is lap
Thanks, Ashley.
siding the one horizontal type siding that you all allow? Obviously, shiplap is not historic. I mean, maybe in some locations, but probably not in this neighborhood.
German lap wood is allowed always. It's really prevalent in Wilmore.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have any other questions, Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, another product that we've been looking at is the Boral. I think that is another product that's available in a 3/4 inch thickness and can be done in a lap fashion. And then of course there's the Nichi-Ha also, but I think that's only a 1/2 inch thick. So.
Are you all allowing that Nichi-Ha, since I know you guys are kind of struggling to find the right product here? Is that something that you've allowed on other projects?
We have on certain new construction projects. It's a lot more limited for additions to bungalows because of needing to match profiles, and the nominal 1/2 inch profile more closely aligns with, you know, the wood used in Victorian architecture in Fourth Ward and other older buildings, and usually found in Plaza Midwood and Dilworth.
Thank you.
Commissioner Muir?
Yeah, I had some questions along the same kind of line as what we've already been talking about. Is this product up in the market anywhere in Charlotte?
I will tell you who I've been speaking with. Chip Adams with Dixie Ply.
Okay. All right, because I mean, it looks, I mean, it's saying all the right things as far as what it looks to be and all of that. Definitely understand the thickness and compare it to the Boral stuff. So I thank you for bringing this on our radar.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we're going to close for deliberation. Commissioners, I'll start with you, Phil.
Yes, I think we've covered most all the points that I was looking at, and that it was the coplanar dormer wall in the back, and then we discussed the siding. We'll look further into the siding to ensure that it's historic. It was also a comment in the staff review about the streetscapes that needed to be corrected. There were a couple corrections needed there, just for the record. Slide number 11. The house, that's not the house on the left.
Okay.
And then on,
Ashley, we're closed right now.
Awesome.
It's
sorry.
okay.
And then on the next slide number 12, that's where the new house should show, is over on the left side. And then also slide number 13, the new house should appear on the left side. So those three need to be corrected.
Okay. We also mentioned windows. I'll kick it over to Jessica for that one because she started with the windows. Jessica, you want to talk about windows as it
Sure.
relates to this project?
No problem. I think we need a specific window specification to know that it complies with the approved list for the HGC. And that the gable end windows should be smaller. The upper level gable end windows should be smaller than the lower level windows to meet that pattern and rhythm throughout the districts. And the rear dormer, in addition to not being coplanar, should have, a higher ratio of window to solid wall. Oh, sorry. And on the right side elevation, we need additional windows closer to the back of the house, whether that's in the bathroom, laundry room, or some combination of that.
Yeah. Okay. Commissioners, is there anything about this application we haven't, any challenges we haven't touched on yet? Oh, Commissioner Lineberger?
This is just really in addition to the window conversation. I don't know if anyone else has an issue with on the rear elevation, the upper left window that has a note that says that it's centered inside a water closet. Just the proximity of that to the edge with that blank wall. And maybe it's just part of the overall restudy of the windows and that dormer anyway.
I was gonna say, I agree. The one that's kind of creeping over.
Yeah, that maybe even if it could be a little smaller or just a comment, really.
I'm in agreement with that. The rear elevation window should be restudied, I think. Commissioner Heineman?
I feel like we should have a brief discussion about what Phil brought up about the front setback. I think it's technically out of our jurisdiction, to be honest, and that's probably what Christy's going to say. In my experience, once you tear it down, you lose it.
Right, it's not grandfathered in once you touch it.
Keep the wall, right? And so, Christy, can you just weigh in on that? I have a feeling you're just going to tell me it's out of our jurisdiction.
Sure. I think what the applicant said was they're keeping the front wall of the house in order to hold that line.
She's shaking her head, yes.
Okay, awesome.
Okay. All right. So, Phil, you're taking copious notes and you kicked us off in a stellar fashion. So, you want to try your hand at a motion? Your team's here for you. Yeah.
I think I'm going to need help with this from the architects because I didn't follow some of the information provided for the windows, suggestions provided for the windows, but
we're here. They will jump in.
I think I need a minute to jot down some notes and
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And I wrote down notes too, Phil, so. All right, Phil, thank you for crafting the motion. We are here to,
Okay, I'll make a
That's
motion
support.
to continue this application. Firstly, to correct the streetscapes as shown in the application. To study the siding material for conformity to historic standards. To set back the rear dormer because it's currently coplanar. And then several items with regard to the windows. Want to restudy the windows in the rear dormer. At the right elevation, add a window. I believe that was in the laundry room. The gable windows should be smaller. And we also need window selections. And that's all that I had. Sure there'll be some friendly amendments to that.
Yeah, let's start by giving you some guidelines. So for the windows, for new construction, I would use 6.12. Materials, 6.15.
Survey would be height.
6.6.
And dormers would be roof massing, roofs slash massing slash potentially scale.
So, yeah, 6.10. Okay. All right. Is there anything else that we need to add to, any friendly amendments for Phil's motion? Phil, do you mind repeating it just one more time, please?
Sure, I'll make a motion to continue this application based on 6.15 to study the siding material for conformity to historic standards. The rear dormer is coplanar, it needs to be moved back per section 6.10. And then with regard to the windows, section 6.12 applies to restudy the windows in the rear dormer at the right elevation to add a window on the right side. The gable windows should be made smaller in proportion. And also we need the window selections.
Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Murin?
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 8-0. Thanks so much, Phil and team.
Okay. Our next application is also new construction. And if you give me just a second to pull it up, we can also announce that Commissioner Henningsen is no longer recused and rejoining the meeting. And actually, you know what? I think we're gonna have to skip this one too, because the applicant has a conflict from 4:30 to 5. So,
No, sorry. I sent a note, Christy. I'm on.
you're on. Well, wonderful. Well, then we will continue. Are you, is Jatender with you, or have you all been sworn in?
Not sworn in, but Jitender's with me, yeah.
Okay, so first step is to get you sworn in.
All right, so if you'll both raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you so much.
This next application is at 1418 Lexington Avenue. There's also a 365-day stay of demolition on this property that was placed in September of 2020. And the applicants are here with a new construction proposal. And I am not going to get into it at all, but I'm going to let the applicants explain it to you. Applicants, if you would, state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yeah, this is Toddy Maruli. My address in Charlotte is 1418 Lexington Avenue. Yeah.
And this is Jinder Jain. I'm the architect, and my office address is 319 South Sherry-Amity Road, Suite 200, Charlotte, North Carolina. And home address is 311 North Canterbury Road, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay, thank you, Toddy and Jitendra. Feel free to proceed with your presentation. And I will say the commission has reviewed everything, so high-level presentation so we can get right to the discussion with you and them about any questions that they might have. Thank you.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you, everyone, for giving us this opportunity to present this design. I think the key thing we wanted to do is that we really wanted to come up with something that's not only more comfortable to live in, but really adds to the rhythm and beauty of the place, and stick with everything that's historically prescribed. As you can see, the construction is a single-family craftsman, and our architect did a lot of study on trying to bring in some really good features around prairie buildings from Frank Lloyd Wright, and add it to this thing. And I let him speak most of it because I think it is really a beautiful construction, which I want him to explain more clearly.
Yeah, thank you, Murli, and thank you everyone for the opportunity. I hope you can hear me okay. So like Murli just said, this is obviously existing house is being demolished after the approval. And then we are proposing this kind of a prairie style, craftsman style home, which in our opinion, exemplifies American modern culture. And that, it actually signifies American innovation and creativity more than any other style, in my opinion. Anyway, this is going to be a 2.5 / 2-story. We have tried to put a house where it kind of, you'll see in the site plan shortly, is where it kind of respects the adjacent homes and the placement of the house, how it's situated on the site, as far as the location of the house is concerned. And also, obviously, the height was a big consideration. We had done initial study of this house and talked to Christy, and obviously got some feedback, and accordingly sized the house. In terms of the prairie style, as you are aware of, there are certain things to be noted, exemplified here. One is obviously the horizontal nature of the house itself, and the selection of the materials, the overhang, the roof, the proportions, the slope of the roof, the chimneys, all that has been considered as we have designed the house. It has a typical house. Again, the one of the requirement the homeowner Murli had was to have the master bedroom on the main floor, and also have a guest room on the main floor for the family. And that was one of the biggest requirement, which kind of was driving the footprint of the house on the main floor. And the other thing was the existing garage there, which we want to keep so that can be used. And that's why we have the porte cochere, what you see there on the front, on the left side there. In terms of the building material, we went back and forth with the homeowner. Obviously, budget is always a concern as you're designing homes. So we were looking at doing all brick home, or again, doing brick on the lower floor and then carry on with hardy siding, lap siding of some kind. So that's kind of the building material we are doing, not too much in terms of ornamentation, except taking all the clues from the Wright homes. I actually visited Chicago a couple of times in the last 6 months or 7 months, and just looked at few of the homes, including the Roby house, which has opened up recently. And obviously those are different. We don't want to copy those. Those are really unique homes, but trying to get the clue from them. That's how some of the features you see, including what you see on the plinth level right at the water table. So we are emphasizing those prairie style lines there. And then what you see, one of the important thing which these homes had was not having the entry kind of directly going into the house, but kind of creating a side entry kind of indirectly. So we have tried to incorporate that as well in this design. And that really helped with trying to keep the existing kind of a sidewalk entry into the lot as well. We have tried to incorporate that as well. So that kind of gives you the overall, thing about the windows. I can talk a little bit. Obviously, you can see how trying to keep that feature the way originally it was intended to be. And we're going to use at least aluminum clad windows on the outside. It has not been decided which manufacturer. It will probably be either Weather Shield or Pella windows, but it will be metal clad, and keeping it as open as possible. One thing you will see again in the elevations, Christy, if you want to maybe go over slide by slide, if you don't mind. Yeah, so the backside, the backside which is will be a little bit unique. The Murleys again wanted to see if they can keep the front and the sides as much as to the style of the neighborhood and respecting everything, and then the backside, as that becomes very private, still keeping that same style of the home, but maybe more fenestrations, more windows, so that they can have more basically light, obviously more daylight, but also more open and enjoy the backyard. So that's kind of a little bit of difference there between the front sides and the back there. Maybe go to the site plan for a second. So that you can see the site plan here. We're trying to keep obviously the orientation of the house the way it was. The location of the house has been moved up slightly, and that was, you'll see, we obviously took the clues from Polaris map, and we'll see that in a minute. But the location of the house generally is where proportionally, in terms of facing the street, it's kind of where it was the existing houses right now, and the driveway being to the left. The distance from the house to the property line currently is about 13 feet. We have tried to keep that as well. Obviously keeping the trees, major trees up in the front the way it is. We are not really planning to, at least right now, not planning to take down any of the trees, even the smaller trees, bushes, except for a few small bushes which are right around the overgrowth around the house, which will be demolished there. Like I said, the back, the garage will stay as is. There is going to be some kind of a patio / car turning area at the back there. And this house also had a side entry through that porte cochere area, which is kind of on the left of your screen there. By the way, the north in this north is kind of reverse. What is shown here, the north is actually to the right right of the house. I think during the drafting, we got on the other side, but the north is to the right of the page there. If you can, Christy, if you can go to the site map from the Polaris where we shown the location of the house compared to other homes. So this is how the existing is. And then we drew another one with showing the location of the. Yeah, thank you. So you can.
Slide 26.
So on the slide 26, like Christine saying, is that's where the proposed house is located. We looked at the houses next to each this house. The house to the right, if you're looking from the street, is about 40 feet from the right of way there, from the property line, and the one to the left is about 24 feet. Obviously, there are other homes on the corners which are even closer, but obviously those are corner homes and their frontage is from the other side, from the Berkeley or from the other street on the bottom there. But this one is to try to keep the house itself at about 27 feet. And then there is a front porch, which is currently we are proposing that to be about 22 feet. So when you're looking at the house, the adjacent home is sits kind of right in the middle there. And and Christy, if you want to look at maybe the street views, street elevations from what I mean is the not my elevations, but the street elevations for rest of the neighborhood. Yeah, thank you. So this is slide 20, and that kind of shows the adjacent homes looking obviously on Lexington Avenue, cutting across a section there. So the house, what you see on the third house from the left, or the second house from the right, is the proposed house, which is about 4 feet or so shorter than the house on the right there, and then accordingly about 4 or 5 feet taller than this one. And I don't know if you would like me to obviously review the details. We have not everything is detailed out at 100%, but we have tried to give as much detail to show you the character of the house. We will take utmost care, obviously, to detail each and every part of the house. To and of course, we'd like to get your feedback. One thing I didn't mention, of course, it will be asphalt shingles on the roof, architectural asphalt shingles. We haven't selected the color of that. The brick would be natural brick, one of the natural brick. We would like to keep brick which is more horizontal, so it will be it will not look like a block, but more like a brick, so that again it keeps the character of the prairie style home. And that coping, or not the coping, but the water table line, which is running kind of horizontal right at the base, would be some kind of a concrete precast surface there. Anything else, Murli? If I missed anything, feel free to add. Or
yeah, no, I think we covered. We want to hear from the commission, I think, if they have any questions that'll help us.
Okay, first let's find out if there's anyone on the line who wants to speak.
No.
Okay, commissioners, questions of the applicant. Why don't we start with you, Commissioner Lineberger.
Yeah, I have a few questions. I just want some clarification, I guess, in the description, in the overview. Let me see, where is that? Under the proposal, it lists the structure will be set back approximately 27 feet to the front thermal wall and 22 feet to the entry. And I understand the 22 feet, the 22-foot setback. But when I look at, so the existing home that's going to be demolished is at 36 feet. I want to clarify that is the setback for the existing home. And then when I look at your Polaris, or I guess on your site elevation, it shows a 30-foot front setback. Covered
Yes.
entry wall.
Yes, there is that discrepancy. So let me address the first part of that. I'm hearing something. Oh, can you hear me okay? Okay. So yes, the existing house is further away from the street. The new house proposed is more closer to the street. That is correct. We are proposing, obviously, that is within the required setback. I mean, it's actually encroaching upon the setback by 3 feet. And the reason for doing that was just studying the street. Obviously, like I was saying, if you look at the screen right now, the house to the right is 40 feet and the house to the left is 24 feet. And obviously those are existing home, and we are just trying to create that rhythm on the street and trying to bring that house a little bit forward, which obviously allows them a little bit room at the back, but it also offers a little bit more closeness when you're looking at the house, these homes from the street. So that was the reason for pushing the house for a little bit further towards the street. And you're right, Commissioner, as far as our floor plan or the site plan, we did show the front setback because that's the required setback from the zoning right now. And we are requesting, obviously, we have not gone to the zoning for a variance or anything. We're just requesting from Historic Commission that, can we move the house forward, again, by about 3 feet less than required front setback. That's kind of we're trying to approach. Hope that hope I was able to explain your question.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I just really wanted to ask about was the expression. I mean, the other, when I go back to our new construction guidelines, in the preamble to our new construction standards, in chapter 6, it says the street character and the surrounding properties are considered to be the context for any new building. As such, the block in which the new site is located should be carefully studied when designing a new infill dwelling. This context should include both sides of the subject street. The other homes along Lexington really are more 1.5 story expressions. Read more like a 1.5 story to 2. And this is very, and I think that you mentioned that you felt like this was also 1.5 story, but it really reads as 2. And I guess because of the strong vertical direction of the design really emphasizes that it's a 2-story structure and just seems to be grander in scale than the other houses that are adjacent.
agree to what you're saying. When you look at when you look at the elevations, like you're saying, when you look at the drawing, it feels that way. I wish I had sent. We have done a 3D study of the house we have designed. We have actually modeled that in the last few days, and when you see and we'll be obviously happy to share that with you. If you see the way the house is designed, it's kind of, and that was a deliberate attempt here to get stepping up, like when you see the planters in the front, and then you have the front porch, and then you have the first story part with a deep overhang, and then when you get back, there is the two-story part. So in relation to the street, it is kind of stepping back. Yeah, the rear elevation obviously shows that it's a little bit too much. But if you're looking at this elevation, for example, the proposed front elevation, it does look like a two-story. But the way we have really tried to do is, how do we do it so that it is stepped up and looks like it designed as a 1.5-story house. And the horizontality, because of the prairie style, of course, the roof being long, does make it feel taller, especially when you're looking at the 2D elevation here. But at least when we were studying that with 3D of the model, it does show the house, at least in our opinion, sits really well with the surrounding homes.
I do want to commend you for the design, because I do think it's a wonderful design. I'm just not sure it's right for the context, but I'll let other commissioners weigh in. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Commissioner Henningsen.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Couple of questions. First one is just a comment on the overall height, knowing that your house is approximately a foot. The ridge line is approximately a foot taller than the highest historic ridge on that block. Question, what are your ceiling heights on your first and second floor?
Yeah, the first floor ceiling height is 10 feet and the second floor is 9 feet.
So in deliberations, height's going to come up. Do you have, do you have any issues if we ask you to reduce your head heights just to bring the overall height of your structure lower?
I'll talk to obviously the homeowner, but I think if I can speak for him, as we have been discussing this, I think we will be okay if we have to come down, 6 inches or so. I think that will be fine. We tried to lower the slope of the roof some, but as you know, for asphalt shingles, you don't want to go lower than for the right reasons. You don't want to go lower than 3 and 12. And that's what we have. We were trying to get 2.5 and 12 to be able to lower by 6 more inches or 12 more inches. But to your question, yes, we'll be open to taking this down by another foot if we have to. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we can do that, but I'll ask the commissioner one thing is, in that streetscape, I think our neighbor is almost 30 feet, and if we look at the buildings from a height and from a distance, I mean, it would still appear shorter than the neighborhood, and probably one will not be able to make out the difference between a foot.
And we'll talk about that in deliberations. And again, one of the challenges, obviously, with that streetscape is not the heights on all those houses. They're not all original, right? There are some houses on the street that have a non-original ridge line. So our guidelines state that your height elevation cannot be any taller than other historic ridge lines in the immediate, on your block in your immediate context. But again, we'll talk about that in deliberations. Let me get to my next other couple of questions. As Commissioner Lineberger had mentioned, your design is exquisite. One thing that I'm a little concerned about is how this design fits into the historical context. And two of the examples that we'll talk about in deliberations are, your front entryway, the doors. It's not something we see with, craftsman or traditional type houses. It's more of, it's more contemporary. We'll talk about the front entryway in deliberations. I did want to talk about your window detail. Do you have, I didn't see it in your packet, but do you have more information on the window detail? It's just these windows, again, deviate from the traditional 6/6, 8/8, 1/1, 6/1 type patterns that are common for historic houses.
We can provide more details on the windows, but again, that was like you're saying, Commissioner, that was a deliberate attempt to keep with the style of this home. And again, in my opinion, as an architect, being a student of preservation, being a student in historic, in my opinion, again, I think this style exemplifies more about American architecture than anything, because this is original, this was done. It did not come from Europe. It all originated in the US. And that we wanted to keep to that style. After studying the prairie style for about 30 homes, these were the style where the windows, again, I understand about the window does look in this house, but again, this was when Frank Lloyd Wright and other contemporaries were doing these homes, these windows proportions were common, including the front doors. And I totally understand, Commissioner, what you're saying, surrounding homes, because those are more truly craftsmen or truly colonial architecture, where the windows were 4x4 and over. But this is more to the style of, and we didn't want to, in our initial study, we did have homes where windows were more traditional than what you see, but just didn't fit that style.
Yeah, and again, your design is exquisite. We're charged with protecting the streetscape, and we'll talk about that more in deliberations. And my last comment is, Christy, if we can go to a right elevation. One. Perfect. Yeah, sure. Yeah, this was perfect. General comment. With your build, you've got numerous different sizes of windows, and some of the things, just using this elevation as an example, there's several windows that are very narrow and skinny. You've got some that are they're all the same width, but they're different heights. Generally speaking, I mean, are you open to? I'm not suggesting make every window the same size. I'm not asking that at all. But are you open to more standardizing, some of your window sizes, right, to create a more common rhythm, right, with your fenestration and your window openings?
I think so. We can definitely do that. There are only we can work around that. That should be fine.
Okay. Thank you very much. No other questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Henningsen. Commissioner Barth.
Want to tell you that I appreciate the hand drawings. It's a beautiful design, and you rarely see architects hand draft anymore. So this is beautiful. Thank you for doing that. My one question is, I hear what Commissioner Henningsen is saying about the architectural style. I will say that, for what it's worth, that a lot of the concepts here are arts and crafts in nature, and Frank Lloyd Wright obviously, implemented some of those styles into his architecture. So I think there's some bones here that can play into some of the houses in the neighborhood, or may be able to play off of that. My one question is, do you know, or maybe you have it listed somewhere, the impervious area of the rear yard from the historic back thermal wall?
We have not done that calculation. We did not, we missed that part, but we can certainly do the calculation to show the impervious surface. For most part,
Simmons' house. I think that's hard, but that's just my assumption.
For the footprint, it's slightly obviously more than what the current house is as far as the base footprint is, but we have not done the calculation on that. We did discuss with the homeowner that potentially the back area where the turnaround area could be made as pervious pavers. And I've used that I've prescribed those or specified in other homes on the lake, and which has pervious pavers. And I don't know if that will help in terms of the calculations, obviously. But we are open to that and can provide you the information.
Okay.
Thank you. And oh, sorry, one last thing. I just want to make a point, which I think will come up in deliberation, but I think this site is particularly difficult with siting the house due to its pie-shaped configuration. And for the applicants, they can confirm this, but I would assume, having the house pushed back as much as possible was a struggle due to its tapering dimension going towards the rear. Is that correct?
That's absolutely right. We did try to stay with that 30-foot setback the way it's required, and then obviously after talking to Christy, also looked at the street surrounding homes, and then we also obviously through the benefit of the homeowner and also looking at the streetscape, we said it may not hurt to bring the house forward, especially when we are going to connect this front of the house. There is an existing couple of steps. We're trying to keep those and then connect it back to the front entry there. So yes, to your question, yes, it really helps out to be able to bring the house few feet forward and allow that, access to the back.
Okay, cool. Thank you for that. And I will say, well, if we have you, depending on how the commission rules, obviously, it may be worth seeing other houses in the neighborhood with maybe some of the details, some of the materials that you're proposing, seeing those in comparison to this, I think would be very helpful. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth. All right, any other questions, commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Goodwin.
So I just wanted to confirm the setback is 30 feet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right. Why don't we close for deliberation? Okay. Beautiful. But we have some challenges. So why don't we start with, why don't we just work our way through our list in new construction, starting with setback. Commissioner Mirren.
I haven't gotten into the setback part of it yet. I think what was shown by the applicant with the 24 feet, that's calling out the front porch of the neighbor's house. So the building steps back just like theirs, but I think there's other issues to me than setback. I think setback might be off by 2 or 3 feet if it's going to fit the context of what its neighbors is currently.
Okay, so you're saying that doesn't concern you, the setback?
No, that's at the bottom of the list.
Okay, is it on your list?
I think it can be moved back, but I think it's minuscule, and trying to get with what the neighbor has when the 24 feet to the front stoop of where the building starts, just like their front porch, and then the setback to wherever that facade is of habitable space or building envelope, whatever we want to call it.
Okay, all right. So then while I have you, Commissioner Mirren, why don't we talk about your list?
Yeah, I mean, again, this is a very beautiful house, but I don't see how it fits into the context of Dilworth. I think some of the commissioners kind of hinted at that, and I think what Commissioner Barth's comments about if these details do exist that I'm not as fluent in with the context of Dilworth, I think that would be very helpful. I mean, I respect what he did, or excuse me, the applicant and the architect of trying to recreate something from Chicago, but that's Chicago, and Frank Lloyd Wright didn't really design much in this area. We have our own architects, not taking anything away from Frank Lloyd Wright, but we're in Dilworth. And so I think trying to look at this and supplant it on just even the studies or the what's the elevations called on the street, the surveys, there's not a clear reverence to what these houses are doing. I forget who mentioned it, but the fact that what slide, the existing streetscapes. So I've got a question for Christy on, is 1000 Berkeley Avenue, is that a historical structure?
Are we on slide 13?
Yes, 13 and 12.
13 and 12. Let's start with 12. So Berkeley is a completely different context, and this faces Berkeley. And the direction that I have given the applicants from our very first conversation is that Berkeley has a vastly different context than Lexington. So really, this one, I advise them to disregard because it's not their context. It's the side of the house. Their context is, actually these 3 houses shown in the center on slide 12, because this other house is a new construction from like 2012 maybe, and it faces Romney. So, and then if you look at slide 13, which is the subject property side of the street, again, you have a house facing Romney, and then the house directly to the right, 1410 Lexington, that addition was done. I looked it up. I don't think I put it in the staff report, and I can confirm, but I think it was around 2005, 2006, and a complete second story was added to this house. That was 2 versions of our guidelines ago.
Yep. That was the second question. Thank you, Christy.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I just think between those 5 houses, the house that's been listed for demolition, the average height of the roof is what, 10 feet, if that, and everything above that for a story and a half is either in a dormer condition or step back from the front facade. There's just a lot of, nothing's going straight up like what we're seeing in the design, along with just strong steep pitches that don't even come close to the 3 and 12, it looks like, and the orientation of those with gable ends and everything in between. I just think that language has been lost on what we're seeing.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Murin. Commissioner Lineberger.
See me nodding.
Yeah.
I just want to take a step back in our deliberations, because I think that the challenges with this for me have been taking it back to the basics of scale and massing and context versus style and architectural style. Even though we can't find an exact, there really aren't any examples, or there are very few examples of this style in Dilworth. I don't want to have us go down that path, or I caution against going down that path. Because I do feel like the style is of the same period, that if a person in 1925 Dilworth, 1930 wanted to hire Frank Lloyd Wright to design a house in Dilworth, it very well could have looked like this, just not on this site. So I don't think that, I just want to caution against talking too much about the style, even though I agree it's a handsome design. I can see it going on a street like Berkeley versus this particular stretch of Lexington Avenue.
So it's not meeting the context of the streetscape.
Right, I don't think it meets the context really on all the numerous aspects that everyone has already mentioned.
Okay. Commissioner Heineman.
Yeah, I'm glad Commissioner Lineberger beat me to that comment. I have kind of all over my notes here. north of East Boulevard, we tend to have some larger scale homes and some more contemporary influences. And I don't want to get hung up on the stylistic presentation of this project either, because I think, Prairie Craftsman is timeless in a way that it can be a contemporary presentation that really speaks to the language and patterns of, historic architecture in a lot of subtle ways. And so I think that there probably is a place for Prairie Craftsman north of East Boulevard that would sit in a really, quiet and contextual manner in that side of this particular district. For me, the challenge is this particular block of Lexington Avenue and the patterns of this particular block of Lexington Avenue. And I almost feel like if I could just take each guideline in chapter 6 and just diagram it on a map or on the streetscape, that would start, everything would start to show up, right? I mean, if we drew the curve along the setback diagram, it would fall into the range that Commissioner Meehan was mentioning of what it would end up being, 30 to 32 or something, right? If we drew the curve along there. And if we sort of mapped out each of the guidelines in chapter 6, I think it would start to be apparent which of the patterns are being met and which aren't. And I don't think that's necessarily the stylistic presentation of it. It's just some of the elements in this context of this block of Lexington Avenue. So I don't know if that's helpful or not, but
That's very helpful. Thank you,
Commissioner
Commissioner.
Lineberger may have said it better than I did in that regard.
Okay, you both said it very well. So why don't we do just that? Why don't we go through chapter 6 and just make note of where and help our applicants. So Commissioner Lineberger, do you mind doing that for us? We started with setback, so.
Are you looking for just review discussion of each of those, or?
I think we can, as a group, maybe, so it just doesn't fall on you, Commissioner Lineberger, just, setback is, I would argue, not where it should be. So a restudy of the setback would be something to discuss. Spacing, I think is fine. Let's just go through our, Bill?
If I could add something on the setback, I think bringing the house forward so far is not consistent with the streetscape. When you turn off Berkeley and those houses are set back so far, generous setbacks of 40 feet, and then you turn on to Lexington, the first house there on the right, next to the subject property, that's also 40 feet. And then to have this house come further forward significantly than the first house on that block, it just seems very, very inconsistent. And I understand that the next house is 24 feet back, but then also the road is bending, is turning to the right rather considerably. So I feel like the setback should be somewhat intermediate between those two, probably around 30, 35 feet, and certainly within the guidelines that are set for the setback on that street.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. What do we say about the rhythm on that streetscape as far as spacing goes? I'm sorry, Commissioner Goodwin. Okay, so we can maybe move on from spacing. Orientation, commissioners. Orientation, I would argue, is fine. Massing and complexity of form, based on the streetscape, I would say, is something that we need to look at. Commissioner Lineberger, Commissioner Hayden, Commissioner Barth, Commissioner Meehan, Commissioner Bonaparte, What do we say about massing and complexity of form?
I think massing may be a bit of an issue. I don't know that complexity of form is.
So it says here, for guideline 6.5, number 1, relate massing to those of existing adjacent historic houses. So we have that. And so we're not really concerned with the complexity of form. Is anyone concerned with the complexity of form? All right. Why don't we move on to height and width? Height is a challenge. It's larger than his closest historic home. So I would argue that that needs a restudy. What about width? Commissioner Henningsen, you want to get in here?
Yeah, I mean, from a width perspective, I mean, most of the, when you look at the houses that are around on the block, I mean, they're very horizontally, situated. So from a width perspective, I don't see any issues here.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Heineman?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the width either. This portico share is set so far back. It's past the porch and the front 2 rooms. It's the 3rd room back. So I don't think it really is going to have a strong presence on the street. And so in that regard, I think the width works just fine. And the spacing too, to be honest, works fine for me.
Okay. Well, then let's move on to scale. Again, based on the context, the historic context, as is noted in 6.7, number 1, I would argue that we have a challenge with scale as well. Anyone else have an issue with the scale?
I agree.
Okay, Commissioner Lineberger. All right, let's just keep moving then. Directional expression. Directional expression. Commissioner Lineberger?
I think that the directional, I do not think that that meets that guideline at all. I just think the directional expression is totally different from its context in the adjoining houses.
Very horizontal.
Very well, and if you're looking at the fenestration especially and the roof form and the height, it's goes very vertical as well.
Okay. So we have a challenge there. Foundations, the rhythm seems to me, to my eye, to be where it needs to be. Anyone have a challenge with the foundations? Okay. Roof forms and materials. Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, I think that's one of the major issues that I have. We've talked about this earlier, but you look at 6.10, number 3, it says reflect the pitch and gable orientation of surrounding historic buildings in the design of the new dwelling. For instance, if the context is primarily gable roofed houses, avoid a shallow hipped roof. I see all the houses in that neighborhood having more steeply pitched gable roofs, so I see this as inconsistent with the historic context.
Okay. All right, so we have a challenge with 6.10. Should we continue or should we make a motion and start with those points and allow the applicant to restudy that, which will have a residual effect on some of our other points? Yes, Commissioner Lineberger?
Can I just get a feel from the rest of the commissioners on whether it's a continuation or potentially a denial? Just
Sure,
just from the
absolutely.
standpoint of, for me, going into a lot of the the further, I guess, the details of it, before we can go into that, I feel like it doesn't address the very first basic thing, which is the context.
I will start off, Commissioner Lineberger, and say thank you for that. You know, we continue cases often that I think don't necessarily need to be continued, and I think that this would be one of them. I think there's a lot to restudy. We have pretty much hit almost every single point, at which point it doesn't comply. Beautiful building, we can't state that enough. However, it doesn't work with our guidelines, so I will be in favor of denying it. Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes, I would recommend denial.
Commissioner Hayden.
As much as I hate to say it, I would agree.
All right, I think, you know, before we even get to our comrades who are joining us virtually, you have the whole room in agreement with a denial. Commissioner Murin?
Yeah, I've got a question for staff. When was the last time we did something like this? Because I agree with you guys, but I just can't put my finger on it where this has been this extreme. Or shouldn't say extreme, but you know what I mean.
We deny very few cases. You are correct. Typically, what the commission asks themselves is, are there too many things that do not meet the guidelines that it would be impossible to continue it for a redesign, and that they just need a total redesign rather than specific elements addressed? And you are perfectly within your purview to deny or to continue. Continuances, it is a tight turnaround for a continuance. We would need final plans by the 20th or the 23rd of August at the very latest. But with a denial, you also have to wait 2 months to reapply. And it is currently a 3-month wait time. So even if they applied tomorrow, they would be looking at waiting 3 months.
I would argue that we should deny more. We get backed up, and sometimes we see the same thing over and over again, and we're a bunch of really nice people. But then we need additional meetings, and we need to stay later when, you know, it would be just as nice to adhere to our guidelines so that our time and other applicants' time isn't wasted. So, Commissioner Heineman.
I might be hanging out by myself here on this then. I would have gone for a continuance, but the continuance would have been on setback height, scale, directional expression, and roof form.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Heineman. Commissioner Bonaparte.
And I'm in agreement with Commissioner Heineman. I've seen us, I understand exactly what you guys are saying about us being nice and continuing a lot of things, but with the help of the architects, the items that Commissioner Heineman mentioned, if they can restudy those and turn that back around, I would say a continuance to be fair in how we've operated.
Why don't we do this? Let's get a tally, because this is helpful. So Commissioner Bonaparte, Commissioner Heineman for continuance, Commissioner Goodwin, Commissioner, and let me know if here in the room you'd like to revise your answer.
Can maybe we suggest, instead of going round and round and round and round, float a motion? Someone float a motion.
All right.
And
that's
whoever gets to it first, and you vote it, and if it doesn't pass, then you do another motion.
Okay, Commissioner.
It's a draw.
Commissioner Heineman.
It was a draw. I saw Commissioner Lineberger.
Yeah, so I didn't know if Commissioner Heineman, so Commissioner Heineman, if you have a question or a comment, then we'll take that. But Commissioner Lineberger, because she's in the room, had her hand up first.
She beat me to it. Okay.
Okay, all right, Commissioner Lineberger.
I will make a motion to deny this application because it does not meet the design standards for Chapter 6, new construction.
All right.
If you're going to deny, we need a detailed denial, point by point, on why it and how it does not meet each of the points that we have round robin, please.
Okay.
Could I just go by the, our
Go down the list.
motion worksheet list?
Yes, and, verse, chapter, please cite chapter and verse, specific details such as what the height is proposed, what the tallest historic height
Okay.
is on the block, a la Tamara Titus. She did great,
She did.
We
Fantastic.
she did do all the details, and that's what we need.
So we need it airtight. All right. So I'll help you, Commissioner Lineberger. We will help you. 6.2, number 1.
For setback.
Their setback should be around 30, and they're at 22 and what, 27? Is that correct?
I think Commissioner Goodwin had said it needed to, instead of giving a direct
Sure.
requirement, he said it needed to split the difference between 1410 and 1422.
Okay. Does that work for you? Does that work for you, Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes, should we be that specific?
Yes.
So guideline 6.2 or standard 6.2, number 1. And a setback of, or in line with, what were those? Those were the specific addresses?
Yeah.
Which ones did you say? Just
1410 and 1422.
Okay.
I would argue that 6.2, number 2 also applies.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
And
The next one would be 6.5.
could we go back? I almost think we should do 6.4 for orientation number. Number 2, orient the primary elevation to the primary street. No, I'm sorry, not that one. Number 1, orient the front entrance of new houses to the street.
Isn't it?
Well,
I think it is.
entrances to the side.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone wants to chime in on that one. We didn't go into a lot of detail of that.
I would say get your list.
Okay.
And then ask.
Okay.
And then go back.
Okay.
So 6.4, number 1.
And then 6.5.
I would add, I think Chrissy and our attorneys would have you add that because the entrance is to the side for 6.4.
Okay. And then 6.5. Number 1. And number 2. No.
Yeah, I don't know if I will defer to some of our other commissioners. I'm not supposed to be. making motions?
I think just number one.
Mhm.
Scale or height and width, 6.6. Number 1 and 2. Height and width of the new building must be compatible with historic buildings within a 360-degree range of visibility.
I would agree.
And the height of the proposed building should be no taller than the tallest historic building on the block
Mhm.
in a 360-degree range of visibility.
Mhm.
Um, 6.7 for scale.
It looks like number 1.
Or number 2. 6.8, directional expression. 6.8, number 1, directional expression.
Mhm.
Compatible with that of surrounding houses on the block. 6.9 or
6.10.
Yeah. 6.10.
Commissioner Goodwin was good on this one.
Yeah.
He had a lot of,
What would you say, Phil?
will you speak into your mic, Commissioner
Yeah,
Goodwin?
yeah, so number 1 and number 3.
Okay.
And then that's where we stopped, Commissioner Weinberger. So you might want to make mention that we didn't discuss the other points.
Should I specify that it's 6 point, that we're not addressing 6.11 through 6.616?
I believe so. I think so. Yeah.
How should I word that?
Oh, in the past, we've said things like we've not discussed the details of the project.
Okay. So I make a motion to continue or to deny this application because it does not meet the design standards for new construction per 6.2, number 1 and number 2. And the setback for new construction should be in line with 1410 and 1422 Lexington Avenue. Or 6.4, orientation, number 1, addressing the entrance to the street. For 6.5, height and width, number 1, that the relationship to the height and width of the buildings in the context of the surroundings are incongruous. Or is incongruous. And then 6.6, number 1 and 2. does not meet the height and width of buildings in the project surroundings. 6.7, number 1. Do I need to specify each one of these? Christie? Okay, 6.7, there's really just one. Well, no, there isn't. 6.7, number 1. Create human scale by including functional elements typical to the historic context, such as porches and porticos. 6.8, number 1. For directional expression, there is only number 1. And 6.10, numbers 1 and 3. For roof form and materials, use roof forms such as gable or hipped or combinations of forms in the design of the new residential buildings that relate to existing surrounding examples. And 3, reflect the pitch and gable orientation of surrounding historic buildings in the design of a new dwelling. If the context is primarily gable roofed houses, avoid a shallow hipped roof. And not included in this denial are elements or 6.11 through 6.16.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by Commissioner Goodwin. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
No.
Commissioner Barth,
No.
Commissioner Murin,
No.
Commissioner Heineman,
No.
Commissioner Henningsen,
No.
Commissioner Parati, yes. So 5-4, we need a new motion.
I'd like to make a motion.
I'm sorry, who's that?
Oh, Commissioner Mern, sorry.
Commissioner Murin. Commissioner Murin, please.
I would like to make a motion to continue under what was just said. I'm going to try to repeat this all back. Probably going to need a friendly amendment or two. 6.2, number 1 and 2 for setback as they pertain to 1410 and 1422 Lexington Avenue. 6.5, the massing and complexity of form, number 1 and 2. 6.6, number 1 and 2. 6.7, number 1 for scale, create human scale by including functional elements typical to historic contexts such as porches and porticos. 6.8, number 1, directional expression. 6.10, roof form, number 1, 2, and 3. And we have not reviewed 6.11 through 6.16.
Deja vu. All right, so motion made by Commissioner Murin, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Bonaparte. Any discussion of the motion? Commissioner Heineman?
No, Commissioner Bonaparte just beat me to the second.
Okay, all right, so let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
No.
Commissioner Lineberger,
No.
Commissioner Goodwin,
No.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Muir,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, no. Motion passes 5-4. All right,
So we, Attorney Powers has returned, and we are going to move back now to application number 6. I believe there are some people leaving. So Commissioner Hayden is leaving, and as is Commissioner Murin.
and I am recusing.
Okay, how many people does that leave us? Leave us with 6? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we have-
Wait. That's 3 of us.
We have just enough. So we had 9.
Okay, good.
That's just enough.
Yes.
So Commissioner Henningsen, you are on deck to take over as chair for this
Sure.
last application. And
Who's stepping
I
away? Sorry.
Hayden, Parati, and Mern. And I believe, given the time, Kim has given me the look that this is the last case of the evening. Cases 12 through 15 and case number 17 will be heard at the beginning of the September 8th agenda. And I think that's it. Anything else? Anybody? No? Okay. Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do we go till 7? Do we just think we're going to run out of time with this next case?
We are going to
see
hear this, we have to hear this case today. So we are going to hear this case in the next hour and a half and make note of the time, commissioners. So with
Thank
that, I'm going to kick it over to make sure that the applicants are sworn in. PJ?
Yep.
Do you still have the swear-in sheet from last time you did this?
Yes, yes, just give me a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, great. Jennifer, Scott, I'm not sure if Scott's
Yes.
joining us.
We're
Jennifer and Scott?
we're here together.
Oh, okay, you're both here. Okay, great. Have you been sworn in?
No, we have not.
No. Okay, that's the first step. And Commissioner Henningsen?
All right, if you'll be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
All right.
Okay, this next application is for multifamily new construction at 1913 Cleveland Avenue. Like the earlier multifamily we heard, this was also heard at the end of June and continued. Oh, wait, okay, hold on. We need to pause.
Okay.
We lost a commissioner. So I will restate as soon as he comes back, because otherwise we won't have quorum. Okay, so this is 1913 Cleveland Avenue. It is new construction multifamily, and like the earlier multifamily case was also continued from a special meeting at the end of June. It was continued for additional study of the rear portion of the building with regard to massing, transitioning or stepping down into the neighborhood, additional context and drawings that are visible, as well as some information about the Zotwall survey. So with that, I'm going to do like I've done with most of these cases tonight. I'm going to turn it directly over to Jennifer and Scott to make their presentation. The commissioners have, reviewed this in depth, so I would ask that you keep it to the reasons for continuance and focus on the guidelines. We also have a number of people waiting to speak from the public about this project too. So Jennifer and Scott, please state your name and your address for the court reporter and let me know what slide you would like to begin with.
Jennifer Ray, 2120 Cumberland Avenue.
Scott Ray, 2120 Cumberland Avenue.
And before I start, am I allowed to ask a quick question?
Sure.
Could I ask why the chairperson has recused from this case, especially given she was present at 2 of the 3 of our other prior hearings on this property?
In response to your question, I'm not sure why the chairperson's recusal is appropriate at this moment.
It has
Only because the
relevance.
chair.
It has relevance, Thomas, over the case.
Why is that?
If it's not an allowed question, that's fine.
Is it
We
a
just-
loud
Oh,
question? Or is it not an allowed question?
If you're wanting to ask the question, that's fine, but for all intents and purposes, this case is separate and distinct from previous cases. So that's why I wanted to make sure, at least for all intents and purposes, that we're not comparing one case to the other. The chairperson has recused from this case in that regard, so it doesn't have a bearing on previous cases. Facts and circumstances can change in regards to one situation versus another, which can allow for the recusal. I think the recusal, again, based on the way state law has worked, is either there's a familiar context, there's a financial situation, there's an impartiality aspect or question, conflict of interest in that regard. I think that with the chairperson's recusal, let me just say, at least in that regard, the benefit is always to the applicant for any recusal, in that there's a conflict that the chairperson, in this instance, believes they may have. It is always to ensure that the applicant has a fair and impartial hearing, to ensure that they have the ability to present their application, to have it reviewed by the entire commission, and to have a vote by those that are actually impartial in that regard. So that's the only reason why I was asking, not necessarily that this is an improper question, but if a member is expressing a recusal, it is that they are attempting and ensuring that the applicant is getting the most fair and impartial hearing that is required by law.
Okay, understood. Thank you for that explanation. Okay, if we can start on the next slide, actually. Thank you. Okay, good evening, everyone. I wanted to start off today by reminding everyone how our plans for our 40-unit affordable housing project have progressed over the last 10 months since our original submittal. Originally, our plans were for a 4-story building with a more industrial mill architectural style. Based on feedback from the commission in our first hearing, we revised that same size building to a more traditional style building with a larger front porch. When that building was denied in our second hearing, we went much further with our revisions and removed an entire floor of the building, upgraded the exterior of the building with cast stone elements, and included an even larger front porch. Next slide, please. The next slide further highlights the significant changes we have made to the building. We have dramatically reduced the massing of the building with the updates we have made. We feel our building is very respectful to the neighborhood with its use of high-end, historically appropriate materials and its large Dilworth-style front porch. Next slide, please. During our last hearing, we were asked to provide additional details about how our building would affect the house to the rear, located at 1912 Euclid. As you can see from the overhead view, as well as the property photos, there is a very large wooded area on the rear half of the 1912 Euclid property. These trees provide heavy screening from our property. There is also an existing privacy fence. Obviously, being in the historic district, these trees cannot be removed without approval from the HDC. There are no trees actually on our property, but we are happy to include a row of trees at the rear of our property to add additional screening should this be requested by the commission as a condition to our approval. Next slide, please. As you can see from this slide, our property line is 115 feet from the rear of the 1912 Euclid home. Our proposed building will sit 130 feet from the rear of that single family home. And as shown on the prior slide, 115 of those feet are heavily wooded. For comparison, we have included detail on the relationship of the other multifamily properties in our block to that home at 1912 Euclid. The rear of 1912 Euclid sits within 45 feet of the 3-story townhome located at 1916 Euclid. The rear of 1912 Euclid sits 105 feet from the 4-story rear of 317 East Tremont, a building that is the same height as the proposed rear of our building, but is twice as wide as our building. Next slide, please. In addition to the request for further study of our effect on 1912 Euclid, we were asked to do further study on our rear elevation. It was suggested that we should consider stepping down the building to a lower story at the rear. Stepping down the building is not a viable option for us due to the loss of units that would be incurred and our requirements for HVAC and other equipment. As a reminder, all HVAC units will be placed on the roof of our building. We do not believe there is precedent in single-family or multifamily historic district approvals for requesting that a building step down from front to back. In fact, it's often the reverse, stepping up from front to back, that is requested of applicants, since the property's own streetscape is generally seen as the primary context for a property's development. We have certainly seen examples of multifamily buildings being asked to step down as they approach single-family homes, but this, we believe, in all other cases, has been in relationship to the front or side of a single-family home, not to its rear. The recently constructed townhomes at West and Kingston in Wilmore, for example, step down towards Kingston Avenue as they approach the front of historic homes along Kingston Avenue. But they were not asked to step down towards the single-story historic homes that they back up to that front Wilmore Drive. We do understand the concerns raised in the last meeting with the flat appearance of our prior rear elevation and have now revised this elevation to include the same scale reducing techniques being used on the front and left elevations. The rear elevation now includes brick bump outs and pediment detailing, roof jogs, and 3 porches featuring metal rails and cast stone bases. Next slide, please. We have included a revised site plan incorporating our rear elevation updates. With this slide, I'd also like to remind everyone that the 1990s block building currently sitting on our lot is 40 feet wide. Our proposed building is less than 37 feet wide for over 60 feet back from the curb. The only areas of the new building that will be wider than our existing building are at the side porch bump outs. Other than those areas, we will be building at a width less than what is currently in place. We plan to do extensive decorative landscaping between our building and the shared alleyway and are happy to provide more detailed plans on those elements in a future meeting if requested. Next slide, please. In our last hearing, we were asked to include 2D versions of our elevations. You can see these new versions of all 4 elevations in our next 3 slides. Additional ceiling and floor dimensions have now been included. We can jump a couple slides to the streetscape. Yep, that one. During our last hearing, we were asked to provide an updated streetscape drawing due to clarity issues in the prior version. This slide is our updated streetscape view. Please note the house to the left, which is 300 East Worthington, is not yet built. The home shown is the HDC approved plan, but currently that lot is empty. A couple of other key things I'd like to point out on this slide. First, I'd like to point out that the first level of the Tremont sits at an elevation of 731. While the first level of the Bonterra building sits at an elevation of 746 feet. Clearly, floor levels, windows, and cornices should not be expected to line up from one building to another in this block due to the significant change in topography that occurs from one end of our block to the other end. Additionally, I'd like to point out that the Tremont tops out at an elevation of 786 feet, while our building will be at 775 feet. This 775 mark is in line with the bottom of the tower of the Bonterra building. The actual tower tops out at 792, but we've designed our building to top out at a height similar to the main portion of that historic building's roof, not to the height of its tower. Next slide, please. This slide is meant.
Jennifer, we lost you. Hello?
Christy, I can hear you,
You can hear, oh, thank you. I was just gonna ask someone to talk on your end.
but I cannot hear Ms. Ray.
I can't either.
Hello.
Oh, there you are. Hi, welcome back.
Oh, sorry. I think someone was calling in.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
you cut out at right after you didn't the tower. You related it to the body of Bonterra rather than the tower of Bonterra.
Okay, so we can go, let's see. Yeah, stay on that slide. So this slide is meant to just give additional close-up views of the streetscape, the top part showing the relationship to Bonterra and 300 East Worthington, and the bottom showing more the relationship to the Tremont. We've included a photo of the Tremont to the right there, just for your reference. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to address some comments made in the deliberation portions of our past hearings. In our hearings, multiple HDC commissioners have stated concerns with an approval of our project creating a negative precedent. It has been implied that an approval of our building could create a domino effect of massing and density along Worthington Avenue. In your last HDC workshop last month, it was actually very clearly stated, though, by both staff and commissioners that the HDC is not a precedent-setting board. Each property has its own unique context and considerations, and each property should therefore stand on its own in your reviews. To consider anything other than the facts of our particular case is not giving us a fair review. These types of comments ignore key facts and are both subjective and speculative in nature. What I'd like to point out on this particular slide is that no other properties in the 300 block of Worthington have the TOD zoning that we have. 300, 304, 308, 312, and 316 East Worthington were part of the City of Charlotte's original TOD rezoning application. After the DCA lobbied against the rezoning of these 5 properties, they were all removed from the TOD rezoning list. There is a natural progression of zoning along this block, with the first 4 properties from 300 to 312 having a zoning of B1, the next property at 316 having a zoning of O2, and the rest of the block having a zoning of R22 multifamily. The various zoning designations in place in this block and other surrounding blocks create a natural transition for any future development. All of these zoning designations actually limit height to 40 feet, and the max density on lots of this size in any of these zoning designations is 3 units. Next slide, please. Additionally, I just want to remind everyone that the HDC guidelines are very clear that the subject street is the primary context of any property. Our lot is not a corner lot. It only shares a private alleyway with the rear yards of properties along Worthington Avenue. Any future development projects that come before the HDC for properties actually fronting Worthington Avenue will have a completely different context and topography than our property that fronts Cleveland. Next slide, please. Even though we do not front Worthington Avenue or face city properties along Worthington, we continue to be asked to provide additional details on properties on that street. This slide again shows how our property sits in relation to properties along Worthington. The side of our property shares a private alleyway with the rear of 4 lots along Worthington. I would like to point out that you just nearly denied an applicant tonight because you would not allow a historic home 2 lots away to be used as context for height because it fronted another street. You were laser focused solely on the homes that fronted the applicant's subject street. Next slide, please. This slide shows additional details of the 4 properties that our shared alleyway touches. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. At the top left, you will see photos of the 300 East Worthington Avenue lot and the home that formerly sat on this lot. That home, built in 1930, was listed as a non-contributing structure in Dilworth's nomination to the National Historic Register. At the top right, you will see photos of the 304 East Worthington property. This property has had a commercial use for many years and is currently a hair salon. Originally built in 1920, the front porch has been removed, and there are clearly several non-historic additions to the property, which is likely why it was also listed as a non-contributing structure in Dilworth's nomination to the National Historic Register. At the bottom left, you will see photos of the 308 East Worthington property. This is also a commercial property, and it should be noted that this address was excluded from the National Register. Based on feedback we have received from an adjacent neighbor, this lot was empty at the time of Dilworth's nomination, and the structure currently sitting there was moved from another location within the neighborhood onto this site at a later time. So while this structure does have historic elements, it was not part of the historic context of this block and was not a contributor to Dilworth's historic nomination. At the bottom right, you will see photos of the 312 East Worthington property. This is the only property adjacent to our shared alleyway that was a contributing structure to Dilworth's historic nomination. How then can you continue to judge our property more on the effect on the rear of these predominantly non-historic structures than to our actual streetscape? Next slide, please. It was said in our last hearing that considering an approval of our building was responding to new construction in our block rather than the historic properties in our block. While the Tremont is not a historic property, it is located in the Dilworth Historic District and it was approved by the Historic District Commission. I would ask that you now take a good look at the massive presence of that building in this picture. Clearly, we cannot be expected to completely ignore that building in the context of what is appropriate construction for our lot. We should be allowed to be a respectful, appropriate transition from that building to the rest of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. So then the question is, what is an appropriate transition from the Tremont to the rest of the neighborhood? Well, in 2014, the Historic District Commission decided that Dilworth Court, located at 315 and 317 East Tremont, was an appropriate transition from the Tremont to historic properties along East Tremont. Both the front elevation and the rear elevation heights we are seeking approval for are nearly identical to that of Dilworth Court. Next slide, please. This slide shows the front elevation of Dilworth Court. Note that this front elevation is nearly 60 feet wide, while our front elevation is less than 37 feet wide. This building is approximately 42 feet in height, excluding the steps. Units on this building have anywhere from 5 to 8 front steps, therefore putting this building right in line with our front height of 44 feet. Next slide, please. This slide shows the rear elevation of Dilworth Court. Note that this rear elevation is nearly 87 feet wide, while our rear elevation is less than 37 feet wide. This building is a minimum of 50 feet in height at the rear, with a varying grade, increasing that above 50 feet at some points. Our building also is 50 feet in height at the rear. Next slide, please. This slide shows what historic structures existed on East Tremont when Dilworth Court was approved. As you'll see, the building was approved within 60 feet of a single-story historic structure, both structures facing East Tremont Avenue. The closest we are to any structure on Worthington Avenue is 70 feet, and that is from the side of our building to the rear of that building, a building that is not even a contributing historic structure. So our question is, if in 2014 Dilworth Court was an appropriate transition from the Tremont to the rest of the neighborhood, why is our property that has the same heights on both the front and the rear, but is much more historic looking and much smaller overall in terms of width, not an appropriate transition now? We know you are likely to think, well, it's a different commission now, but is it actually so different? I think it's important to note that the minutes from the 2014 HDC meeting where Dilworth Court was approved state that a current Dilworth commissioner, while not a commissioner at that time, actually attended the meeting as a neighbor and publicly spoke in favor of that project. Next slide, please. One of the most concerning comments we received in our last hearing was actually from more than one commissioner, and it was that they could picture our building in other Charlotte historic districts, but not in Dilworth. This slide shows the size of each of Charlotte's historic districts. Dilworth is by far the largest historic district in Charlotte and actually has the most diverse array of structures. The neighborhood is a beautiful mix of architectural styles and of types of buildings, with everything from churches and retail businesses to single-family homes and apartments. So if our building fits architecturally in historic Charlotte, why not historic Dilworth? Next slide, please. As stated in the introduction to the new construction section of the Historic District Commission guidelines, zoning along the edges of some areas of historic districts allows larger multifamily or commercial buildings. As you can see from this slide, our property is on both the south and the west edges of Dilworth Historic District. The surroundings of this particular edge of Dilworth are much more dense and developed than the other edges of the Dilworth Historic District. The guidelines indicate this building type should be allowed. If this spot on the most densely developed edge of the district isn't suitable for an apartment development, where in historic Dilworth would be? Apartments were very much part of the history of both historic Dilworth and historic Fourth Ward. Why shouldn't apartments be allowed to be part of this decade's new development in historic Dilworth when designed in a respectful way with the appropriate building materials, as is the case with our design? If you look at the location of the multifamily properties we are highlighting in Fourth Ward, you will see that these are actually not located towards the skyscraper end of Fourth Ward. We've heard often that the larger buildings should be allowed in Fourth Ward, but not Dilworth because there are skyscrapers there. But there are no historic skyscrapers in Fourth Ward. These multifamily buildings were all built within a surrounding single-family context when they were developed. Next slide, please. I'd like to note that the slides from our last hearing are included at the back of this presentation. As you may recall, in that presentation, we carefully detailed each HDC guideline and how we met it. No specific guideline was mentioned in our continuance. The only portion of the HDC guidelines referenced in our continuance was the preamble. The section of the preamble discusses that scale reducing techniques should be used to minimize a building's impact on neighboring historic structures. We have included additional details on this slide to reiterate all of the scale reducing techniques that we have incorporated into our plans. Next slide, please. The Commission has made it clear in prior hearings that our building is using appropriate historic materials, is taking appropriate architectural cues from the Bonterra and Wine Shop neighboring historic properties, and most importantly, is completely appropriate in size and scale in relation to Cleveland Avenue, our actual subject street. We have incorporated multiple scale reducing techniques on both the left and rear elevations that face the rear of properties along Worthington Avenue and Euclid Avenue. We have detailed each HDC guideline and shown how we meet each and every single one of them. We have established historic precedent in Dilworth and other Charlotte historic districts for multifamily apartment buildings of this size and scale. Your guidelines clearly state that larger scale properties are allowed on the edges of historic districts. Our site is the definition of the edge of a historic district. It is perfectly suited for this type of construction. And that's all I have, and welcome your questions.
Okay, thank you. PJ, if you don't mind, I'm gonna run through the list of people who want to speak on this project.
Let's do it.
Okay. So we have a number of people. Let's see.
Christy, has everyone been sworn in?
I'm not sure, and I'm not sure if they're all here. So I thought maybe we could ask if they're sworn in and see who's here from my list.
Perfect.
Okay. I'm gonna start with Lou. Lou, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Lou, have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay. Hold, please. Ken Rayner, are you with us?
Me?
Oh,
Christy, did you hear me? I am with you.
Are you sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hold, please. John and Karen Fletcher, are you with us?
Yes, this is John Fletcher. I'm with you, and
Oh, you broke up. Are you sworn in?
I'm not sworn.
Okay. Rick Cohen. Rick, are you with us and sworn in?
Yep. Can you hear me? I'm with you, but I'm not sworn in.
Gotcha. Okay. And then the last two, Thomas and Eileen, are you with us? I think Candace said she didn't see them.
Christy, they're not online.
Okay, thank you. And is there another person with us? Maybe a Scott? Not Scott Pridemore?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Scott. Are you wanting to speak on this case?
I'm happy to speak after a few of the other folks and
Sure.
my thoughts.
We're just trying to see if you want to talk and if you've been sworn in right now.
I have not been sworn in.
Okay. Okay. So, PJ, would you please swear in Scott, John, and Rick?
Yes. Scott, John, and Rick, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes.
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 Okay, great. I also have some supplemental information that was added to the website. Of these people, I don't know if anyone wants to go in a particular order. It really does not, it doesn't matter to us. We have a presentation from Ken, and we have a letter from Thomas and Eileen, I believe. Ken, are you gonna
Most
kick it
of the
off?
neighbors would think Ken would be a good one to go first.
Okay,
He's our eloquent spokesman.
gotcha. Ken, you're on deck. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, and I have your presentation pulled up here on the screen.
Okay, my name is Ken Rayner. I live at 229 East Worthington Avenue. I'll try to be brief, just recognizing the time here and the commissioner's contribution and sacrifice. And I do want to start off by saying I don't think anybody, including the commissioners that I've heard speak, opposed this project because it's apartments. That's certainly not my complaint with the project. I really don't care if it's apartments or not. What I do concern myself with is that it doesn't meet, I think, your guidelines and it doesn't reflect the historic nature of the community. And Christy, if I could get you to start with that little slide, PowerPoint presentation, I would like to start with that first slide.
On yours or theirs?
On mine, please.
Okay, it is on the screen. Are you seeing that?
Yes. Okay, great.
Okay, perfect.
So, I think Ms. Ray may have misconstrued or misstated what your guidelines say. Your guidelines do recognize that zoning along the fringe areas of the historic district does allow large multifamily commercial buildings, but your requirements, your guidelines require that, quote, and I'm quoting, and it's right there, I've tried to highlight it in yellow. This is the part that Ms. Ray, I think, misses. To minimize the impact on neighboring historic dwellings, the HDC shall enforce the design guidelines through scale reducing techniques. And that is the way I read this is, shall is an obligation. It's not should, it is not may, but it's you have to. And so even for these buildings that are allowed by zoning, they still have to have scale reducing features. And it's not just enough to, like tack on a few things and say, we've complied with your standard. They have to meet the goal, that is to make them fit into the historic neighborhood and reflect that neighborhood. And there's a lot of different ways to do that. If I can go to the next slide. And so, the applicant or the petitioners actually referenced the Myrtle apartment, now condominiums, as a model that reflects a brick structure. And it is, I think, important to see how this structure uses the site. It's not using every square inch of the site. It's not 4 stories high. If you could scroll through to the next one, Christy, you'll see, this apartment building sits on a large lot, but they don't use the entire space of the lot. They don't use 70% of it. There's an open court. If you could go to the next slide, which is a picture I took just the other day. It's a beautiful space to walk by. I probably should have taken a picture of how it reflects with the houses that are beside these apartments, but they fit right in. Again, it's not just adding a few techniques and then saying it fits into the neighborhood. If you look at the next slide, again, this is an apartment building that the petitioner, I believe, included in their current presentation. Again, this slide to me shows something quite different than what they're doing. This building, is not using 70% of the lot. It's very appropriate on the lot. It is not some solid mass, which is what I get from their building. It's almost like their building, particularly the east wall, is like to me, almost like a solid brick wall that the neighbors have to face. And that generates that massive size of it. or impression of it. If we can go to the next slide, there's another picture of this same building that, again, this is a much softer appearing building, a much less massive kind of building. And I do think they could do something like this on their lot if they weren't so concerned about using every square inch to generate every dollar they could. If we could go to the next slide. Again, this is a building that I've used before. It just shows what, this was an apartment building as I understand it in Dilworth. It's now condominiums, but this is a great example of how this building doesn't have this massive brick wall mass that I see with the Ray's property. And finally, if we can go to the next slide, to the point that Dilworth has apartments, they typically reflect the kind of quadruplex building that we see up and down the neighborhood. This is something that they are not mimicking at all or trying to follow. If we go to the next slide, one thing I did want to point out, I think last time somebody may have said that, or at least I heard, and I apologize if I misconstrued what they said. This is the 300 block of Worthington. I think there are now about 13 structures on that street. All but 5 of them, counting Bonterra, are residential properties. They're being used for residents, not offices, not restaurants. There are residences. And so I did understand that y'all wanted to continue this for the applicant to kind of put themselves in, or to show the relationship to the neighborhood. If we can go to the next
Sir,
slide.
sorry to interrupt you. If you could just pause for a moment.
Yes.
If you could please back up your statements to talk about the 300 block of Worthington. It's still on this slide. Unfortunately, for the members of the board that were actually in 280 here at the Government Center, there seems to be a large lightning strike that may have enabled their ability to actually hear some of your testimony and distracted them. So to ensure that your testimony to the board is fully heard and considered by those that were in the room, I'm asking if you could just pick back up at the 300 Worthington comment and then go forward.
I'll be glad to. In fact, I can hear that thunder and lightning from my office. As I was saying, on the 300 block, there are about 13 structures on that block. All but 5 of those structures are being used as residences. And as I thought, one of the purposes of the continuance was for the applicant to basically orient their structure or relate it to the houses on Worthington. And that's what I've tried to do with these next couple slides. If you could go to the next slide, Christy. But I'm going to start with not the 300 block, but my block. This is our house at 2290 East Worthington. I believe this, property is zoned the same as the Ray property, and I'm going to talk a little bit about precedent. But certainly, the building beside my house is an office building. It was, zoned for office, but you can see that the people who built that office made that building, to me, kind of fit into the neighborhood. In fact, a friend was walking with me past that building the other day and thought it was a house that had been converted to an office, but it was it's new construction. But if we can go to the next slide, this is one of the first houses on the 300 block of Worthington. This is a house that I think has recently had some additions approved by the commission. If we can go to the next house or slide, this is another house that was, at least since I think I've been living on the street, has been renovated under your guidelines. Again, the next slide. This is a house that is being used as a office beside the Bonterra. If I can go to the next one. this is not there anymore. But I'm showing this as an example of the good work that y'all do. This is what this property looked like when I moved on the street. If you go to the next slide, this is what it looks like today. Of course, this renovation was built with your approval of the commission. If I can go to the next slide. This is Tammy and Lou's house at the end of the street. If we can go to the next slide, or I should say end of the block. This is now crossing the street from the house we just saw, looking back down toward South Boulevard. These are the houses that you would see. And if we go to the next slide, these are the houses that, or the structures, I should say, that sit right in front of what the upholstery building is now, what I call the upholstery building. The two on the right are being used as offices. The one on the left is a residence. That is, I think, 312 East Worthington. If we can go to the next slide, that's another picture of that house. So that's the context of the neighborhood, I would contend to you. So now if we go to the next slide, this is a part of the, I think this is slide 9 from the petitioner's application, the current one. And this is their response to your request about stepping down the back of their building. I find it interesting that they say that nobody's done this, but I understood y'all did this for the proposal on East Boulevard in Euclid. You were doing the same request. I do find the response to this to be a little bold. They basically said, well, we don't want to do that because we're not going to make as much money as we want to. That's the equivalent of what they're saying there when they say not a viable option. I would point out to you that there are a lot of people that have come before your commission who would do things differently because if they could get away with it because of the economics. There would be McMansions up and down the neighborhood if people could get out of complying with the standard by saying it's just not economically viable. And that's true not just for residences, but builders and also commercial developments. And so I just don't think that is a proper response. But going to, if we go to the next slide, this is basically the rear of the building. It is not just, to me, the very rear, but the side. If we go to the next slide, this is looking at that lot down the alleyway, and you can see the buildings that, except the one on the end is not there anymore, but the buildings are going to face it if you go from the rear. If you go to the next slide, this is the view that, in addition to people walking down the street having that view of that east wall, this is what people will have just walking up and down the street. If you go to the next slide, this is a photograph that I took from Scott Pridemore's backyard, which is adjacent to, it's to the left of 312 East Worthington. And so, again, all of these neighbors are going to have a view of this brick, what I call the brick wall on the rear and the east. If we go to the next slide, you can see now how there is a buffer between the Worthington with the existing building. It does soften the transition from the Worthington. But if you go to the next slide, that buffer is going to be replaced with what I see as a brick wall that does not reflect the historic nature of this community and neighborhood. And then if you go to the next slide, I'm still, concerned that, and this is part of the problem. I don't think Mr. and Mrs. Ray get this, or at least maybe I don't get it in reverse. The problem with their building is unlike the Myrtle, unlike the other buildings we looked at earlier that are apartments, this building uses, they say 70% of the lot. It looks like more than that to me, but as a result of trying to use that 70%, they have just created a brick block is what it looks like. And I do not see that anywhere else in Dilworth. I don't think that's reflected of the neighborhood. And again, the point I would make is, that brick block is, I think about, from what they said, about 3 feet from my rear property line, which is the shared alleyway. And not only my property line, but the people that will run, the 3 or 4 houses along Worthington that run with that property. So that's, to me, is the problem. They're just putting too much building with no open space. I don't see any landscaping plans because I don't think they have room for any landscaping. And then if we go to the next slide, again, Ms. Ray may not realize it, but she's blowing hot and cold on precedent. On one sense, she's telling you that this won't be precedent. This won't be precedent. But she's now then in the next breath talking about the Tremont as precedent. And I hear her say, well, let us do what we want to because the Tremont's here. And that's the excuse. I think y'all have talked about it before. The Tremont was a different commission, different rules, but obviously they are using it as a precedent. They are using development outside the neighborhood and including into South End as like justification. They're building all those big buildings. I would remind you that is the justification for allowing their building, which is not keeping with the historic the neighborhood. That same argument could be made all around Dilworth because these historic districts are being surrounded by bigger buildings, including bigger houses that are not conforming, that don't meet your guidelines. So I don't think you can look beyond the district and look in the South End as justification for not complying with the standards for new construction. And I certainly don't think you can look at the Tremont because it's not a historic structure, but I would caution you, it shows you how people do try to use prior decisions as precedent. And even if the same building couldn't be built, there will be precedent for basically getting away from the historic character of the neighborhood because their square building block does not fit the historic neighborhood. And I don't see how you can allow this one and then deny another one up and down either Worthington or any other street in the district. And finally, the next slide, and again, I don't mean to be duplicative because I do respect your time. I appreciate what you're doing. But again, just because zoning allows a bigger building, zoning allows the structure, doesn't mean that y'all are not required to apply design guidelines through scale reducing techniques that end up reflecting the historic neighborhood and to reduce the negative impacts of these larger structures on the neighborhood. And so that's all I have to say, folks.
Now, thanks, Mr. Rayner. That was very thorough. What I would like to do is, Mr. and Mrs. Ray, you will have an opportunity to respond, but what I would suggest is let's get through some of the other neighbors' feedback and questions and comments, and then we can have you respond all at the end.
Okay, thank you, PJ. Let's see, John and Karen Fletcher.
And one other thing.
Yes.
Yes.
Mrs. Fletcher, Ken provided a lot of information. For the sake of time, if there's anything, if you could limit your discussion, obviously, to the project and point out some new things and maybe try to not be as redundant as possible, just because, knowing that it is 6:30 and there's a lot of people that want to talk, we got to hear from the applicant, we got to ask the applicant questions. There's still a lot of work in front of us. I just want to be as
Oh, certainly. Well,
Yeah.
well.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Floor is yours. State your name and your address for the court reporter, and then your comments.
I'm happy to do that. It's John Fletcher. I live at 405 East Worthington Avenue, the next block up. And I've been involved in this project from some time, given that I did own 316 East Worthington, which is Mr. Pridemore's property now. I will say this to be very brief. I totally respect the comments that were just made about that. I also will add that I'm deeply in admiration of the commissioners here, because I've watched a lot of this all day, and you have to have a lot of stamina, so I admire that. I don't have any substantive remarks to make apart from those that Mr. Rayner has made. I will just reiterate sort of the theme of his comments, which were, I do think this is a big decision for the commission. I do think that there will be precedent set. For that reason, and for the reasons Mr. Rayner made, I just oppose the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher.
Yes.
Thank you. And John, Karen didn't want to speak too, did she?
No, she did not. She's not on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lou, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, hi, Lou.
Hi, my name is Lou Lassane. I live in one of the houses that Ken just showed at 329 East Worthington. I'm new to the neighborhood in this project, so I don't have a lot to add. I think Ken did a good job of stating our position. So I just wanted to add my voice is endorsing what Ken had to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Lou.
Okay, yes.
Mr. Desane,
That was me.
if you could please spell your last name for the court reporter to ensure that we have that proper in the record.
Sure, it's Lesesne.
Thank you, good sir. Christie.
Okay. Rick Cohen.
Hi, Rick Cohen. It's Cohan, 1912 Euclid Avenue. I, again, mostly echo all the comments that that Ken gave. I did want to make a couple of comments. First, my recommendation to the commission is that this should be denied, and I think the reason is the commission gave some pretty clear things that they were looking for, and what I see in the application that came back was a lot of stuff that's not even relevant, because it's not stuff the commission looks at. And the things they did ask, like, something, to scale reduce on the back wall, which is the wall that faces my property. Again, they did minimal cosmetic things and nothing that I think, addresses the spirit of, hey, let's make this something that kind of steps down and brings the neighborhood, makes it a little bit more feeling like it fits in with the neighborhood. And it seems like they spent a lot of time with a lot of arguments on various things and defending their building, and didn't really change much, when I think what the commission was looking for was some significant changes to get to where they thought this was something that was approvable. So that would be my first comment, is that, it doesn't seem like they've really responded to a lot of your comments. If you went through the list, I don't think they've really address them. So I would ask the commission to really go through their notes from last time and say, does this address our concerns? One thing in their presentation, they showed a picture of the back, what my view sort of, they're, looking from the back into my backyard, and said, look, there's these trees, there's the fence. Fence is my fence, number one. There's, out of all the greenery that's back there, I think there's 2 trees that are theirs. I was expecting at the least, when the commission told them to do some scale reduction, I was expecting to see them throwing in a few large trees or something, at least almost as a neighborly gesture. I didn't see them doing that. You know, all they've done is sort of defend, to me, what they had before with very minimal changes. So I would ask the commission to consider that. The last thing I would like to address is last time there were some comments, I don't remember the commissioner, but there was a commissioner who basically said, hey, we shouldn't, you know, we can't ignore the Tremont. We just, you know, we got to almost throw the guideline out the windows. The guidelines say, you know, we're looking at the historic character. And I was at some of the meetings when we discussed the new guidelines, and I particularly asked the question and was told, yes, the guidelines recognize that what we look at is the historic character and that we're not looking at other buildings that are not contributing. Now, the Rays have made a point that some of these other single family homes are not contributing. Well, okay, well then we don't look at them. My house is a contributing structure. There's some other buildings that are still here, but I mean, that's part of the problem, right? We've lost a lot of the contributing structures along this block because of some of these buildings that came in large part because, you know, the commission at the time was looking at the Tremont and saying, hey, it's okay, we can do this. And there wasn't, you know, I mean, I spent months, I think I spent over a year in commission meetings when all these various projects that ended up in the Dilworth Court and whatever this other one is called next to me were built. So, you know, I do think you know, that the guidelines are, as my understanding is that they are supposed to be followed, and it's not, you know, elective. You know, these are the guidelines. This is how your decisions are supposed to be made. And so I think we do have to look at what is the historic character. And yes, the Tremont is there. It's something that obviously is sort of the elephant in the room that everybody's looking at. But I think the idea is with this building, if we can get something that nicely transitions, maybe we don't have this issue coming back as other properties along here continue to be sold to someone who thinks, hey, I'm going to build the next Tremont. And then that continues to cause you to have to go through this same sort of pain and suffering. Whereas if you get something that fits in with the neighborhood, that's a nice transition, hopefully all the neighbors can be happy and people can be happy living in single family homes and aren't looking to move out of the neighborhood and sell to a developer to build the next, you know, big block building. So I think that's all the comments I had. I do appreciate your time, and that's why, again, I feel like that this application after the last meeting is a waste of your time. And I heard briefly earlier while I was kind of listening in, you know, talking about why don't we deny more? And this would seem to me to be a good point to make that point that, you know, just kind of sitting here and arguing with us on the previous application is not what we're looking for. We're looking for changes to the application. And therefore, I would say, you know, I would appreciate if the commissioners voted to deny, to not only not waste their time, but not to waste all the neighbors' time. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick.
Thank you. Scott Pridemore, you're next.
Scott, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Scott.
Hi. Yeah. So I'm at 316, as John previously mentioned. I did purchase that property from John and Karen, and you know, I'm kind of new, jumping in here. I've only had just a short period of time to kind of figure out where you guys started and the various phases and iterations that have taken place to date. In analysis of all that I've seen and heard and discussed with neighbors, I am in opposition. I personally feel that it's out of scale and doesn't fit with the neighborhood as it's, you know, we're in the historic section. I feel like my first glance at it, even without digging too deep with respect to what's been covered up to this point, I just feel like it does not look as though it fits, and it seems very out of scale and lacking of landscaping. You know, I'm just clear to say that I'm in opposition, and I agree with the sentiments of John and Kenneth and Rick.
Thanks, Scott. Hey, Christy, do we have anyone else?
We do not. I don't believe, nope, Candace has said that's it on her end. So feel free to kick it back to the Rainers to respond. And then if there's any response needed by, or the Rays to respond, if there's any response needed, we can also kick it back to the Rainers and the Fletchers and Mr. Cohen and Mr. Pridemore and Mr. Lesney, if they want to further respond. And then we're gonna kick it over to the commissioners for Q&A and deliberation and decision.
Awesome. With that said, thank you, Christy. Jennifer, we'll hand it back to you to respond to any of the neighbors or the other people who made some comments.
Yeah, Scott here. I want to thank the neighbors. I want to thank Craner for giving us a tour of Worthington. However, he did live out Bonterra, and he left out the structure that he got approved. It's just 3 stories at the back, which faces our building, which is peculiar. But despite the tour of Worthington, I want to remind him that we're at 1913 Cleveland Avenue. That's Cleveland, not Worthington. I also want to note a bunch of them talked about buildings being torn down on Worthington that have been torn down. There's only one building that's been torn down on Worthington, and that was at 300 East Worthington, owned by Craner. And that was after the stay was put on the property. So I want to make sure everybody knows we're on Cleveland, not Worthington. And we are a full story lower than the Tremont in an appropriate transition. We talked about putting trees at the back in a future landscape plan. We were not asked to make any significant changes, any changes or clarifications. We were just asked to address the rear of the property, which we did. So thank you.
All right. With that said, neighbors, Christy, help me out how we can make.
Sure. Ken, we'll start with you. Anything to add?
I do not have anything to add.
Okay. Lou, anything to add?
No.
John?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. Rick?
No, nothing further, thanks.
Okay. Scott?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. Okay. PJ, back to you.
No, that's great. All right, commissioners, what questions do you have of the applicant? Don't be.
Hold on. We're gonna help you with the hands. So Cindy.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Hyman. Sorry,
Hyman.
getting used to the hands not being in the room. Yep. Go ahead, Jess.
Sure. Christy, can you pull up the major projects checklist, either the one from this applicant or from or the blank one?
Oh, yes, I sure can. Let me pull up a blank one. May I pull that up? Oh, okay. Get the wrong thing.
Okay.
Can you see my screen? Can you see this?
I can.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Good. Okay.
So the applicants know this, a couple of us know this, but probably a lot of people at this meeting are not familiar with this form. This is the form that every applicant has to submit prior to even getting assigned a number in the city system. Is that correct to say, Christy and Thomas?
Yes, they're required to submit a checklist and it has to be at least signed.
So can you scroll down to the bottom and see where they sign it? So this is a 2-page checklist that the applicant has to sign that outlines in great detail the minimum requirements of an application in order for the commission to review the application. It's fairly detailed. and no applicant gets a position in a meeting without having signed this form, correct?
Correct. They have to minimum sign it. The property owner.
But also the applicant, that both of those signatures are there.
If the applicant is different than the owner, yes.
Okay, so I think the reason I want to bring this up is this is obviously an attractive building, right? It's a handsome building. The HTC tries in good faith with all applicants to help the applicants and to work with the applicants towards approval on every project. You know, there's professionals here with a lot of expertise that are bound by standards that are legally binding in the state of North Carolina, right? So the idea that this has been adversarial in nature, I would like to refute. This commission, every single time we meet, works in good faith with every single applicant to find a path towards approval for every single project. So that's where I'm going to start. Christy, can you scroll up to the top of this list? I have been back and forth through every application that I have seen for this project, and I need the applicants to point me towards section 5 that shows a property survey with lot dimensions, setbacks, setback dimensions of neighboring properties, everything else on the list of here. I've been through every application I've seen on this project.
That's all in the last presentation. We went through each guideline and
So I got it on the guidelines because last time one of the reasons we continued is because we were asking for technical documents that met the requirements of this checklist.
No, that's not what they asked for.
I don't understand. We just said that this checklist, we aren't allowed to be heard unless we meet everything on this checklist. So it seems that.
No, that's not what they said. You have to submit a signed checklist. Just to clarify, I think what would be helpful in keeping this cordial is, can you just help me find a slide, either one of you, that you want to look at? Jessica, Jennifer, what slide should I go to?
I mean,
to help facilitate this?
We have site plans.
Sure. What slide would you like, Jennifer?
I don't have your numbers in front of me, so I just have my new portion, but it would be in whatever the last presentation was, which is the addendum.
This matches what's online. So on our website, what is in front of you on the screen matches what's on our website.
Right.
I'm glad to scroll through.
This site plan is based on a survey, but I know in a prior presentation we've actually submitted the exact survey.
Okay. I'm going to scroll through and try and find it. Stop me if you see it, because you are much more familiar with the intimate details.
I'm not sure why we're doing what we're doing right now, when if there was something missing, why were we not told that it was missing
We were
before
told 2D plans. That's what we were told the last meeting. We were not told about the site plan.
Like I
We were not told about the site plan.
Let's switch to a different one then. Can we go to, can we point to the elevation drawings and note the materials, foundation height, and topography? I have the elevation drawings that show dimensions. We're looking for technical elevation drawings that kind of look like this one on slide 11 that are also noting materials.
Our elevations themselves don't say the materials, but we have slides that tell exactly what the materials are. I had asked Christy in an off hearing meeting if we needed to provide additional details on windows and bricks and that type of thing. And she said, since those are kind of your standard materials, that was not something we needed to give specific information on at this point. I mean, I've watched all these other presentations when I look at something like Van Landingham, and there was, 3 or 4 meetings where it was about the scale and the massing and the height and width, and it seems that we're still in that point. And so, you know, once they got past that point, were asked for additional details, landscape plans, those type of things. So it seems like we're still in this more preliminary stage of getting the basics
But
figured
Van
out.
Landingham was for sale units, right?
So I'm just confused, and we have asked Christy lots of questions. Christy's been very helpful. In my understanding, we had submitted everything that we needed to submit. I mean, we've been working on this for 10 months.
The difference is for sale units.
We've been working on it for 10 months. We've put a tremendous amount of time and money into this. It's a project we care very much about. We've made tons of changes to it. And every time we come, like, the only questions that we get are questions like we did something wrong, like we are questioning the measurement, or we're questioning that we don't have some technical drawing. But
We understand why.
I just
We
don't
understand exactly that.
when we say we're not getting a fair hearing, this is what we're talking about. Like, why are we being asked a question on a technicality instead of like looking at our plans and telling us what you think?
Jennifer, let me just interject here as the counsel for the Historic District Commission in this regard. To make sure that we're using everyone's time appropriately in this instance, I'm going to redirect back to Commissioner Hyman to ensure that everyone has a full understanding of the question that is being asked. Now, Commissioner Hyman, I understand from, you know, the information that you're presenting that you have some indication or expression related to the application, but what I have not heard, at least from my perspective as your legal counsel, is the direct question that you're asking for the raise to answer, or for staff to answer in this regard.
Thank you so much. That's a really helpful comment. Thank you to the city attorney for that. So one of the points of continuation from the June meeting was a request for complete technical drawings that provide adequate architectural details, dimensions, and notation. And so that was a condition of the continuation.
And so what we provided in those 3 slides that show the 2D versions and the dimensions, what I used when I sent that to my architect, the property that's being reviewed on East Boulevard, what their 2D plans looked like for their submittal, and this is what was sent back, and this looks the same to me. I mean, it has the dimensions that you were asking for. Again, I mean, it's not that complicated of a building. It's brick and it has cast stone, and we've stated what all the materials are. So I don't know why it necessarily needs to be on this page. I mean, it's very clear in the rest of the presentation what the materials are. So I apologize if I misunderstood that it should have also been on this page, but I thought we had that detail in other pages.
Commissioner Hyman, if I may, again, to help facilitate the communication between the parties, based on what the rays are indicating, if this particular slide here, which is before us, titled 2D Technical Drawings Front Elevation, were to include the materials information, would that alleviate one of your concerns at this point?
Yes, if this particular slide of the front elevation, along with the slides of each of the other elevations, were to include everything in part 5 of the major projects checklist, that would be what we had asked for in the continuation.
Understanding that part 5 does have an expansive amount of information, and to ensure that the rays are getting adequate direction from the commission, I want to ask for some clarity about this drawing, technical drawing, that in the commission's opinion is missing. The reason I'm asking for that information is I do not disagree with your sentiment that all of Section 5 needs to be included, but what I want to make sure is that the rays are fully aware of what it is that they could do to, I guess, using a metaphor, check the box, where if they were to place that information on this drawing, it would eliminate any future confusion for them if you were to grant a continuance today. Because of the continued back and forth between the Rays at this point and the commission. I just want to make sure we clarify it for that discussion.
Sure, no problem. The purpose of having everything included on one technical drawing when it is requested, when a project is requested for approval, is so that that what the HDC staff has on file is something that they can count on and that they can use for enforcement. And so the rest of the items in section 5 here are the dimensions from average grade to ridge, the materials, the foundation height, the topography. And then section 6, which kind of goes hand in hand with this, requires a porch section, a railing detail, a roof detail showing the soffit and fascia, a window detail showing the materials, design, dimensions, and trim details, and a wall section. I've just read that verbatim off of the signature page.
Understood. I would just ask for the raise in regards to Commissioner Hyman's request in this instance. And let me just pause for a moment. Chairperson Harrington, I do apologize if I am in any way, shape, or form overstepping my bounds as legal counsel. Please feel free to let me know, and I will, step back and allow you to proceed in that regard. If you're comfortable with me proceeding, I can continue, but I wanted to stop at this moment as your legal counsel and ask for your direction on how to proceed.
No, Thomas, please continue.
Thomas,
Thank
this is Jessica. I would also like to say I will take any feedback that you are willing to offer me very gladly.
Not a problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. To Mr. and Mrs. Ray, in regards to Commissioner Hyman's request, information, I think this will be an opportunity. If you have that information in this presentation, whether it's the presentation that was actually done today, or if referenced in your previous June presentation, which is an addendum, if that information is present, I would ask if you could direct Christy at this time to maybe the particular slide or information to maybe address Christy's request at this point. If that information is present, it would help to move the conversation forward. If it is not in the presentation, I will have to defer to the commissioners as to how they wish to proceed. But in this instance, I think related to Ms. Hyman's request, she's asking for you to at least direct her to the information if it is present in the actual presentation.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I follow what we're actually asking for. I mean, all the dimensions are on these slides, the elevation slides. And then all the materials are listed, or you can tell what the materials are also from the 3D renderings. And then we have the site plan that has all the dimensions. The addendum also has commentary on every single dimension as well. The width, the setbacks, all of that is in there. We went through very detailed last time with all of that.
So Ms. Ray, let me just make sure I'm hearing you correctly. Translating your response into maybe simpler terms, what you're stating in this instance to Commissioner Hyman is that the information is present. It is not located on one
Correct.
Sheet of paper or in like 2 or 3 sheets that are consecutive in number, correct?
Correct. It seems like everything to at least make a decision on the key things about our building, the height, the width, the all of those things is there, and it's been there.
And for clarity, Thomas, in the last meeting, for clarity, which is on video, that section was not ever mentioned. Never mentioned. You can go back and listen to the audio. It was never mentioned.
Well, we went through each guideline and very, showed what the setbacks were, showed the width, showed the height of everything, and there were no questions on that. So,
I understand.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure we're.
I
Let me
guess-
just make sure.
I guess I don't under. Are we? I don't.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
I don't
Mr. and
understand what
Mrs. Ray, I want to make sure we're facilitating communication between the commission in this regard. I do understand, you're definitely communicating in this moment that you believe you have the necessary data and information for the commission's consideration. I'm trying to make sure that the commission is fully aware of your presentation and why. So with that being said, I definitely want to make sure I emphasize to the commission, based on the information you're being provided by the Rays, what they're responding in this instance is that the information related to materials, other types of dimension is in the presentation as part of the entire packet, but it is not located on one particular slide in one particular instance. I will give a legal opinion in this instance, that it is my legal opinion that I do not believe that the commission should require it all to be on one particular slide in that regard. If the information is present and you have to go through and search for it, then I do think that if it is present, key point, if it is present, then the Rays have actually provided the necessary information in that regard. I do not think that if it is present, that the commission could require a denial or postponement to consolidate it all into one slide in that regard, just for ease of convenience for the commission. So I will give you that aspect of legal advice, that if it is present, I am not expressing that it is present, but I'm saying if it can be found, then I do not believe the commission has a justification to deny or continue because it may be scattered throughout the presentation.
May I? Thank you, Thomas. This is Christy. So I found slide 41, Jennifer, that this was from your June presentation, and it slide 41 details the information. And if you look at slide 41, but you also compare it to slide 11 that we were just on. So I'm going to take a look here. Slide 41 talks about the different elements, decorative elements, window sizes, door sizes. To help be the bridge in this discussion, I think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but what slide 41 doesn't show is like the detail and the height of the like the cornice isn't shown. It's cast stone, but is that what is missing or lost in translation in putting this together? That we know what the materials are, but the dimensionality of the materials, with the exception of the windows and doors, aren't completely called out. So like the width of these windows and a window detail, I don't know that we have, but usually.
Christy, if you could go back to your previous slide, there was something on there about the window size.
There's something on there, yeah, about the size.
It says right there at the bottom, all windows are 2 foot 6 inches wide.
Right, but when you have a double set, it's wider because there's trim, so you would need to know that trim dimension to know the full width of these openings. So I think it's like little things like that that might be missing. So like the cornice, we know it's gonna be, we don't know the height on the cornice. We know it's gonna be cast stone on the cornice, or actually cast stone on window and door headers, cast stone band here, but we don't know the dimensionality. We don't know, we don't have like a window detail, but those are details, right? Like those are things that as we get into things, and as projects progress, people tend to add those details in. That happened with Van Landingham. They came back at a continuance with that extra level of detail that's needed.
Right,
And
that was
that
my
progresses.
understanding of how
Yeah.
the process worked, especially for something, multifamily is different than single family. When we are doing these plans, we're $30,000 into these plans already. We're to go the full scale to the full plans, like we need to know for sure that the basics like we're approved on, and we're not there yet. We don't have any idea whether those are approved at this point. So to ask us for all the little details, I just don't think we have an understanding yet to be able to say, yes, architect, please go ahead with $30,000 more of plans with the details, when we have received the feedback that we have over these meetings. So that, yeah.
So I know obviously the white elephant in the room is the rear elevation with the step down to the neighborhood, the scaling, the massing right on the rear. Jessica, my question to you is, and obviously there's some of that detail, there's detail missing on the roof as an example, cross section of the porch, got that. is there other detail that's missing in your opinion that you want to see today before we move in to start, talking about that rear elevation?
Actually, it's a good question, and I think out of respect for everybody's time, I will let some of the other commissioners pitch in. My concern was that we hold all applicants to the same standard of application. So I will let you move on to the next commissioner that would like to speak.
Cindy has indicated that no commissioner at this time has expressed a desire to speak.
Is there anyone in the room? Phil, Krista? Okay.
PJ, we can't hear you.
Thanks. All right, so we've come full circle with questions from commissioners. Jess, we're back to you. So really, it sounds like the question on the table is, do the commissioners feel this application is complete enough based on our feedback from the last meeting to proceed? Before we get to that white elephant.
PJ, I'll just have a clarification. Are we closing for deliberation or are we still asking?
No, I haven't closed yet. I'm trying
Okay.
to get more questions and comments out of the other commissioners.
PJ, why don't you do a round robin?
Okay. All right, so this is how we're gonna do a round robin on has the applicants addressed everything that we asked for in the last meeting to determine whether or not we should proceed with the review? Commissioner Lindberger.
I do not feel that some of the questions were addressed. For example, the slide that is up right now regarding the rear elevation, while I believe it's an improvement, certainly over what we saw last time, I do not believe it addresses what I feel was the largest issue, which was scaling it down to meet the historical context of the surrounding properties. It's quite a dramatic change or quite a dramatic elevation for the and the side elevation for the Worthington, for the rest of the block, for the Worthington and the Euclid sides. And I believe that the commission, I'm the only one that voted, I believe I'm the only one that voted against even continuing this application last time. So I really think that the commission in general has been quite generous with this applicant on, I believe that there are a number of standards that have not been met without naming them all and listing them out as far as reading them. 6.5, number 2 for massing, 6.61, number 1 for height, 6.10 for roof forms, specifically 1 and 3, and 6.7 for scale, 6.8 for directional expression. I believe there's a number of items in our standards for new construction that are not met, which is why I voted to not even continue. So
okay,
that would be my comment. Sorry, I probably took more time.
No, thank you. Commissioner Goodwin, do you feel like the applicants have addressed everything that we asked from the last application? Bill?
I feel like sufficient technical details are available. The application has grown to a voluminous level, but I think looking through it, we can find additional details. I think the larger questions are some of the things that Commissioner Lineberger just addressed, and that's chiefly the first item carrying over from the June 30 meeting. Provide additional study options of the rear portion of the building with regard to massing, transitioning, or stepping down into the residential neighborhood. I feel like there needs to be more done in that regard.
Okay. Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yeah, I do want to just say that I do acknowledge that this has taken more of an adversarial tone, which I don't think is helpful at all on either end. And I do agree with Commissioner Lineberger on the larger items that need to be addressed as far as scaling and massing and the context of how this fits into the 360-degree view of this area. So I think there's just a gap in understanding what may be required and to what degree we're used to receiving that information. So.
Okay. Commissioner Barth?
I mean, it's a beautiful project. You know, speaking to the whether the applicant answered our questions, you know, I think the justification for not studying the form of the rear of the building was that it wasn't financially viable per their you know, their project plan. So I get that. I do, you know, appreciate the the re-articulation of the back facade. So, you know, I think in the applicant's eyes, you know, the restudy is just not an option for them. So, you know, I don't know whether that puts us in the position of just, you know, dropping it or saying that they have to do that. I don't know where to continue from that. You know, I do think that we definitely need, you know, the applicant spoke of adding vegetation towards the back and some things. So I think we do need more detail to see that. I don't know that you know, I'm still on the fence yet whether I would approve, you know, the form and the solutions that they've made based on our previous meeting.
Thanks, Commissioner Barth. I've got a couple comments, but Jess, is there anything else that you wanted to add? And again, everybody, we're still open. We're just kind of doing a round robin to see how other commissioners feel, whether or not we have enough information to proceed, and then we'll get some more feedback from the applicants. We'll close. And Jessica, any other questions, comments?
I don't have any specific ones. Once we dive into the details of the continuation, I think I may be able to offer some constructive feedback, but I don't have any overall comments about it.
PJ, once you finish your comments, the applicant wants to speak.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Absolutely. I'm going to summarize what I heard, and really it comes back to Mr. and Mrs. Ray, it comes back to, the first couple bullets of, what we asked for last time, right? Providing that additional study or options on the rear portion of the building with regards to the massing, transitioning the left and rear elevation down into the residential neighborhood, providing that additional context. I also heard you during your presentation, providing that information saying, you know what, acknowledging, yes, commissioners, you asked for that last time, but this is what we addressed and why we didn't address those other points. I mean, you were very clear to say on other multifamily applications that were approved, stepping down was, maybe a front and side elevation consideration and not necessarily for the rear elevation. So we heard you, but still, that first bullet point about restudy on other options, to address scaling and massing and stepping down into the neighborhood, especially on the rear elevation, were not addressed. And I think that's where, you know, a lot of the commissioners, all the commissioners, you know, agree that that's missing. But anyhow, I'm going to pause, and Jennifer, I'll turn it, you know, back over to you and Scott for questions, comments.
Yeah, to PJ, to address the rear elevation and the study back there, it's not about finances, it's not about money. The comment that was made was about the loss of units, but it's not about money, it's about the impracticality of it. And the main part is it's not been asked of any other multifamily, and surely no other in the last 12 years that are on file, single family, to step their property down to accommodate a single family home that's on a street behind them. So we've reviewed application after application. That is the point. And I hope that point was picked up. That is a huge point of contention, and we'll continue to say this. We cannot, proposing an apartment building, affordable housing, cannot be asked to do things that nobody else is being asked to do. And the study has never been asked to be done of the property on the road behind them. Is that clear?
Yeah, that's absolutely clear.
So if we're asked to do that, that is discrimination, and that's what we're stating.
It's not discrimination. You
That's
also have
what
to
we're stating.
understand that, let me finish. Every single application is unique as it fits into different context. We can't compare back to 12 years. I mean, using the examples of what was approved for the Tremont or Dilworth Court, I don't want to say different commission, different guidelines, right?
But
Different rules.
PJ, the Wilmore property that I referenced was approved by this board under the current
That is true.
guidelines. And it absolutely was asked to step down towards the front of homes that were facing, like the front of the homes are facing it, looking at it. We don't have any homes that look at this. The back of these properties are looking at it. That's where it's completely different. That the back of that Wilmore property backed up to single family homes that are fronting Wilmore Drive. There was not a step back ask of that property. And so it's different when you're talking about what faces a property and what is the back of a property. And that's where our issue is lying. Like, that's
Sure.
what I don't understand.
No, and completely understand. And again, you know, I mean, every project is different, right? Wilmore is Wilmore. Dilworth is Dilworth. I say that not to say that there are different rules for each one's. It all has to do with the concept. It all has to do with the context. My recommendation would be simply bring pictures, bring evidence, right? I don't recall what the topology was at the rear elevation and what backed on to the Kingston on West, right? I know it's maybe Merriman off the top of my head, but again, that evidence would have been great to have brought to this meeting, right? But again, every project is unique.
Every project is unique, but you did touch on something that each neighborhood is different, and Dilworth is treated differently due to its exclusivity and exclusionary history, and that's why it's treated differently.
Mr. Chairperson, we do have a commissioner that wants to chime in. Commissioner Lineberger would like to provide some commentary.
Sure, and I also see Commissioner Barth has his hand up as well. So, yeah, Mr. Ray, hold on one second. Let's Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes, I just want to address that comment.
Please do.
In our preamble to new construction, it says the street character and surrounding properties are considered to be the context for any new building. As such, the block in which the new site is located should be carefully studied when designing a new infill dwelling. This context should include both sides of the subject street. I probably didn't need to read that last sentence because we all know that across the street from this building is not in the district. We're on the edge of the district, but the whole block is what we look at. So we look to the side, to the rear, and to say that we do not address buildings that we only address buildings that are across the street, that we just totally disregard buildings behind a property is just simply not true. We address the whole block. And regardless of that, this is what we go by. This is the standard.
But the preamble that you just read says the block of both sides of the subject street. We are Cleveland Avenue. That's our.
But the block in which the new site is located for this building is bordered by Euclid, Worthington, Tremont, and Cleveland. That is the block.
Okay, just because our memories, I know, get short, and please take this with all due respect. 2 presentations ago with Jane Design to Jitendra, when he was presenting the 2-story house, you guys nearly denied him, not allowing him to include a home 2 homes away in the same block, but around the corner. And this is the issue that arises legally with this board. This has got to be addressed.
Commissioner Hennison, this is your legal counsel in this regard. I'm going to advise all the commissioners at this time that if there's any further comments in regards to the rear of the property and the step down. I think that it has been clearly established in the record. There is a point of contention between the applicants and the commission. I do not believe is appropriate or necessary now to belabor that point. If any commissioners have additional questions or comments outside of that point of contention, I think it would be best to address this, Mr. Chair. But if there are no additional questions or comments for the applicant, it would be my legal recommendation to go into discussion deliberation and then proceed to deciding your next steps.
Sure. Thank you, Thomas. And commissioners, anything else, any other questions of the applicant outside of massing scaling on the rear and side? Okay. Mr. and Mrs. Ray, we're about to go into deliberations. Any final comments, questions?
I just want to say that I apologize that it seems that we're being contentious. This is a really important project for us. We've worked really, really hard on it, and we just want a fair hearing. We just want to be heard, our concerns, and we just appreciate your time. So thank you.
No, and thank you. I mean, we all appreciate great discussion in these hearings and meetings as well. So, all right, commissioners, let's close for deliberation. All right. I thought I would have an epiphany there in that silence, but I didn't. So, I mean, commissioners, I mean, we've got a couple of things at hand, right? I mean, obviously there's some detail, right? That needs to be provided into the packet as it relates to roof or porch cross section or maybe some screening. I mean, just like we have with other, large multifamily, let's get the big rock items, let's get agreement on this big rock items before we move into some of those more details. As it relates to the step down, the massing, Commissioner Barth, Commissioner Hinman had a lot of great conversation.
Christy, can you reread your list of the guidelines that you cited earlier?
The ones that I said that I felt like we did not meet, which is why I voted against continuing.
I feel like that would be a great place to start discussion, since that it ties directly back to the standard.
Okay, sure. When I go back and look at the elements of new construction through this whole chapter 6. 6.5, number 2, which is massing. Use forms for new construction that relate to the forms of the majority of surrounding buildings. I feel like it never met that guideline or that standard. 6.6, number 1, the height and width of a new building must be compatible with historic buildings within a 360-degree range of visibility of the new building, which of course is the whole block. Number 6.7, number 3, for scale. Care should be taken to design larger scaled structures on the edges of the district where residential streets meet corridors with different zoning. In these instances, the new building should use scale reduction techniques, massing, height, roof forms, materials, fenestration on elevations that face historic dwellings. I don't feel like it meets that. 6.8, directional expression. Make sure that the directional expression of new residential buildings is compatible with that of surrounding houses in the block. If the majority of the existing houses within a block is relatively square, the new dwelling should have similar proportions. If there is more variety in the proportions of existing houses on a block, the design of a new dwelling may select from those options. I do not feel like it meets that. And then 6.10, especially for roof form. Number 1 and number 3, use roof forms such as gable or hipped or combinations of forms in the design of new residential buildings that relate to existing surrounding examples. The roof never met that. Doesn't match anything close. Reflect the pitch and gable orientation of surrounding historic buildings in the design of a new dwelling. For instance, if the context is primarily gable roofed houses, allow a shallow hipped roof. So it never met that.
Well, hold on. Oh, we need to be very careful, right? Because in the last meeting, there are contextual, using the roof form as an example. We do have contextual examples where the flat roof is appropriate. We talked about height, we talked about width in the last meeting. Really, the largest hang up was stepping down the building to the rear and onto the side as well. So that massing restudy. So I just want to make sure that we're focusing on what it was continued for and not starting from scratch. That's critical.
Yeah. No, thank you, PJ. That's helpful. I mostly wanted to get a starting point here, and I interrupted Chris Barth, so I'm gonna kick it back to him for a minute.
Oh shoot! I just realized I was unmuted too. No, I was literally going to say basically what PJ said. And I mean, to me, I think this project works where it is. It works in context with certain buildings in the area. I was trying to see if Dilworth Billiards was within the district.
It is, yes.
It is. And, I think it responds to that. My main issue is really just that the building transitions to 4 stories going towards the residential part of the neighborhood. And, speaking to the Wilmore project as a precedent, I don't believe, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that building is 4 stories in the back. So, the contrast between those 2 building forms to me is such an abrasive transition that it's hard to accept. Now, that being said, I think what they've done to the back does help that, but still, you have a very large volume in these neighbors' backyards.
Commissioner Barth, this is again your legal counsel. I'm going to ask if based on your comments, without designing the project, if you could express in your mind the step down that would be more palatable for the rear of the project. Are you indicating, expressing possibly a 1-story step down at the rear? Is it 2 stories? The reason I'm asking this question is, again, I am not locking you into a particular decision or a vote on the matter for or against. What I'm asking for is a helpful suggestion based on, your sentiment. What would be something that in your mind could move the project forward to address that concern about the step down?
I mean, and I think I may have even mentioned this in the previous hearing. To me, taking off like the back, whether it's 20 feet or whatever, just to alleviate some of that, the height and volume pressure against that single family side of the community certainly, would help the project. Now, I think maybe I was misunderstood in my comment, but I think the applicants did mention that, it just wasn't an option per their programming, and, maybe
No,
I'm speaking for them, so.
Yeah, I don't want to, I mean, if I recall, I mean, obviously it had the decision was more from a technical standpoint, not financial, technical in the sense that you have all the AC units up. It was just more challenging, right, to step it down at the back because of, the systems and things that were going to be on the roof.
Okay.
Oh, I think it was a combination from what I heard. So if we're looking at it in plan view, now this isn't showing, I think the new building actually goes back to what, 15 feet off the property line, so maybe it sends back here. And maybe a good example would be slide 10, where it shows the back edge of the Tremont. And then I don't know, Chris, what 20 feet is. Is it like one bay? Like, I need a little more. Like, here's the back edge of the Tremont, right? So if you're looking at slide 10 compared to slide 8, it extends, out to, I guess, about here.
I think that's part of it too. Just the simple fact that the building is so long and extends towards the back of the property. I mean, and I think one of the neighbors mentioned it's literally a brick that has filled every possible void that can be constructed upon, at least within its limits. So, if the 4-story volume is brought back somewhere between the back of the building and where the Tremont ends, I think that would, be an adequate step down in transitioning that space.
Okay, and how much step down do you think you're looking for?
Like 1 story.
Okay, so and that eyeballing it, it looks like there's like a natural break both here and here. So
Yeah.
you think around where the Tremont, I think.
And I think what I specifically, at least was getting at the last meeting, was that it would, we would love to see how that affects this project and the properties around it, which I just don't think I've seen, we've gotten justification for not doing that.
Okay. When in the past, sometimes applicants come with like 2 or 3 different options and shown how they've tried things and maybe how it doesn't work with the design of the building. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for the clarity.
Chris, are you also suggesting maybe a view from, say, a view from Worthington through the houses to the building, right? So you kind of see, if we're focused on the rear elevation, it's great. Let's take a view from Worthington and see what it would look like. Are you suggesting that?
Y'all have that. Well, not technically. You have a line drawing. Let me find that for the applicants.
I know there were some in between the 2 houses on Worthington.
They did provide it. Oh, it must have been last month.
It's in this June.
It's in the June. Oh, here it is. So it's slide 60, but really this, I think the top of the Cleveland project extends to this fourth property. If you look back at, I don't know, what is it? Slide, yeah. So there's 1, 2, 3. Here's the fourth property aligns with the back. So it ends somewhere. It ends somewhere in here. But
Yeah,
yeah, so it ends more somewhere in here, but this is where I think the Tremont might end. The red. I'm not exactly sure. It's hard to exactly tell, but I do not think that green line extends quite far enough.
And just kind of throwing a comment out there, if I'm looking at this view with this project, being behind those houses, when you step down, you're still going to see the 4 stories, right? Even if you step it down from that view on Worthington.
A little bit. Oh, it is really storming here.
Yeah. I'm getting some lightning. You guys.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that's some direction for step downs and what you're looking for. Thomas? Yes? Okay.
Members of the commission, if you're going down the path of what Commissioner Barth was expressing about the options, I do believe you could actually roll that into a motion to continue and express that you're wanting to see additional options for step down. And you could give an option 1, which would be, something on the lines of 20 feet. But also option 2 or 3 would be something within the discretion of the applicant as to what they think is appropriate for a step down in that regard. The reason I mentioned options 2 or 3 for the applicant's discretion is because, again, if they were to come back and say, we tried to comply with your 20 feet, but we couldn't for X reason, we do not want to foreclose the applicant from actually trying to show you these options, but being unable to meet your request for, consideration of alternate options. So I would think it would be, the motion, if you are actually requesting it, would be 20 feet. And if it's not something that is deliverable, then something to show various step backs from the lot line of X amount of feet. Again, it will be up to discretion of the applicant to present at a future meeting based on a motion to continue. But again, if you're going that route, this does appear that you're saying that, the project is moving in the right direction. You're just asking for this bigger central issue to be resolved because of all of the concerns that you have expressed.
I think it is. I mean, I can't speak for any of the other commissioners, but that was my primary concern on this project. Otherwise, I think it's a great project.
It's a wonderful project.
Chris. Mr. Chair, you have 2 in the room, Commissioner Lineberger as well as Commissioner Goodwin, that wish to comment.
Let's go with Commissioner Goodwin. We haven't heard much from him.
Yes, I would like to propose, I think it's a great idea to propose different options, as Thomas was saying. Now, I would like to propose another option, and that is I can see the difficulty because all the HVAC equipment is going to be up on the roof to maintain a constant roof line, and instead just lower the overall length of the building, the depth of the building, so that it does not stick so far back beyond the Tremont, and provide a little bit more rear yard. Right now, we have 15.5 feet proposed. If you could extend that and then perhaps add some trees as a buffer. One of the callers mentioned the landscaping, the lack of landscaping and buffer that would be provided by that. So I just wanted to have the applicant consider that as an option.
So
Hold on, Mr. Chair. Let me just make sure for Commissioner Goodwin, when you're saying some kind of trees or buffer, just to make sure we're all operating from the same set of facts in that regard. if I were to plant a 2-inch crepe myrtle, is that acceptable in your mind in regards to this vegetation in the rear?
No, it would need to be a large canopy tree.
Okay, I just want to make sure, at least from all intents and purposes, that, we're clarifying exactly what the expectation is, if we're wanting to go down this path. So that way, again, we do not have any situation where a misinterpretation of our intent and what is being received for that communication leads to further miscommunications amongst the parties in that regard. So I will pause there, Mr. Chair. I do want to express again that Commissioner Lineberger wants to comment.
Sure. Hold on one second, Commissioner Lineberger. All right. So Phil, great idea. Other commissioners, do you agree with that as a viable option, right? No step down, but just short, I don't say shorten the building, but make it not as deep.
I think you can give, I mean, you don't want to design it for the applicant, right? Like by saying you've got to do one or the other. Would you, I think the question is, would you be open to options in every step?
Exactly. Yeah. What I'm trying to avoid is, Commissioner Goodwin threw out that idea of not stepping the building down, but just, decreasing the depth of it. What I don't want to happen is the applicants to come back with that solution and then we go, no, we still want to step down. So commissioners, we've got one option to step down from Commissioner Barth. Does everyone agree that Phil's option, option 2, is a viable option?
So PJ, it sounds like it's 3 options that we're suggesting. Is that correct? One, that's the discretion of the applicant, Commissioner Barth's suggestion, and then Commissioner Goodwin's suggestion. Is that the direction we're giving them to come back with the 3 options?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, let's not summarize the options yet. I just want to make sure that we all agree that what Commissioner Goodwin suggested is a viable option that we would support.
Mr. Chair, I will say that I am keeping track of the options that the board as a whole are offering. I think to Commissioner Bonaparte's question, right now I do have at least 3 viable options that the board has considered as a whole. But I think as Christy alluded to earlier, if there were other viable options as well, it would not foreclose you adding on a 4th or a 5th option for consideration to again highlight some of the concerns that you're trying to find a solution for this project in regards to the rear to be able to get to, as one commissioner stated earlier, to get to a solution where we can get this project to earn the necessary votes for approval. So I just want to definitely not foreclose other options if there is any on the floor, but I am keeping track if that needs to be recounted for any motion to continue.
Perfect. No, thanks, Thomas. All right, so commissioners, how do you feel on, as an option, there's going to be a bunch, Commissioner Goodwin's idea, does it get included in the motion? Do we support it? Jess?
Yeah, I think seeing a variety of options is consistent with the last continuation, and so I'm all for seeing a variety of options.
Okay, I just want to be clear, because last meeting we were very clear about stepping down, and Commissioner Goodwin gave a great idea about shortening the depth but not stepping down. So that option is, I don't know, I'm just trying to keep from rehashing the same thing every time. I just want to move it forward.
No, I hear you. I'm all for seeing the options. Without seeing them, that's about the best I can do.
I'm going to stop beating that dead horse. Commissioner Lindberger, questions, comments?
Thank you. I just had a clarification for Christy on just our timeline. At the beginning of this presentation, did you mention that we have to go one way or another this month? Did I misunderstand?
No, we don't.
Okay,
No, we still have time in the 180 days to make a decision.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
Just kind of a comment. One thing that's missing from hearing this application this month and last month, obviously was Damon Rumsch and some of Commissioner Rumsch's passion for this project. This is a beautiful project. It's going to be great. I mean, it's great from the streetscape. I mean, we're all looking forward to it being built. So again, I appreciate the applicant's time, and patience as we, work through these details, because it is highly visible and we want to get it right. Okay. I love the brick and the cast iron, but anyhow. All right, commissioners, any other deliberations? Because I think Commissioner Barth is close to a motion. I just put you on the spot, that's right.
The only thing that I aside from the whole rear end massing thing, it's what other details do we need to give to them, or what other direction do we need to give to them for details that we need to see, information that we need to see. I mean, they've shown us where they've, spoken to the type of materiality, the size of the windows and things like that. I mean, Jessica, do you feel like we need a good site plan here with accurate property dimensions and setback dimensions and planting, specifics on plantings and things like that? I mean, let's try to make sure we can get it right the next time.
I think we should look for, the concise application that we go for, the site plan, the elevations and the architectural details. And I mean, that can be done in 6 slides, I mean, I think at the end of the day, the only thing we're going to be able to approve is something that the staff can put on file and use as an enforceable document.
So are we talking noted elevations, dimensions, an accurate site plan, calling out all aspects of the site design? What dimensions?
Make sure we're specific enough, right? I mean, there's plenty of, I mean, we've got high level information on materials, right? You want to see a brick sample. We want to see a brick sample. Jess, I know you mentioned roof and more detail on roof and porch. Do you need to see, a better detail, more detail on the windows? I mean, let's just.
Yeah, we need to, I mean, on windows and brick, we want to know if they're pre-mold or if they are separate rough openings with a shared jamb and what that shared jamb is. And we want to know if there's a brick mold trim. There has to be a brick mold trim. We want to know that it's there. We want to know if the header how the header's connected, if it projects forward to the face of the brick or not. Those are the things that we're accustomed to seeing when we see windows and brick. And I think we probably do need some dimensions and information on this cornice. It's beautiful, but we need to know what it's about. Sorry, I'll add to that just to reiterate what my colleagues have said. The railing detail in the porch section and the column beam alignment.
Commissioner Barth is rigorously taking notes. Love it.
Mr. Chair, it appears Cindy is giving me indication that the applicant has raised their hand and wishes to speak. It is my legal recommendation that you give them an opportunity to provide some commentary if appropriate in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's open it back up for the applicants to speak.
I'm sorry, I think it was still raised from earlier.
Excellent, thank you.
All right. I'll pause. All right, we'll close it back for deliberations. Commissioners, while Commissioner Barth is crafting his motion, any other comments or things that you may want him to add? Commissioner Barth, we're here for you.
All right, I think I have this without referencing guidelines. So if somebody wants to help me fill those in, I will say I don't want the applicant to feel discouraged. I mean, I think it's almost there. I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for the following reasons. The first item being the handling of the rear massing of the structure. We'd like to propose that the applicant pursue 3 different options and present them to us in the next hearing. First option being step the 4th floor at the rear of the building, a minimum of 20 feet from the rear to provide a reducing technique into the Dilworth neighborhood. Option 2, I guess, another option at the applicant's discretion that would help alleviate that 4-story facade. Option 3 would be to reduce the overall length of the building, but keep it as 4 stories in the back. We'd also like to request that the applicant provide additional detailing with regard to the project's site plan, noting any dimensions, added vegetation, and dimensions to setbacks. We'd also like to see additional details for certain architectural elements such as brick mold, jam header and sill details, cornice details at the parapet, railing details on porches, column and beam alignment on the front porch, and materiality to be noted on elevations along with dimensions to these details. That's all I have.
Chris, should we add, just for language purposes, and specificity, that they should be sections versus just details, that you want to see sections?
I think that's up for them to decide, but I would imagine sections would be the best way to reflect this, but yeah.
We need chapter verse citations, please.
I knew you asked for that.
So
You have help. You have a lot of people to help you.
Let's see.
So Chris, for massing, 6.5, number 2.
6.5, number 2. I would imagine you all want me to restate as well. All right, I guess cornices and trim would be 6.11. Doors and windows 6.12.
Chris, on the restudy on the step down or reducing the length, I think you can reference 6.6 number 1 and 6.7 number 3.
Holy cow. Okay. Would that be in addition to 6.5, number 2?
Yes, that's correct. I had all three of those on my list for the research.
614. I think 614 has the column and beam and rail covered. Is that correct? How about our site requirements? 8.1 through 11.
Chris, we probably also need to add C.2 for signage size.
C.2.
Sorry, the signage section is in the appendix.
All right, and any other additions? Should I spout it out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please.
All right. Again, with vigor, I'd like to. Sorry, just had a explosion. I'd like to continue this application for the following reasons. Reason number 1, we'd request that the applicant perform a study on the rear massing of the proposed building, exploring 3 separate options. Option 1, stepping back the 4th floor at the rear at least 20 feet from the back. Option 2, separate exploration at the applicant's discretion. And option 3, reduce the overall length of the building, but maintain the 4-story elevation. Referencing section 6.5, number 2, 6.6, number 1, 6.7, number 3. We also request that the applicant provide additional or more refined rather and additional details with regard to the site for added or removed vegetation, dimensions of all property features as well as setbacks, referencing section 8.1 through 11. We also request that the applicant provide additional architectural details complete with dimensions and notes for the cornice, section 6.11. The porch details with regard to railing on all porches, including the front porch with the beam and column alignment. 6.14, door and window dimensions, including sill, jamb, and head trim and conditions. Section 6.12. As well, we'd like to have the applicant provide additional details for their signage, referencing Appendix C.2.
Chris, did you mention detailed site plan?
Yes.
All right, commissioners. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Seconded by Commissioner Bonaparte. Let's vote. Commissioner Lindberger,
No.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. Motion to continue passes. 5-1.
Yes.
All right. All right, everybody, we went a little over. Well, we went a lot over, but that's all right. we're making progress. We all like progress. Really appreciate everybody's time and patience. Thank you again for the raise, for your time, and for any neighbors that are out there. Again, we always appreciate spirited discussions, appreciate the passion, and really looking forward to, seeing a completed project. So we're just really excited.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, I was going to be quiet, but go ahead, Thomas.
thank you. If I can have a moment of personal privilege at this time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Ray, Christy and I would like to extend an offer to you to reach out to us in regards to what the commission has decided today. We would like to actually meet with you in regards to these options and work with you in regards to addressing some of their concerns for next month's meeting. If you could email Christy so we can actually schedule a time, we would definitely welcome the opportunity to address this. Ideally be virtually in this regard, but to address some of those issues and concerns to aid you as we move forward with the commission's further review. So I just want to take this moment of personal privilege, Mr. Chair, to offer that to the Rays, but I turn it back over to you. Thank you.
That's great, Thomas.
PJ,
great.
if you would officially close out the meeting, it's at the end of your script.
I got it. We have officially reached the end of the agenda. Yeah.
Yes, we will. Yes, we have. Okay, sorry. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
All good. We've reached the end of the agenda. Is there any other business to discuss? All right. This meeting is adjourned at 8 p.m. Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening.
Thank you, everybody. PJ, is that a picture behind you or a window?
Neither. I'm going, it's one of those virtual backgrounds. I can turn it off.
I mean, it's like lightning in my office right now.
Looks nice we're here, huh?
Yeah.
Virtual background.
It's beautiful where PJ is.
Yeah, it's all up here. It's Total Recall, I guess. But anyhow. All right.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
guys.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.